lever is not nearly as effective on a global stage. So I'd say even that will be a temporary spike, which is why any oil-driven inflation, I just don't think will be very, very long-lived. I think that will be a spike that will be transitory, and we know that it'll work its way through the system.
How much concern do you have as this war, it looks like, kicks off?
Dagen.
God morgen.
To these sorts of things?
Ja, du er våken.
Ja, fy faen. Jeg har vært våken lenge. Jeg sov jo ikke i natt, jeg.
Klarte ikke å ta kveld når vi sluttet av, eller?
Nei, jeg var og fulgte med, for jeg synes det var så veldig spesielle bevegelser, så jeg klarte ikke å sove.
Ja, riktig. Ja, men ikke noe nedover.
Ja, det gikk veldig nedover, men veldig spesielt.
Litt oppover akkurat da vi avsluttet, men så bra ut der.
Man skal bare ta så rydde et ark her.
Men flatt og kjedelig I dag da.
Ja, det blir spennende å se hvor gull går hen da.
Ja, det jo mega flatt nå.
Ja. Jeg sjekker her.
Ja, til og med vitsen min rød.
Ja, det jo helt spesielt, vet du. Det ingen som skjønner noen ting nå.
Ja, jo, 25% på den på kontoen.
Fy faen.
Men jeg tror det duker et for mer, så det blir nok greit etter hvert.
Jeg ser at vi var nede I 4.06 for et par minutter siden. Men Nasdaq går I taket.
Nasdaq går, vet du. Ja, nå droppet den litt, ja. Men den har gappet ned, den.
Nå skulle aldri vært oppe I dag, det helt spesielt.
Sånn det fra...
Så da vi klar.
The epicenter of a global realignment on a scale
Ja, den jo 180 på
Halla, kan jeg opp igjen? Åpne på børsen 1 minutt.
This is Bloomberg surveillance.
Det heter bare, hvis du går på frontbroker, så bare så ser du at det der. Gå på frontbroker.com, trykker på Discord. Konge, ikke redde på da.
We are moments away from the start of trading, kicking off the week with Bloomberg Open Interest. We're glad to be with you. 20 seconds to go until the opening bell, and we are looking at pretty decent gains on futures. 0.6% on S&P futures, 0.7 on the Nasdaq. Small caps up almost 1% on futures. So investors want this market to rally. We closed, as Katie was saying, down on Friday, really down for the week marginally. You got a couple of miniature companies ringing the opening bell. Lincoln Tech, it's worth actually $700 million. Wow. I'm not belittling that. It's up 420%. over the past 5 years. So if you're up 420, you have a good reason to be happy. Here on the New York Stock Exchange, you see Acuren ringing the opening bell. They've had a less good time with their stock, but they're worth $1.3 trillion. And look at this little kid. He's so sad.
Kødder du? Meta opp 3%, Tesla opp 2%. Alt av AI opp.
Oi, der skjøt jo I hvert fall Nasdaqen opp.
Ja, men alt av AI er rett opp.
Ja.
Japan's Nippon Steel won conditional U.S. approval for its $14 billion takeover of U.S. Steel. The deal is expected to close by Wednesday. It seems like traders think that's actually going to happen, up about 5% as the bells ring that.
All right, energy and defense stocks are front and center, obviously, because of the geopolitical tensions that we're watching. Now, they moved, obviously, a lot on Friday, and they're showing a little bit of a dead cat bounce today. Lockheed Martin down almost 2.5%. Halliburton doing a whole lot of nothing. But it's an area that investors...
Det gir så jævla null mening I det der Nasdaq-kjøret, ass. Jeg tror folk tenker at det safe haven med AI eller noe. Jeg tror ikke man skjønner hva som skjer.
Is that what a dead cat bounces? I thought it's when it went up.
Sorry, you're right. It's the reverse. So...
Dead count. Anyway.
In any case, we are back with Moneta, a chief
80 poeng.
strategist.
Han gikk opp 80 poeng.
Obviously, defense has been
Hva da?
a sector you're paying close attention to
Nei,
for
det vet jeg.
a
Så,
while
på
now.
siste stikket.
So I guess the moves on Friday.
Ja, Meta som opp 3%. Det noen nyheter på Meta da?
Out a little steam.
Yes, I was also curious about that.
Den bare går hver eneste dag.
The defense stocks, because clearly we know that structurally we're going to be spending a lot
Ja, Meta går for at de skal lansere planlegging for reklamere på WhatsApp. Liksom, det liksom, det var det liksom. Ja, nå kommer det rett ned igjen. Altså, det blir så dumt. Ja, du får kjøre på.
I do want to talk about something that we've definitely spoken with you before, and this is the
Vi tar det jo
underperformance versus the rest of the world. I believe we have a chart to illustrate just what we're talking about here. You can see the S&P 500, it's actually up a little bit. Finally, you can see we've bounded back pretty mightily since April, but then you compare that to the MSCI World ex-US index, you compare that to Europe, and just really trouncing the US. When we were having this conversation in January, February, even March, the conversation was that, okay, these bouts of outperformance are pretty much short-lived, but now we're almost halfway through the year, Ethan, and it's still the dynamic. Is it truly sustainable this time around?
Very interesting question, and I think what we've been seeing is that increasingly how you interpret markets and the outcome of various policies and the outlook for markets.
Og du longa går du, Luka?
Eye of the beholder today.
I natt.
You know that there is a political divide which dictates whether or not you believe in the lasting nature of U.S. exceptionalism, whether you believe in the fact that...
Det var egentlig ikke galt det, altså. Gull skal gå opp under krig.
Seeing certainly at the margin non-U.S. investors with
Så du gjorde det riktig, egentlig.
as an investment entity for themselves.
Det som skjer her nå gir ikke mening, egentlig. Nasdaq går opp, mens gull går ned. Det liksom... Det gir ikke helt mening.
As well as really the double whammy or the double bonus we're seeing from a weaker dollar outside the US will bring. So lots of factors. Will it be sustained? This does look like it has legs today because there are structural reasons both for selling the US and for buying ex-US.
Right. How much do rates have to do with that? Because we're not seeing rates jump. Really, we're holding in kind of a range, but I feel like for a lot of people's earnings expectations to prove out, you need the 10-year to be lower than 4.
Exactly, and I think it is a bit of an unusual relationship we're seeing right now that we see the weaker dollar with still the persistently higher rates. That isn't the relationship we normally see. It all gets to the motivation and to the fact that the ECB and say the Bank of England are getting ahead of the Fed in terms of stimulating the economy. So I'd say that is a factor that really just gives extra leverage to that growth story, which is starting off, it's admittedly a little bit more anemic outside the US.
And a good reminder too that we have that Fed decision coming up on Wednesday. Jerome Powell probably eager to tell us that they're waiting and seeing. But let's talk a little bit about what Matt mentioned at the opening bell, that this looks like a market that wants to rally. There was an interesting note out from JP Morgan's trading desk saying that it looks like traders are bracing for a buy the dip moment in stocks. When you take a look at the various data and the various positioning sort of measures here, do you sense that appetite to dive into this market?
I'd say I've always sensed the appetite not to be out of the market. We spoke about the many concerns that investors are dealing with today. And a big concern is missing out. And we know that inflation, despite the headline number being lower, we know that inflation is probably heading higher with tariffs and they eventually come into effect in whatever form. And we also know that services inflation is still pressing higher. And a weaker dollar will ultimately bring inflation for those imports that the US does have. So investors are acutely aware of their own individual inflation numbers pressing on them. They don't want to be out of the markets. They don't want to be in the more volatile fixed income, even though it's yielding something. So they want to be in equity. So I think that is really the impetus that's driving the buy side. And equally, that large amount of money sitting on the sidelines in money market funds is still sitting there. And probably for a little bit longer, too, because of these past deals I mentioned. So I've seen actually a buy the dip consistently right through this. And most importantly, I have seen US investors not looking to sell. Quite confident in their buy and hold strategy. I think they've been well coached by their financial advisors not to try to time these markets. It's simply been too dangerous.
Probably a good place to leave it. Ethan, we're going to kick off the trading week with you. That is Monetta's Ethan Devitt. A lot of tongue twisters to start this week. Let's take a check on this market and the rally that we have underway. What's interesting to me is that there's pretty good breadth. If you take a look at the S&P 500 right now, currently higher to the tune of about 0.7%. We are at session highs, but we've only been open for about 7 minutes. But in any case, you can see we have more than 400 names in the green, and right at top is what you would want to see. NVIDIA leading the way with a 1.4% rally. Meta, as we were talking about, hitting an intraday record high. You also have Microsoft and Broadcom getting in on the action. If you take a look at the downside, it's a different story. You have Oracle falling a little bit today. We know it had a fantastic week last week, so maybe some of that enthusiasm fading a little bit right now. Then you have a lot of health names: Merck, Eli Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, United Health, the list goes on. That's exactly what you're going to see reflected when we take a look at the sector level as well. By my count, you have 10 in the green right now. You have financial communication services at the top. Big tech, too, fighting as well. Then you take a look at the downside. There's only one sector to highlight: healthcare, currently off by about 0.2%, Matt Miller.
All right, so interesting moves there, especially the healthcare sector that you singled out at the top of the program. We'll keep watching that. Coming up, Cadillac makes a comeback at Le Mans, really locking out the front row. Maybe a little bit of a disappointing finish at 5th and 8th for the Hertz Team Yoda. But I spoke with GM President Mark Reuss this week, and we're going to bring that interview to you next on Open Interest. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with more episodes of our show, The View.
The theme of this season, On the Road.
Gull bare fortsetter å falle.
We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hopkins.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the open bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
Great companies in the U.S. with the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in market.
Bryter den under 400, så shorter jeg mer. Men jeg gjør ingenting så lenge han liksom surrer her nå. Han surrer der lenge. Jeg skjønner ikke selv hvorfor gull så svak. Gull burde gå mye mer opp, egentlig. Det gir null mening.
Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
David Weston, join me for the next generation of Wall Street REIT, telling stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. Each week, we'll go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
Above all else, it's a mission.
It's done nothing but grow immensely. To me, that's an extraordinary sign.
We can be the change that we want to see.
Watch the all-new Wall Street REIT. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Welcome back to Open Interest. It's time now for top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, Cisco getting raised to a buy over at Deutsche Bank thanks to AI-driven growth. That's worth a little bit of a rally this morning. Next,
jeg var short fra 40 opp I dag, men jeg tok gevinst alt for tidlig. Tok gevinst på $5. Å fy faen, nå faller gull her. Da går vi I mål på shorten vår, da. Faen, vi leder med her.
I feel like since I contribute $18 a day, they should be making some
money. Gotta buy more salads.
I will now switch gears, Katie, to automotive. GM, making American history at Le Mans. They posted the first all-American front row lockout since 1967 with their Cadillac hypercars on Friday. I sat down with the president of General Motors, Mark Royce, along with Bloomberg's Hannah Elliott, and I asked about GM's $4 billion U.S. investments.
We're filling our plants, which is a great thing for places like Lake Orion, where I worked for 5 years, and it feels pretty good. And then Fairfax, Kansas, where we're going to do EVs, smaller EVs, and then we're going to do Equinoxes. So we're going to do a whole bunch of really fun things. So as far as I know, there's no one else in the world really doing both EVs and internal combustion engines in the same plants, but we are.
Everybody invested so much before I think we were ready for EVs, and now it's getting to the point where we're kind of ready, and you've got the offering. Do you expect the sales to start to really pick up?
We're doing really well on a volume basis with these, and we're about ready to come with the Bolt and maybe a family of lower cost EVs even than that. So those are high volume, right down Main Street, it's just charging infrastructure, balloons, all those things are happening, like you say. We'll be ready. We are ready. So, as a company, we're, more than, double Ford and Hyundai in sales. So that's a big deal. And then Chevrolet by itself is number 2 behind the Tesla. So, we're really seeing the white space, as you said. These are long lead capital commitments, that aren't casual when we do it. And so when we do it, we've got to have fabulous cars, which we do, and we've got to stick with it. So going back and forth on these strategies is, I don't know a better way to burn capital. We think we're priced really well, and if you look at our relative average transaction prices, they're some of the highest in the industry because of the quality of the car. And if you look at where our incentives are, particularly on EVs, they're kind of the lowest. So I'm not sure we need to do a whole lot with pricing right now, because I think people see the value in our cars. We're priced fairly for what they are, and they're really good products. And so, I choose to run it that way instead of doing these high elasticity activities that ruin residuals or destroy pricing in the future. And so we tend to keep a pretty even head on it.
Can I finally ask about magnets? How are you getting the supply that you need, and is that coming through?
4 or 5. Well, you guys are in the news cycle, so whatever raw or precious material that we source for, whether it's EVs or regular ice, ice uses a lot of magnets too. We've sourced with that in mind. So we've got a good sourcing plan. It's not that it's not challenging, but we've got good sourcing that we've had for from 3 to 5 years. That are long-term strategic sources that it's paying off, that approach.
And that was part of our conversation with General Motors President Mark Reuss. I have to say that it was an amazing race.
Yeah. It looked like you had an incredible setup.
It's like people just go from bar to restaurant to bar, sort of dotting the 14-kilometer course, watching these mega fast.
Do the fans stay up for 24 hours straight?
I think a lot of the fans actually do like 18 hours.
Okay.
That's what I did.
Okay.
And it's so crazy. Ferrari ended up winning because I think they got kind of an advantage. There's this balance of performance rule where the organizers let them have more horsepower and less weight. So if you take them out, the Cadillac actually finished second behind number 6 Porsche.
That's like the MSCI World Index ex-US,
Is that
I'm just trying to relate it to markets somehow.
All right, yeah, let's bring it back to markets with the tariffs. For a look at those tariffs and how they're impacting different automakers, we're joined by Bloomberg's Detroit Bureau Chief, David Welch. And David, the interesting thing that I got speaking to Jim Farley there, as well as Mark Reuss, is that some automakers are getting like a $5,000 bill per car from the tariffs. Some are only paying $1,000, and so they can afford to raise pricing less. Are we going to see a shift in market share because of this?
If companies that are getting hit with tariffs harder have to raise prices to deal with that, then we would, right? Consumers are already paying pretty high prices, historically speaking, plus we have high interest rates. There's only so far they're going to go with their monthly payment. So if you're somebody like Hyundai and Kia bringing in a lot of vehicles from Korea, Toyota brings in a lot from Japan, and remember, a lot of the vehicles made in Mexico are actually not USMCA compliant because of their pricing content, so they get hit with more tariffs. That's not GM, Ford, Stellantis for the most part. All of those companies facing a tougher tariff regime may have to raise prices at some point, and I think that would upset the market share too, especially if GM sticks to its guns, as Paul Jacobson, the CFO, told us last week, and as Reuss told you over the weekend, and they don't raise prices, they can gain some market share here.
David, what's your take as, you should be a skeptic as a journalist, right? And you are, but Cadillac had an amazing, really an historic lockout of the front row there, and does it change the way people perceive of the brand? Because typically I think this is like my grandfather's luxury car, right? But here they are in hypercar with 1,000 horsepower, just,
Mustang droppar med 50 poäng.
An iconic track. Is that really important for them?
I've always been skeptical of how much
33-23. Ja, det är långt ner dit då, Tim.
It depends on how hard General Motors wants to push Cadillac into Europe. I think that's where Le Mans and a lot in that racing circuit really helps more. And they do want to sell their EVs in Europe. It'll give them a halo.
Det stämmer, Tim, med headshot.
So I think for people who are really into cars, it absolutely could help them. But it's just part of a long-term brand building and comeback for the Cadillac brand. Their sales have been up, particularly with their EVs, so there's a little bit of momentum behind Cadillac right now, and this could help in, rebuilding a brand from, like you said, your grandfather's car, or just, kind of second fiddle to the European luxury brands sold in the U.S. It takes a long time to rebuild that, and I think that's the road they're on.
All right, David, great to speak with you. That is Bloomberg's David Welch with the latest on the auto industry. And coming up, Airbus making news at the Paris Air Show with a pair of orders from Saudi Arabia worth $17 billion. We head to Paris next. This is Open Interest.
Det er nok ikke så dumt, Marsko. Det gir null mening det der. Nasdaq bare går hver eneste dag.
Bringing you up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Luanda, Angola, and this is Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizon Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherry Young in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradwatts here in Sydney where the trading day begins.
Gull kan falle ned til I dag 3389-ish.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade.
Der ligger det 93 og 89, mellom der ligger det bra støtte før det eventuelt faller videre.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Open Interest. A check on stocks at session highs. The S&P 500 above 6,000, up 0.8%. A lot of that strength is coming from big tech, Nvidia, Meta, Microsoft. The list goes on, and you can see that reflected in the NASDAQ 100, up by more than 1% now, just 22 minutes into this Monday trading session. Matt Miller, but I got to shout out the small caps because they're also putting up a fight. The Russell 2000 up about 0.9%. We'll see if that holds.
Yeah, Dow Jones Industrial Average adding 346 points
what does that
to 42,543. Who cares, right? Who cares about the Dow when you have the Russell 2000?
Yeah, the small caps, the lifeblood of the American economy.
Let's get to the biggest stocks in the world. They are represented at the Paris Air Show. It is in full swing amid a very challenging environment for airlines. Bloomberg's Guy Johnson gets the trip to the French capital. He caught up with the Airbus CEO to talk about some of their headwinds.
We have plenty of contradictions to manage. We have a very strong backlog of signed contracts, customers expecting those aircraft to be delivered, so we have pressure on deliveries. We have a challenging situation for supply chain coming out of COVID, now with the uncertainties on trade and also on conflicts around the world. So we're pushing hard to be able to fulfill our obligations to our customers. They count on us, but it's an uncertain world.
Guy Johnson is live now at the event. I just missed him for dinner last night. Guy, we were like two ships passing in the night.
Or planes.
Or planes, exactly. Lost opportunity. But what do you know? What are you learning there?
Fy faen, Gull faller! I helvete!
So it's quite quiet. Unlike Le Mans, it is quite quiet here. I have to say.
Det er bra for oss da. Nå går vi pluss.
You've just had a big crash in India.
Det gir jo null mening. Jeg er glad for å tjene penger, altså, men det gir null mening. Det gir null mening. Nå er vi short, nå kan vi tjene en formue, men det gir null mening at Gull tryner med krig. At Nasdaq, som har overpriset til helvete, går på ny topp. Kan ikke ta det her seriøst. Det gir null mening. Det gir absolutt null mening. Nå tjener vi jo penger da, men det gir jo faen meg null mening. Dritbra Lost in Heaven. Det her er det dummeste jeg har sett. Jeg skal ikke klage, altså. Shorta Gull i krig, og så går det rett ned. Herregud. Men med et brus, jeg blir jo faen ikke overrasket. Lenger. Dette er det sjukeste jeg har sett.
Because the orders, I just heard from Guillaume Faury there, his order book is sold out as far as the eye can see. There's no problem selling aeroplanes. Demand is absolutely enormous right now. Everybody still wants to travel. You've got huge markets opening up. Demand is not an issue. So there's plenty of optimism the issue is fulfilling that optimism. It's how do I get the right parts right now? What's going to happen with tariffs? You try and buy an Airbus aeroplane in the United States right now, you're facing a 10% tariff. But it could be 20% next week, it could be 0 next week, it could be 50% in 2 weeks' time. They just don't know. And that also applies to engines. It applies to spare parts. It applies to so many things. And that's the challenge they face right now. So, yeah, there's lots of optimism. There's just huge challenges getting to that optimism.
Guy, thanks very much, Guy Johnson there. Well, I guess outside of Paris, but at the Paris Air Show. Our coverage will continue from there tomorrow, including interviews with the ESA Director and the U.S. Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy. The guy is wearing sunscreen. I really think he should get sunglasses, because the sun is just blaring, and then they have the lights on him. And
yeah, he can pull off aviators, too, so.
Yeah, especially there. Adam Hetz is going to join us next from Janice Henderson in the next hour to tell us what opportunity he sees in small caps. Then the CEO of multinational manufacturing logistics firm Flex joins us here on Open Interest.
Å, herregud. Det dummeste jeg har sett. Altså, jeg short som faen, men det bare sånn helt... Dette har jeg aldri sett før.
Nei.
Jeg skal bare holde shorten her, men dette gir null mening. Dette må bli århundredets boble. Jeg hadde en trader som skrev til meg i går, midt på natta. Han skrev kommer aldri til å gå short på gull i det makromiljøet vi er nå. Gå long på alle drops. Dollar i dass. Gull skal opp. Se hvordan det gikk. Rett ned. Han har tradet ganske mye da. Jeg bare jeg er short der. Men jeg hadde aldri shortet gull hvis ikke jeg hadde gått short før den krigen kom, så hadde jeg aldri shortet gull nå uansett. Så det er litt flaks den trading vi har nå. Er det ikke noe lyd fra meg nå?
Jo.
Ser du snakker, men hører ingenting. Det er rart med...
Dollaren er jo ned på 9,89.
DraftKings' solid standing in a booming sector gives them the luxury to play the long game.
Nei, det er null sens dette her, Dabba. Det er absolutt null sens, det vi ser nå. Vi får bare nyte det mens vi kan.
We don't feel like we need to cut costs because we're growing our revenue so much. We want to grow our revenue into our existing cost structure. And there's no need to reduce the cost as long as we're being efficient with what we have.
Men det kommer noen meldinger som gjør at droppet sånn.
Ikke noe jeg har sett. Nei, Luka, bare det at jeg sa det at det markedet her er veldig spesielt, for gull faller som en stein, og det skal egentlig ikke skje nå. Nå skal gull egentlig veldig opp. Og så fikk jeg en melding av en trader som skrev til meg natt, og sa det at kjøp gull. Og så ser du hva som skjedde med gull nå da. Det gikk jo til helvete her. Men jeg bare lurer på hva er det som kjører Nasdaq så jævlig. Hva er det med de AI-aksjene som gjør at folk kjøper de nå? Tror de at det er safe? Er det som er greia? Greit å kjøpe nå. Lost in Heaven. Det bare faller. Det er Nvidia som går 2% her da. Apple går 1%. Alle de 5 store Max 7-aksjene, holdt jeg på å si, de 7 aksjene, alle AI-aksjene går som faen.
CBS News spoke with the suspect's friend and roommate, David Carlson.
He was a very giving person. No one would think he's capable of this. And he lived his life like that. And he was a Christian, and he went to church every Sunday. Whatever this was, he kept it well hidden from his wife and all that.
I'm Peter King. Law enforcement officers flushed Vance Belcher out of the woods near his home in Grand Isle, Minnesota, about 60 miles from the crime scene. Minnesota State Patrol Lieutenant Jeremy Geiger.
The suspect crawled to law enforcement teams and was placed under arrest at that point in time.
Belcher's first court appearance is scheduled for this afternoon. He faces 2 counts.
Tok imot support på gult. Hvis den faller videre nå, så kan vi falle ned til Hvis den blåser forbi 383, så kan vi falle ned til 3348 faktisk.
After a fourth night of back-and-forth strikes that killed at least 8 people in Israel. CBS's Robert Berger reports from Jerusalem.
One missile crashed into a high-rise
De-escalate hostilities with Israel. Men det har ikke noen grunn til at nå skal poppe da. At de skal ta ned eskaleringen.
The conflict between Israel and Iran won't be the only one that comes up at the G7 summit of world leaders beginning today in Canada. CBS's Nancy Cordes is traveling with President Trump in Alberta.
They want to talk about the flailing peace talks between Ukraine and Russia and the ongoing uncertainties surrounding President Trump's tariffs, with a lot of the world leaders who are attending this summit still seeking trade deals with the United States.
Just in from Washington, the Supreme Court says it will hear arguments from a faith-based pregnancy center in New Jersey. It's challenging a state investigation alleging it misled people into thinking its services included abortion referrals. At least 5 deaths are now blamed on flash flooding triggered by terror.
Ja, Flippen, jeg skal ikke øke eksponeringen, for da sprenger folk kontoen, så jeg skal heller ta litt gevinster på en her. Jeg kan kun kjøpe på ditt, jeg kan ikke selge, for da ødelegger jeg kontoen. Så nå har vi liksom lært hvordan vi gjør dette her. Iran vil forhandle med Israel. Ja, Rushdie var på ballen allerede. Men Nasdaq skal ikke gå opp uansett, altså. USA ble fortsatt nedgradert for 3 dager siden av Verdensbanken med en vekst på 1,5% fra 2,8%. Moody's ned også på 3 uker siden. Det er ikke noen grunn til at USA går opp i det hele tatt. USA skal ned. Tariffen også med Kina er jo 3 ganger så høy. Folk har glemt det. Apple, dårlige marginer. Folk har glemt det. Apple opp 1% i dag. De skal flytte hele produksjonen sin til India. Og du får 25% høyere tariff til å flytte til USA. Ingenting av det der stemmer. Det er bare tull. Alle kommer til å få det rett i trynet. 100%. Det som kommer til å gå med som er faen antagelig, det er fortsatt olje, seismikk og industri. Det kommer til å stikke av.
The Trump family says it's launching a mobile phone company.
Eric Trump, one of the president's sons, will run the business called Trump Mobile, with a plan to build its own phones in the U.S. and maintain a call center. President Trump criticized Apple last month because it planned to make most of its U.S. iPhones in India and threatened a 25% tariff. Trump Mobile says 5G unlimited service through major carriers will cost $47.45 a month. And the plan is to release what's called a sleek gold phone.
Skriver sjeflippen.
Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Looking for some unique yard art? How about a 150 million-year-old dinosaur skeleton? It can be yours for a price. Sotheby's says it'll auction a Ceratosaurus specimen found in the earth near Bone Cabin, Corey, Wyoming in 1996. It's only the 4th of its kind and the first juvenile. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, good Monday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We are streaming live on YouTube as well, so you can go to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast Live. That's where you'll find us. Smart TV, Roku, all that kind of good stuff. You can search for Bloomberg Originals. That's where you'll find us there. A lot coming up today. We're going to kick it off with Ethan Bronner, Bloomberg News Israel Bureau Chief, to get the latest on the Israel-Iran attacks here. Headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal, according to the Wall Street Journal.
Frister å kjøpe gull her nå, altså.
Signals it wants to de-escalate hostilities with Israel and negotiate. Again, according to the Wall Street Journal, more reporting from Ethan Bronner coming up on that. David Gura, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. He's in Canada. He's at the G7. We'll get the latest reporting there. Phil Orlando, Chief Equity Market Strategist at Federated Hermes, will get his market call. And Ellen Wald, President of Transversal Consulting, she is one of our go-to voices on the global energy markets. I will get her thoughts right here, given some of the geopolitical issues in the Mideast. So a lot coming out in the next couple hours. We'll keep you posted on these markets, which are running. The S&P's up over 1%. We'll get John Tucker, a Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
All right, guys, and this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Commonwealth. Joined over 2,000 independent financial advisors who are taking control of their growth with advisor-centric support and future-ready technologies. Grow on your own terms with a partner dedicated to your success. Go to Commonwealth.com to learn how. Well, after Friday's sell-off, the major stock averages right now all 1% or higher. The S&P 500 remains just 2% below its record close, and 10 of its 11 major industry groups are higher, with the financials in the lead right now. Palantir Technologies, the best performing stock in the S&P 500, that was up close to 5%. And then you have Roku shares gaining after the company and Amazon Ads announced a partnership. Roku, one of the standouts, up close to 9% right now. Meantime, Russ Kostrich at BlackRock says the markets, they can push higher.
Look, I don't think it's a straight shut up from here, and I certainly don't think we're going to have a third year in a row where the S&P is going to be 20%. But can the market end the year higher? Yes, it can. And I think one of the main reasons is the odds of recession, that left tail risk, is a lot lower than it was 2 months ago.
Right now, the S&P 500, 63 points higher. That's up 1%, 6,039 in the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average of 432 points. The NASDAQ 100, 289 points higher, and that's up 1.3%. 10-year yield of 1 basis point. That is at 441. President Trump's shifting tariff policy starting to reach retailers. At Home Group filed for bankruptcy. The chain has more than 250 stores in the U.S. They sell everything from patio furniture to picture frames and washable rugs. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Happy Monday, Allison Paul.
Happy Monday, guys. Good to see you. Market Drivers is brought to you by IBKR. Will U.S. oil production exceed 13.4 million barrels per day for April 2025? At IBKR forecast trader, the yes was recently at 39%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. Last trading day for this contract is June 29th. Staying with oil for a second, Paul, as you point out, crude is now down by about 3.5% on the headline from the Wall Street Journal.
Ja, akkurat på støtten nå, så vi ser om vi klarer å bryte ned da.
With Israel, we'll get to that in just a moment. We do want to update you on some stocks on the move.
Så det bare.
Paul Sweeney, we're joined now by Bloomberg's Christina Aquino. Let's go to T-Mobile first. What's going on there?
Yeah, absolutely, Alex. T-Mobile, ticker TMUS. So earlier pre-market, those shares were actually down, but recovering now. That's up just.
Når jeg kjøper gull nå, så vil marginene bli bedre, for vi short. Så hvis dere noen gang bare glemmer å passe på marginene, så dere bare fuck, jeg får ikke ført over, så kan dere gjøre en transaksjon som mot den dere har. Så hvis dere long, så kan du sette en short, da nuller du posisjonen. Hvis du har short, så kan du sette en long, da nuller du posisjonen. Det har jeg gjort mange ganger. Hvis jeg bare, faen, jeg vet ikke hva som skjer, da bare setter den null. Det som viktig da, at du kommer deg ut av posisjonen før den drar deg helt feil vei. For det er også sånn typisk at du sitter feil vei lenge, og så bare, faen, ok, nå går jeg long, eller nå går jeg short, og så får du den i trynet i tillegg, så går det minus på shorten, og du går minus på longen, og så bare, og så tar du ut et tap, og så har du dårlige marginer i det du hadde før du satt den, så er det viktig å være litt bevisst, altså hvis du gjør en sånn hedge, så er det en hedge, det er ikke for oss å gjøre en lang transaksjon, det er en hedge.
Raised its net revenue and EBITDA guidance for the fiscal year in the current year, and that's after they already had a strong second quarter trading showing. So, this is their joint venture.
Trump skulle lansere en mobilselskap i dag da. Det blir moro.
Number of sports betting brands over there, including Ladbrokes and Party Poker. So both companies benefiting from that optimistic guidance.
All right, Insight, what's going on there?
Inside, ticker INCY, those shares doing
Ja, norsk, men Norge det betyr ingenting.
at the moment. So it's because of the drug makers.
Norge fjert. Jeg må ha mer brus, ass. Jeg drikker som brus.
Therapy to treat a blood disorder is impressing Wall Street analysts. So based on that study, it showed that there were no dose-limiting toxicities reported, and also 98% of the patients remained on the treatment. So analysts very optimistic about that. They got an upgrade at Stifel, and analysts there citing a best-case scenario from the data.
All right, thanks so much, Christine. Really appreciate it. Christina Aquino joining us from Bloomberg. For more conversations just like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere that you listen. So the market is moving on those Wall Street Journal headlines that potentially Iran is looking at de-escalate fighting with Israel. So we want to get right to that and go to Ethan Bromer. He joins us, Bloomberg News Israel Bureau Chief. Ethan, do we have any reporting on that headline? What do you know about that?
We have reporting from, I have been told confidentially or anonymously by Israeli officials for 2 days that the Iranians are eager to do something about it. We haven't put it on the wire because we haven't been able to confirm it, but there's no question that the Israelis are dominating the skies and dominating the panel for now, and it isn't surprising. On the other hand, the question is, what is
Ny topp på Nasdaq.
They've never agreed
For det gir jo mening.
enrichment of uranium on their land, and that is the sort of bottom line for both the United States and Israel. So a return to negotiation may mean nothing. We'll have to see what it means.
Ethan, what's the? I guess that kind of goes to the bigger question. I've heard some reporting over the weekend that maybe there's even a small chance of regime change there in Iran. That seems far-fetched. But have they been so embarrassed, the leadership of Iran, and dealt serious military setbacks that is even on the table?
Well, it's not officially on the table, right? It's in theory, it's kind of the grand dream of the Israelis that there would be a change of regime, because it's really not so much the ability of Iran to make a nuclear weapon that you can't remove. That knowledge exists and a lot of equipment is there. It's who's behind it, who's got the equipment, and the Israelis are desperate to have a regime, a government in office in Iran that is not dedicated.
Jeg sa Nasdaq på new high, så sa jeg, for det gir jo mening. Det er bare tull.
Well, that's actually quite significant, because if you read many of the research reports, they all point to if the end goal is regime change, then things could get really ugly. So if it's an unspoken goal, does that lead us then toward that scenario? And I mean really ugly in that, for example, Iran's not going to care anymore about sending oil to China. They're going to be doing something very different with their satellite individuals as well as their oil and gas infrastructure.
Look, I think you're right. I mean, we don't know where this is going, right? There's no question that if Israel really pushes the military side of it, it's possible that the Iranians would leave the non-proliferation treaty, that they would, go all out to make a bomb, go all out to be a rogue power. We don't know. The claim of the Israeli military and government right now is that this kind of military pressure could lead the regime to crack, and for those who want a different kind of government to rise up in the way that it happened in Syria. But, we have no idea if this is legitimate or correct.
Within Israel, Ethan, are folks surprised at all about the success that the Israeli military has had in such a short period of time. It seems to have really gone in there prepared on all fronts.
Look, you're right. I think people are, as Israelis, are very proud and a little shocked. I think the whole world is shocked that Israel did this on a Friday when it seemed almost certain that it wouldn't possibly do it before the Sunday negotiation round that was due in Oman. It was a huge surprise. They've been preparing it with enormous care. The penetration that Israel has in Iran is unbelievable. Right, their ability to sort of bring in all this equipment that took down particular launchers and also to kill particular people. It's been amazing. There's no question about it. Now, there's always this question of, is Israel getting cocky and too confident, and we shall see. But the music today is that this is really going well militarily. At the same time, 3, 4, 5, 6 people dying every day in this country from Iranian missiles has been pretty painful.
Do we know what the global support for Israel looks like outwardly and also on the background?
It's a good question. I mean, I think that it's a little unclear, because Israel was in the middle of this Gaza war that was angering the hell out of all kinds of allies. And so it was kind of in a bad mood about Israel. When this thing happened on Friday, I think it sort of took everybody by surprise. And generally the allies have said, and there was a statement, I think just today, by the chief foreign political officer of the EU, that Israel, that the Iranian nuclear program is a menace to the world. And Israel does have a right, but let's please wrap this up. It's kind of been the message. So far it hasn't been, end it, but it is let's move toward a diplomatic solution. And in theory, a diplomatic solution would be fine if the Iranians would agree not to enrich uranium on their soil. So far they haven't agreed to.
All right, Ethan, thank you so much. We really appreciate your reporting. Ethan Bronner, Israel Bureau Chief, Bloomberg News, joining us from Tel Aviv via Zoom. Again, the Wall Street Journal reporting that Iran may be open to de-escalation of tensions with Israel and maybe some negotiations ahead, according to the Wall Street Journal. Coming up, we're going to check in with David Gura. He's with President Trump in Canada at the G7 meeting. We'll get the latest reporting there. Phil Orlando, Chief Equity Market Strategist for Federated Hermes. He's going to join us as well. Is he buying this rally here? S&P up 1.1% this week.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash, and we're being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Paul, as you mentioned, oil falling, stocks rising as the journal reports Iran signaling against the Escalade. Down 3.4%, just about the same for Brent. Brent 71.71 a barrel, NYMEX crude 70.45 a barrel. And we have the major stock averages all above 1% right now. S&P 500 69 points higher. That's up just about 1.2%. The Dow is up 500 points. The Nasdaq 100 right now 312 points higher. That's a rise of 1.4%. Shares of NVIDIA most actively traded right now, up 1.7%. Victoria's Secret being targeted by another activist investor. They're seeking to shake up the business there. Barrington Capital Group building a stake of more than 1% in the lingerie retailer. Those shares right now up 3.5%. Drone maker Aero Group Holdings, they ended Friday with a gain of 140% day after raising $60 million in their IPO, and coming barely weaker stablecoin issuer Circle Internet Group surged 168.5% immediately following its 1.2%.
Klarte å morre med å krasje bilen.
Stocks at new public companies surging in the first sessions at the fastest pace in 3.5 years. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, thanks so much, JT. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out on YouTube as well as we are also on us, but one of Bloomberg is also in Canada.
Hvorfor gull faller? Sikkert på noen fredsforhandlinger, men det liksom ikke noen grunn egentlig. Hvorfor går Nasdaq så mye? Nasdaq går opp for opp 200 poeng her. Ja, men det går opp under AI. Det ikke noe nytt på AI i det hele tatt, så det bare tull alt sammen. Nasdaq går opp 300 poeng uten nyheter. Overpriset til helvete. Bare tull, vet du.
You know, the landscape, the geography is crucially important to this summit. So it's taking place in 3
Hører man ikke en dritt på grunn av radioen? Hakker hele tida? Jeg må fikse et eller annet, ass. Det den der PC-en min dritt. Jeg får en ny PC snart.
That intimate setting is going to give them an opportunity to kind of work together, talk informally, come to some sort of agreement, maybe not come to agreement on a communique like you just mentioned, but find some areas of agreement and kind of joint declarations that they can make while they're here. I should say it's a new group of world leaders than the last time the G7 was here in Canada. Emmanuel Macron of France is kind of the only person who was there last time in 2018, along with President Donald Trump. So it's a chance for these world leaders to get to know each other at a time when there is so much going on in terms of geopolitics and geoeconomics as well, and certainly what's happening in the Middle East is looming large. If not on the official agenda, Alex, it's certainly what's being talked about on the sidelines here. And again, Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, is really trying to have bilateral meetings with each of the members of the G7 and other world leaders he's invited here as well.
David, President Trump, obviously not a fan of globalization. I think it's fair to say America first types of policies.
De har holdt på hele dag uten å krangle.
And what do you think his agenda is?
I think he recognizes the power that he has here on that side of geoeconomics especially. So of course, the world has been shaken, the kind of geographical, geoeconomic firmament has been changed radically by his trade policies. He recognizes that and knew coming into this event that there was going to be kind of a keenness from each of these world leaders to meet with him one-on-one, to talk trade policy, talk about the tariffs that are currently paused as we get closer to the end of the pause that the president has put in place. So it's a recognition of his own power, but you're absolutely right to point out, Paul, this is an event. Events like these are ones that President Trump historically dislikes. He doesn't like all of the meetings and plenaries and seminar-style meetings that they have to have over the course of these 2 or 3 days. That remains the case, but I think that he recognizes the fact that he and that America First ethos, that brand that he's projecting, is something that's very much in focus and that all of these leaders cares about. So they'll be trying to kind of get him on the sidelines of these meetings as well, to talk about trade, to talk about other matters of policy, and maybe to try to pull him into some sort of wider agreement when it comes to the message they hope to send to Israel and Iran to kind of diffuse the conflict that's taking place there.
Well, speaking of, does Israel-Iran change any of the conversations? Does it heighten or change the topics of some of these conversations?
We heard from a lot of world leaders as they made their way here. They issued statements about the conflict, and they talked about the need to de-escalate that conflict. We heard from Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, last night. It's something that she...
Nå sier RBC sier at de forventer et krasj i markedet på opp til 20%. Det har vi hørt nå i 2 måneder. Markedet går bare på all time high snart. Ja, det går bra med modern. Takk som spør.
Widely shared as a good idea by a lot of these world leaders, seeing the prospects that oil prices could go up, they're kind of pausing that effort. So that certainly changed something that was in fact on the official agenda going into this. Again, that effort to lower that cap.
And David, just as you know, recently, just in the last several minutes, the Wall Street Journal
Iran
may be open to
intentions
in that part of the world, and so we've seen stocks trade up, and then oil trade down by about more than 4% here, suggesting that there may be some peace, maybe sooner rather than later. Is that made its way to your part of the world in the discussions there?
Well, we're going to listen closely when
Se Nasdaq har fytti
in just a few minutes they're going to have a bilateral meeting. They'll open that up to press at the beginning.
Skal vi gjøre med Nasdaq nå?
There's some remarks on the path forward there, but what we heard from President Trump as he left Washington yesterday before he got on Air Force One was again his call for diplomacy as a solution.
Ja, men så seriøst, hva skal man gjøre for noe? Altså, det blir bare nedgradert hver eneste dag, og det går jo faen ikke ned.
Får det trynet etter hvert.
Altså, de smarteste menneskene i verden sier selv nå. De sier selv, 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 selv. Og det går bare opp, 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 opp. Ja, han gjør det hele tiden.
All right, David, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. David Gura, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. Let's get to the markets here with the S&P up over 1%. Phil Orlando, chief equity market strategist and head of client portfolio management at Federated Hermes, joins us. So, Phil, I was out Friday. If I pretended Friday didn't happen, the equity market's in the exact same place it was when it closed on Friday. What do I make of that when there is actual severe geopolitical risk out there?
Hun bare, hva det som skjer? Det full krig, markedet går opp.
As your previous guest just talked about, I guess there's an assumption that as dissettling as the Israeli attack of Iran was, maybe Iran, this is going to force them to the bargaining table, point number one. Point number two, look at what transpired in the energy market. That in the first 4 or 5 months of the year, crude oil went from $80 a barrel down to $55. Then we spiked up to $77 on Friday, and now we're back down to $72. And if you think about what's gone on behind the scenes, we were talking about this at our morning meeting today. Over the last couple of months, the Saudis spurred OPEC to sort of oversupply the market with a lot of crude oil in each of the last 2 or 3 months. In the United States, very quietly, we have increased the size of our strategic petroleum reserve from 350 million barrels at the beginning of the year. We're now a little over 400 million barrels, I think on our way back to peak capacity at about 720 million barrels. So you wonder whether or not the United States and the Saudis anticipated what transpired on Friday, or maybe had advance notice that something might happen, and it might not be a bad idea to, make sure that there's some crude on hand in case there is some problems with the Straits of Hormuz, or Iranians take their oil off the market, or whatever. And it looks like things are reasonably stable, and so as a result, the market's sort of bouncing back today, with the benefit of having had the weekend to think through last Friday's development.
Phil, it's been, if you look at the chart of the S&P 500 year to date, talk about a V bottom and recovery here, like we should talk about for the economy. I don't know. I was kind of surprised that we went down as much, and now I'm equally surprised that we came back as much and how quickly it all happened. You're an old pro. What do you make of what we've seen year to date?
Markets tend to overshoot on both sides, and we were disappointed with the market's response to the Liberation Day chaos. But look, frankly, the Trump administration did a poor job in orchestrating the implementation of that tariff announcement. So the market, in the absence of any knowledge, responded appropriately, down 15% in the space of a week. And then once we had a better sense of how that was going to work, along with how is the economy doing, the market rebounded back to what we felt were more reasonable levels of valuation. Remember, Paul, we talked about this down in Washington a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
Our full-year forecast for the S&P this year is still 6,500. We're sitting now a little bit over 6,000, so we've still got 500 points, maybe 8 or 9% of potential appreciation over the course of the back half of the year. So there's more room for the market to continue to grind higher if the fundamentals continue to fall into place.
What's the safety right now? Are bonds portraying the safe haven bid, or does it have to be gold?
Well, gold's been the safe haven play for a while, and given any concerns about geopolitical risk or inflation, gold is the play. And so having a little bit of gold in your portfolio, I don't have any problem with a client taking that position. But certainly, if you think that there's going to be slower economic growth, certainly bonds should rally. Treasuries historically are a great safety play. We think that Treasury yield benchmark 10s are probably going to grind down towards 4% over the balance of the year. So I don't have a problem with investors holding both Treasuries and gold as sort of safe havens, given the complete uncertainty and volatility of what we've watched over the last 72 hours.
Phil, thanks so much. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Phil Orlando, he's the Chief Equity Market Strategist and Head of Client Portfolio Management at Federated Hermes, joining us there. We spoke to Phil when we were down in Washington a few weeks ago. He was there as well. Markets ripping, and oil continues its sell-off, Alex, off 4.5% here. WTI crude oil now below 70.
I mean, you have to wonder, though, off 4.5%, if you're baking in like 10% geopolitical risk premium, like, do you really need to unwind all of that yet? And how much should you keep? What I can tell you is if you're a producer, you would definitely want to be hedging your oil supply as of Friday.
Yep.
We'll see if that actually winds up happening. We're going to talk more about this with Alan Wald, president of Transversal Consulting, the impact of what's happening with Iran and Israel, and potential headlines here from the Wall Street Journal about Iran wanting to de-escalate Israel, and lots of questions as to what it winds up meaning for the oil market, and particularly who has the spare capacity. Is it really Saudi Arabia or the U.S.?
Holder shorten fortsatt, gjør ikke noe.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom, with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Oil prices giving back some of their initial surge, and we have stocks pushing higher right now. It comes on this journal report that Iran wants to cool things off in the back and forth attacks with Israel. 10 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, they are higher right now. But then it's energy, the decliner, those oil prices.
Kan gull falle litt, da?
We have Brent, the international benchmark for oil. That is down right now 4.1%, down $3.13 at $71.13 a barrel. American Express planning updates to its travel-focused platinum credit cards, calling it the largest investment ever in a card refresh. And the Federal Reserve concludes its two-day meeting tomorrow, Wednesday. It's expected to hold rates steady, though there could be some change in tone about possible future cuts at Jerome Powell's press conference that follows that meeting on Wednesday. Robert Dishner is with Neuberger Berman.
We're still of the belief the Fed's going to cut twice this year. The forecast may move down to one cut this year, but does then the Fed give the market something for next year? Do they increase that to 3 cuts next year?
Right now, the S&P 500, 68 points higher. That's up 1.1%, 6,045 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 454 points. And the Nasdaq 100 is...
Nå går det veldig tregt. Nå sitter bare og venter, basically, for liksom ikke gjort så mye her nå.
Showing ads inside of its WhatsApp messaging service. The ads will appear, yeah, exactly. The ads will appear on WhatsApp app's update tab. That's such the app that's separate from the user's
Fortsatt krig.
private conversations.
And
you're
Men ikke mye.
put ads on this?
I mean,
Come on.
no.
Or you're monetizing it,
No.
John. They're monetizing.
But yes. Okay, but no. All right, JT, thanks a lot. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We cover everything from business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies, 130 industries all around the world. As John was just talking about, taking a look at the oil market, crude prices down by about 3.7% on the news from the Wall Street Journal that perhaps Iran is open to de-escalation with Israel. Let's get more on this with Ellen Wald, president of Transversal Consulting, joining us. Ellen, what kind of risk premium should be in the market for at least the short term?
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised between like $2 and $4, kind of vacillating a bit. I mean, we're definitely in a situation of much higher risk than we were last month. But we have seen similar-ish situations before, and that's kind of the risk premium we saw. I do think that it does depend a lot on what happens in the Persian Gulf, other countries' reactions to it, and also, but it does seem that Iran continues to have the ability to export oil, and that's really what matters for oil prices, whether or not these supplies are disrupted. If they're not, then really it's just a risk premium. It's going to go up and down. I wouldn't be surprised if we see insurance rates for tankers go up, and that can also impact prices as well. But at the same time, it's just, I think we're kind of in the range of maybe $3 or $4.
The Straits of Hormuz, that's never been closed down in the past. Is the market, as far as you can tell me, you talk to people in the industry, are they believe that is still going to be the case? That's still going to be, you're able to get your oil in and out of the strait?
Yeah, I think what's going on is people are very jittery, and every time there's any kind of military action in the Persian Gulf, that's kind of the worst case scenario that everyone jumps to. And I think a lot of that is a holdover from the 73 oil shocks, where oil was embargoed, and also from the Iran-Iraq war, where there was this tanker war, and essentially the U.S. military had to escort oil tankers out of the Persian Gulf to ensure their safety. I don't think that we have the same dynamic now because, first of all, China is a really big player. China is basically their largest customer. Asia is now the largest customer for these Persian Gulf producers. That includes Iran and Saudi Arabia and other ones. And you don't want to kick the nest when it comes to China. China is not going to like it if their ships are disrupted, if their access to oil is disrupted. And so they will put economic pressure to cool things down and to make sure that their economic needs and desires are protected there. So I think that's a new factor now that we haven't seen, that we didn't see in previous years. Mm-hmm. There's also a matter of, can they physically actually close the Strait of Hormuz? I would argue that it's not as easy as it seems, or as they say. They can definitely threaten ships, which can also be pretty bad, but you can't actually close it. Iran's not the only country that has ownership over the waters there, and you can actually reroute ships into waters, into Emirati and Omani waters. It would take some time, and during that logistical, inter period, it would be, we'd see higher oil prices, but I do believe it would work itself out in the end.
And there are some spare pipeline capacity through Saudi Arabia and the UAE to bypass the strait, but it is still relatively limited. Do we have a good sense as to whether Israel truly wants to strike oil and gas facilities? I mean, I know over the weekend we did see some of that, but nothing that truly disrupted production.
Right, and I think that's interesting. I think they're really walking a very close line because all of the facilities that they hit 2 gas processing plants in the South Pars gas field. They hit a fuel depot outside of Tehran, and they hit an oil refinery. And those all have domestic impacts because Iran doesn't export its natural gas. It uses it only for electricity domestically. Iran has to make all of its own gasoline, etc. So you can see that their strikes are designed for maximum domestic effect, and that they have not touched Kharg Island, which is where the 90% of Iran's exports are loaded into tankers, and they haven't touched anything that would impact Iran's exports. Now, the question is, how long can they not touch them, either by accident or because the exports are a primary source of Iran's funding? And at a certain point, you got to go after their funding. And so I think that right now it's not on the table, but if there isn't any kind of resolution to this, I wouldn't be surprised to see them at least threaten it diplomatically or someone down the road.
Ellen, aside from the geopolitical risk there, what is underlying demand? What are the assumptions for underlying demand for the rest of the year for oil and gas?
It's a good question. I think we're in a pretty good demand situation. I do think everyone's a little bit nervous about whether or not there might be a recession or not. In that case, demand could go down, but otherwise, demand seems pretty stable. I think there can be some variation depending on what happens in China or India, but in general, demand's pretty stable. Supply looks good as well. I don't think we're not in an oversupplied situation. at this point, or like not a massive oversupply situation, but likewise we're not undersupplied either. And so I think prices seem to be pretty good for where they are. And I don't think, unless, I don't think that this issue in the Middle East, provided that it remains within kind of the confines where Iranian oil exports aren't hurt and Iran doesn't try to obstruct any other oil exports, then I don't see that we shouldn't really hit $100 a barrel, for example, because of this. I think that's not realistic.
So different than what we would have seen 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Ellen, before we let you go, what are the Saudis doing right now? How are they involved or not in these discussions?
The Saudis are probably involved. I wouldn't be surprised if they're talking to Russia, because they're very keen. They'd love to be, help broker some sort of a deal here. They are privately very happy that Israel attacked Iran's nuclear facilities. They don't want Iran having a nuclear weapon either, but they're not going to say that out loud. In private, in public, they are condemning Israel's attacks. But basically, I'd say they're focused on keeping their oil supplies, going and kind of to have a low profile.
All right, Ellen, thank you so much. We appreciate it. As always, Ellen Wald, president of Transversal Consulting and a senior fellow with the Atlantic Council. We're going to continue our global energy discussion, much to the delight of Alex Steele. We're going to Vince Piazza, Bloomberg Intelligence. He does the energy thing there, too. He covers all the big energy stocks, so we'll get his thoughts on what's happening here. Again, we've got WTI crude oil off about 3.7% here, trading around $70 a barrel. We did break below $70 for the West Texas crude. We'll have more coming up. This is
Normalt sett hadde jeg satt en short nå på Nasdaq, men jeg gjør det ikke. Shorten her nå på 40. Nei, jeg hadde shortet normalt sett, men jeg gjør det ikke nå. Ikke noe det her gir mening. Men jeg hadde shortet Nasdaq nå. Nei, jeg gjør det ikke.
Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, happy, what day is it? Monday. Monday. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business and finance and economics. Yes, Paul?
We do have Thursday off.
We do have Thursday off.
Just a reminder.
But then we're back Friday, so is this Monday or is it Tuesday?
Oof.
Maybe it's Tuesday. It's hard to say. What I can tell you is that commodities are still definitely a hot topic. We have crude off by over 3%. And the headline that potentially Iran is looking to de-escalate with Israel, that comes from the Journal. Joining us now is Vincent Piazza, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Equity Research Analyst. Vincent, first off, if I'm an oil producer, am I hedging right now?
Well, you're pretty much down about 4% from where you were, but I think we are somewhat overconfident that this is going to get resolved. I mean, all I can tell you here is that the volatility should remain, and we're heading into the summer drive season, a very important time for products, whether it's on-road gasoline or diesel, very crucial period from a demand perspective. But volatility seems to be the it word for the day. And when we think about this latest incursion, we've had 4 days of volley of missiles. And if you were to tell me 10 years ago that we'd actually be down week over week, I would be somewhat shocked and surprised. But this is where we are.
How much? What does Iran do with its oil, Vince, if there's all these sanctions and so on?
Well, they've been living under sanctions for a while now, right? And they still export the stuff. So it's what has been hit right now has been their domestic capacity, right? So they still have the capability to export their product, and I think it'll be very unusual and very difficult for any country to stand on the sidelines if that export capacity is derailed in any way. And so I think the free movement or the relatively free movement of product along the energy value chain, I don't think that gets touched. But it doesn't mean that you don't have what I would call a permanent risk premium at this point, because if you think about what goes into chartering a ship, it's not just the oil, the cost of the oil, it's everything else. It's the insurance, it's the capacity to charter the actual ship itself, it's the security that is needed to protect the vessel. So we're talking about a permanent risk premium at this point, because it seems that we have changed the narrative now. This isn't just about a conflict done via proxy. It is now a direct conflict between two parties that truly despise one another.
Well, okay, so then going back to the oil producer situation, oil producers don't like low prices. They also don't like volatility, and the volatility is literally off the charts. Well, off the charts from like the last 10 years in the last few days. So as an oil producer, what am I doing right now to protect myself and then also take advantage of the price spikes?
Well, the one thing you have to consider is just looking at it from a U.S. perspective. The balance sheets of many of these producers are in much, much better shape to take on the volatility, okay? And so while they may not be as hedged as they were, say, 10 years ago, the balance sheets are in much healthier positions where the maturities aren't as significant within a one-year period as they were many, many years ago. So they're in much better financial shape to take on more risk exposure. So you don't see aggressive risk management here. Now, that $70 handle, that's where we are right here. That feels pretty good when you think about 2025 programs that are written. You have, gas closer to $4, and there seems to be a shift in what producers are actually drilling up. So I don't really see them jumping out and trying to hit this price in order to maximize cash flow at this point, number one. Number two, I think we've lived through a period of several years where there wasn't a great deal of volatility aside from COVID, right? So, these producers are doing what they have telegraphed they would do, and that is a very disciplined approach to production. They weren't growing production a hell of a whole lot, so it doesn't necessarily mean they had to jump out on the hedging curve to lock in. So I think they're more than willing to sit back and wait and see and try and read some of the tea leaves here for the most part. But I just really am shocked that this morning we woke up and we were +8, and now we're down 3. And it just seems unusual for me at this point to really rationalize that. I wish I could, but I really can't.
All right, Vince. Thanks so much. We appreciate it. Vince Piazza, Senior Equity Research Analyst, who covers all the oil and gas stuff for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us via Zoom, so we appreciate that. President Trump is participating in a bilateral meeting with Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, at the G7 meeting in Canada. So if there's any live comments, we will take them for you live here. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next half hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now. S&P 500 up 68 points, 1.1%. The Nasdaq's up 295 points. That's 1.5%. How about that? Bitcoin higher, 107,500 for crypto.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, happy Monday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We got an hour lined up for you. President Trump is participating in a bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister of Canada at the G7 meeting in Canada. We're going to monitor that and take any important comments for you as they cross. We'll also get the update from on the ground with David Gura. Also, Michael McKee will be joining us from D.C. He's already there in preparation of the Fed meeting announcement coming out on Wednesday. We're going to check in with him. Plus, Ned Lazarus is Associate Professor of International Affairs at George Washington University for his latest thoughts about what's happening between Iran and Israel in the Middle East. And Sid Phillip, Deputy Team Leader for Global Aviation, is in Paris for the Paris plane show?
Air show.
Air show, thank you. Plane show fell off. About the latest.
Planes that fly in the air.
Planes that they do fly in the air. Sure. Yes, they have the turbines. Anyway, he'll give us the latest on what's happening there, particularly as it unfolds with Boeing and Airbus orders. But we're going to kick it all off for you right now with John Tucker and Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks are rising and oil and gold prices, they are falling. The fears of a wider conflict between Israel and Iran seem to be subsiding. At least the Wall Street Journal was reporting Iran may want to de-escalate. Cameron Dawson at New Edge Wealth says oil prices will determine the investors' appetite for risk at this point.
The path of oil prices will be the determinant as to whether or not this geopolitical event gets contained. So right now we're seeing relief in oil prices and reversing some of the gains we saw last night, which just suggests that market can breathe a sigh of relief.
Right now, Brent down 276, that's down about 3.7%, 71.52 for the international benchmark. And S&P 500, 69 points higher after Friday's sell-off. It is up 1.2%, 6,046 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 460 points. The Nasdaq 100, 320 points higher. That is up 1.5%. Sarepta Therapeutics reporting a second patient died of acute liver failure. This will be treated for its gene therapy for a rare muscle disorder. And Sarepta shares, this is one of the standouts on the downside, 47% lower right now. Are you safe with two-factor authentication when you log into your accounts or various sites?
No, I bet you're not.
When companies generate messages with one of these so-called two-factor authentication codes, they almost never send them directly. Instead, they outsource the job. And so the codes pass through a thicket of intermediaries before they arrive at their destinations, and those intermediaries can see what it is that you're sending. Fascinating story on the Bloomberg today. So, you know.
I just get so frustrated when they don't have the face thing, like going to one of my apps and I have to enter stuff. Like, doesn't everybody have the face recognition technology?
Yeah, but the problem is, if you're like me and you did your face recognition with your makeup on, when you take it off, they don't know who you are.
Oh, that's so. It doesn't really necessarily pay to take care of your face, does it?
You have to invest in your face.
Wow, John Tucker. It's all the makeup. That's the problem.
Okay. That's your market update. I'm John Tucker. Back to Alex and Paul.
All right, JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside Alex Steele. We're joined by Bloomberg's Christina Aquino. Christine, what are you looking at?
Looking at ConocoPhillips this morning, Paul. Yeah, energy, a big decliner today. As John Tucker mentioned, oil is down. WTI crude down more than 3% at the moment. And so ConocoPhillips, ticker COP, leading the declines in energy. Shares are down more than 2%. And that is its first decline in 7 sessions, by the way. And so the latest on that front, of course, is developments over the Iran-Israel conflict. So earlier we got the Wall Street Journal reporting that Iran has signaled it wanted to de-escalate hostilities with Israel. And so just before I came in here, Reuters was reporting as well, Iran is seeking for President Trump to press Israel for an immediate ceasefire and is offering flexibility in nuclear talks. So big developments there potentially.
Very interesting. Yeah, you definitely have some of the pure plays. And I say pure plays, but Conoco does have a huge gas business. They've been pivoting, etc. But that's a good barometer for what's happening in the oil price. All right, let's go to AMD.
AMD, yeah. So the flip side, that's leading gains in semiconductors today. So ticker AMD shares are up more than 8%, 9% now at the moment. So just really accelerating those increases. And so, you know, we have Piper Sandler raising their price target for that company to $140 from $125 currently. And so that implies a 21% increase from current prices, and that's because analysts are saying that some of the products they unveiled last week were positive, and they expect a snapback for the graphics processing unit business in the fourth quarter.
And wrapping it up with Meta.
Meta, ticker META, that's also having a nice gain at the moment. Shares are up more than 3%, and that's because we just got news that its WhatsApp product will now start showing ads
no, I don't like this.
in its updates tab. I know, as I'm also a WhatsApp user, not particularly happy about this, but they are monetizing that platform. So in addition to ads, by the way, they're also going to let channel operators sell subscriptions. So basically, they can create special messages, they can create channels, create special messages, and then charge for content they will deploy just for people who subscribe to their channels. Now, the plan is for Meta to not take a cut of the subscriptions sold through the app at launch, but they will eventually take 10% of the
Well, when
sales.
we bought this thing, it was like 8 years
Oh my
ago
God,
or
no, it was
something.
more. I was just thinking the same thing. It was more than that.
More than 8?
So it was at least 10
10.
plus years ago. Remember, it was like 7 people worked there.
Yeah, exactly. They got like $2 billion for it, and we kept saying, when are you guys going to monetize this thing? And they kept saying, we will, just let us get bigger and bigger and bigger. 10 years later, here we are, trying to monetize it after spending that kind of money. So good stuff there. For more conversations like this, Christina Aquino, thank you so much. We appreciate that. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers Report. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. So we were doing the ConocoPhillips story.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't paying attention when I was just going down this ConocoPhillips rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
And I really, Hess is still a standalone publicly traded company?
Oh, yes.
I thought they were acquired by someone.
Okay. Okay, so here's the deal. So
explain.
Chevron, I'll explain y'all. Chevron made a bid for Hess. Hess agreed. It looks like it's all going to be awesome. They're going to merge, etc. But then Exxon now is, the case is in arbitration. Exxon says, no, Chevron, you can't buy Hess because Hess and Exxon have a part of the Guyana oil fields that they share. And they say by right of first refusal, Exxon should actually be, has to be wooed over in these talks. Chevron's like, what are you talking about? You didn't want to buy the company. We're not buying just the asset. We're buying the entire company. Therefore, you have no rights. And that's an arbitration. It should be decided relatively soon.
Så logger man ut inn og ser hva som skjer. 2 sekunder.
Yeah, when I saw the Hess public trade, I was like, wait a minute, there's a deal there. So, okay, that explains it.
Did that help?
That very helpful. Very helpful.
Could have been clearer.
All right, let's go out to Alberta, Canada. We find David Gurr. He's with the G7 conference, out there. David Gurr, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. David, I mean, anytime the G7 gets together, big news, big to do, but maybe in this case a little bit overshadowed by what's happening in the Middle East. To what extent
Da var det noe gærent, da.
Between Israel and Iran kind of creeping into the G7 agenda?
Yes, there are two big shadows here. Let me start with that one. And so we saw world leaders coming here discussing the conflict in the Middle East, issuing statements and kind of encouraging both sides in that conflict to de-escalate, to create room for some sort of diplomatic solution. We know that those conversations are continuing among these world leaders on the sidelines of the G7. There are working group sessions that are
normalt på å dø av sult her.
dominate those sessions
Normalt.
as well. The other thing overshadowing a lot of what's on the agenda here are trade talks and sort of what these countries are saying to the U.S. about a path forward here in terms of trade deals and trade negotiations. And I should say, as we're speaking, a bilateral meeting is getting underway between President Trump and his team and Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada and his team. And you look at who is staffing that meeting, and you have the entirety almost of President Trump's economic team there. So there's an awareness on the White House's side that so many of these countries have come here to talk about trade, to talk about a path forward, because as much as they hope to cover during the course of this weekend, July 9th is a deadline that's looming very large here. That's when the pause that the president put in place is scheduled to lift on a lot of those tariffs. And so the countries who are here want to try to make some inroads with the U.S. while they can on the sidelines of this event.
What can we expect from this bilateral meeting between the Prime Minister of Canada as well as President Trump? It's reportedly happening now.
Yeah, happening now in Kananaskis. And so you go back to the meeting that these two leaders had in the Oval Office, and Prime Minister Mark Carney got a lot of praise for how he handled that. It was not a contentious meeting. It was not anything like we saw with President Trump and President Zelensky. And so I expect they're going to talk trade. They're going to talk about the economic relationship. They're going to talk about security as well. And we'll see after that if there's any sort of statement from Prime Minister Mark Carney, if there's any sort of readout. We have gotten them from the other bilateral meetings that he's had thus far, and I should say he's going into this really wanting to meet one-on-one with all of the leaders he's invited here, both the members of the G7 and others that he's invited who aren't part of that group but are significant players in terms of geoeconomics. So we'll see shortly sort of what they cover, but the meeting's scheduled to last about 45 minutes and is one on a very busy agenda for both of these world leaders.
Dave, and often at times at these types of conferences where international leaders get together, like at the G7, at the end there will be a joint statement or a communique, maybe outlining kind of what they've agreed upon. Are they important, and are we going to get one this time?
Yeah, it increasingly feels like a thing of the past, Paul, and it used to be that it was just all but certain you'd get a document like that at the end of this, that all of these allies would come together and attach their signatures to it. Of course, that didn't happen in 2018 when the G7 was last in Canada, and that's kind of the thing that everybody's looking back toward. Is the thing that they want to avoid. They don't want to have a circumstance where the U.S. pulls out of that communique. So going into this, Prime Minister Mark Carney sort of divined that there wouldn't be one of those at the end of all of this. There will be statements among many of these nations on a variety of issues, if that's artificial intelligence, for instance, or critical minerals. And we'll see who signs on to each of them. But that kind of broad, all-encompassing statement very much is something that seems like a thing of the past, at least when you have President Trump back in the White House. It's just something that it seems too difficult to get everybody on board with, especially when you have the U.S., the Trump White House playing this very different role than we've seen in the past.
Well, that's what's so interesting, because usually for these bilateral meetings, the world leader comes to the Oval Office, and it seems like the manner is President Trump does his thing and then tries to disarm the leader. And then that sort of triggers whatever fallout it triggers, and how you handle that circumstances and how you manage Trump going forward. But we're not in his backyard. Like, we're in Canada at this point. It's not in the Oval Office. How does that put him in the center of the conversation?
Yeah, we have seen President Trump kind of roll out this tableau over and over again. He feels obviously very comfortable in the Oval Office, likes that scene when he and the world leaders sit side by side, and you have the press arrayed there, and kind of before the meeting there's a preamble and this opportunity for reporters to ask all manner of questions. Of course, that's not the way that it works here. This is foreign soil. He's in a place that's kind of unfamiliar to him, and he just doesn't have that kind of leg up that he would have in the White House. So, the hope here again from the Canadian side is that this is a beautiful place. They're staying at this lodge in a very remote place. That's going to be conducive to kind of casual or more informal talks among these world leaders. But we know that, as you say, we know what President Trump's approach is, and that's something that's really geared toward him controlling the situation, controlling sort of when the press is involved and sort of what he's able to say and how the other world leaders are due to respond. The bulk of these meetings are going to happen behind closed doors, and they're happening in a place where the press doesn't have a whole lot of access to the meetings anyway. So it's entirely different. It's not as performative, and we'll see sort of what tangible comes out of them.
From the U.S. side, David, is there expectation for any meaningful agreements to come out of it here? I'm just not even sure kind of what the agenda is when, again, President Trump is less inclined to work with others.
It's a great question. So going back to your first question, Paul, there is some hope among world leaders here. There could be kind of a unified statement when it comes to what's happening in the Middle East. Before that kicked off, before that conflict really escalated, there was a sense among the U.S. side that this would be a great forum at which the president could sit down with counterparts from around the world and talk trade and come up with these kind of skeletal deals, or at least paths forward when it comes to trade and tariffs. What we've seen sort of in the run-up to this summit is that being downplayed, that the likelihood of that happening is now greatly reduced. So I think there is hope among the U.S. side that maybe there could be sort of more progress on those negotiations, but again, they're sort of downplaying that we could see anything sort of concrete announced here over the course of the next 2 days.
All right, David, really appreciate it. Always lovely to get your perspective. Such great reporting and color on the ground. David Gura is correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. And this kind of sets the stage for any economic data we're going to get this week. We also have the backdrop of Iran and Israel. And then we got the Fed meeting that we will get any kind of announcement on Wednesday. Not a lot's expected, but I bet a lot is going to be talked about. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, joins us now from Washington, D.C. Okay, so just to be totally clear, no cut, nothing on Wednesday, right?
No cuts, nothing on Wednesday. It's not a question of what now, it's a question of what next and when. That's what Wall Street's going to try to divine out of this meeting, and they'll be looking closely at what we will get from the meeting, which is a new series of economic projections and a new dot plot. The Fed is looking at GDP right now, at least in their March SEP, of 1.7% this year, unemployment of 4.4%, both of those changing a little bit from what they saw in January, and then headline PCE rising to 2.7%, and core 2.8%. If any of those change, it will start to give Wall Street a different picture of how the Fed is thinking at this point. And then, of course, you look at the dot plot and see how many rate cuts they price in. Right now, Bloomberg Economics think they'll do one in December, and that's kind of the consensus of economists on Wall Street, even though the Fed funds futures price something in for October.
So, Mike, those levels you mentioned, GDP slowing, although still noticeably positive, inflation moving higher. Is the Fed comfortable with those ranges, do you think?
I think they're comfortable with those ranges, and we probably won't see them break out of them too much. They may have to acknowledge more of a slowdown in GDP in the second half of the year, although if you look at what we're getting from the Atlanta Fed GDP now for the second quarter, it's the mirror image of the first quarter. We get a big growth spurt in this quarter because of the rebound in trade. But if it's going to settle back in the second half of the year, then the question becomes, how far does it slow down? Does it slow down enough that the Fed thinks they need to move to keep the economy going? At this point, kind of the question is one that Bloomberg News just asked Wall Street economists, which was, how soon does the Fed think it will know enough in order to try to make a decision? Only 3% think in July or August, and 13% in September. You get 39% in October, and then 42% in the fourth quarter of the year. So everybody on Wall Street thinks the Fed is going to be kind of flying blind for some time. So even if we get some kind of clues out of this meeting, I'm not sure it moves the needle a whole lot in terms of investments.
One thing that has really changed in the last few days is what we saw with Iran and Israel, the spike in oil. Of course, a lot of that has retreated. It just adds another wrench. And I know you're going to say that the Fed looks through that stuff as temporary, and they look at the PCE, oil and gas and food, and I totally get that. but it does add a layer of uncertainty when it comes to inflation and inflation expectations on the consumer side.
Well, it does, for a couple of reasons. One, in terms of inflation expectations, if people think inflation is going to go up, then they may pull forward their spending, spend while they can before their dollars are worth less, or they may feel it'll put the economy into recession, and so they pull back on spending entirely. And it's not true that oil doesn't impact overall inflation. It obviously gets taken out of the core because it's volatile. But if it's up long enough, then it will have an impact on the prices of a lot of goods that go into making other things, chemicals and pharmaceuticals and things that use petroleum in their production processes. So it does add a layer of complexity to what the Fed's going to be looking forward to.
How's the Fed view the labor market, Mike? Because there's definitely some concerns out there. People have been reading a lot over the weekend about, the crackdown on illegal immigration really is impacting certain industries, and even President Trump is thinking about altering his policies a little bit. How does the Fed think about that dynamic in the labor market?
Well, the problem for the Fed is they know that if the labor force shrinks, it's going to cause problems, and it will probably push prices up, particularly if they deport a lot of people in the agricultural industries and there's nobody around to pick the vegetables. But the problem is you don't know yet the extent of that effect, and so they can't do much about it. They know something's going to happen, but they don't have a real defense against it at this point. And even if you're in a situation like that, even if you did move interest rates, it probably isn't going to solve the problem. So for them, it is one more layer of complexity. And the interesting thing is, too, in terms of where the economy goes from here, trying to figure out potential growth. If the labor force shrinks, then your potential growth is slower. So then the Fed might need to lower interest rates longer term. But again, it's something they're not going to know for a while.
Before I let you go, quick question. Is it going to be inflation or employment that's going to have the Fed more stressed?
Well, for right now, they're more stressed, I think, about inflation because the tariffs are getting near, and we're already seeing a few impacts. Even though inflation was tame in May, we saw some sectors that saw increases, and a lot of people at the Fed and economists on Wall Street are thinking we're going to see a lot more in July and August. So at this point, they're worried about that happening. They note that companies say they're holding on to workers right now because it was so hard to hire them coming out of the pandemic. The question is, do people start letting people go? And if some big companies do, there's then a dam break and a lot of people get put out of work, and then everybody calls for a recession.
So what's topic number one, Mike? Just as we sit back here, we're just here in the news area trying to process what's going on in the Middle East. But if you're the Fed, it's just focus on this economic data. That's still job one for them, right?
Short eller långgur är fortsatt short, men jag har lyst att köpa snart. Och så det gick ju meningen att det ska falla.
Saying we are responsible for inflation and we are responsible for employment, and that's all. We're not going to worry about other things. So everything that happens in the world, from tariffs to the Middle East, is all about how it rebounds onto the U.S. economy, what impact it has on inflation and unemployment. And not only does that keep them out of political trouble, talking about the big, beautiful bill, but it also admits that their power is limited in this case.
Yep, for sure. All right, Mike, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Mike McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. All right, let's take a look at these markets here. You're looking at an S&P that is still up by 1.1%. Want to get right to a Bloomberg Business Flash, and for that, we go to John Tucker.
And this is being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Well, Tehran signaling it wants to de-escalate hostilities with Israel, according to the Wall Street Journal. That is oil falling and stocks rising right now. The S&P 500 up 70 points, a rise of 1.2%. We're at 6,046 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 439 points. And the Nasdaq 100, 345 points higher. That is a rise of 1.6%. And crude oil Brent right now down 3.7%, 71.49 a barrel. Non-mixed crude also down about 3.7%. It's at $70.25 a barrel. Advanced Micro Devices, they're joining a pretty broad rally in the semiconductor stocks. Piper Sandler said products unveiled last week were positive, and they expect a snapback for the GPU business in the fourth quarter. And then you have Roku shares. They are gaining right now. Roku up about 8%. The company and Amazon Ads announcing a partnership. So advertisers are going to have access to more than 80% of U.S. households with connected TV through the Amazon marketing tool. And President Trump's family getting into the mobile phone business with a Trump-branded service. It's going to rely on pre-existing wireless networks and hardware that it says is made in America. And we check the markets for you all day long. Right here on Bloomberg Radio, I'm John Tucker. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Alex and Paul.
All right, JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, streaming live on YouTube as well, and also on your smart TV. All right, this is the gig here for the aerospace and airline industry. They get together every year, and they alternate between London, outside of London, and in Paris. Always in June, plenty of rosé flowing. How come they never meet in like Sheboygan in January?
I know, right?
So George Ferguson's over there. Every year I send him over there and he goes and I don't know. But that's where the big deals happen. I mean, some big orders. And right now, Airbus is dominating the story as it looks like Boeing is sitting out here as they deal with the crash of the Air India flight. Kate Duffy joins us, Bloomberg aviation reporter on this Paris Air Show. Again, I'm looking at your reporting, Kate, along with Sid and Lean. Airbus dominates air shows. Boeing sits out the order frenzy. Tell us about what Airbus is doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been a big win for Airbus currently in the show. So we've had order from Avilease, which have signed for some A350 freighters and A320 family jets. Also, Riyadh Air order for 50 Airbus wide-body jets. And LOT as well, a Polish airline, for 40 A220s. And as you say, Boeing has really stepped back from the Paris Air Show this year following the 787 crash last week. So far, no orders have been announced, and executives are really slim in attendance. Ortberg obviously cancelled, and they've rolled back any sort of commercial announcements as they focus on really finding out what happened with the Air India crash.
So how much of sort of Airbus's triumph is Boeing issues, like what we saw with the 787 and Air India, and how much of it is just like everything was kind of going in this direction anyway, and Boeing just has
Det spørs om vi treffer nivåer, Lukas. Hvis vi forsvinner under 380, så kan vi falle helt ned til 40. Men det står stille nå, ikke sant? Det skjer jo ingenting her.
What happened and executives taking the decision to not really take up the limelight this week just because
det har ikke skjedd noen ting på 3 timer nå.
The consequent deaths that did happen. So yeah, there could be orders further down the line, but at the moment their main focus is trying to sort out the situation in India.
So announcing big orders at these air shows is one thing. Actually delivering the planes is another. And it's not just Boeing that's got problems. Airbus has some production issues as well. Can you highlight kind of where Airbus is today in terms of their deliverables?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Airbus is also struggling just as much as Boeing is with the supply chain at the moment. It's something that's happening across all airlines. You know, they are struggling to get in these deliveries, and whether it be sort of wide bodies or narrow bodies, that is the real pinch point at the moment.
What do you think is, well, in general, I know this is the place where they unveil everything that's cool and it's always good, happy talk and all of that, but how is the aviation industry doing?
Aviation is doing well at the moment. I mean, what we're seeing here is a lot of eVTOL companies. That's the electric vertical takeoff and landing firms displaying and flying their aircraft around and having lots of interviews with the press. And that includes Vertical Aerospace and Archer. What we've seen is that they are particularly interested in sort of pointing their aircraft towards the defense sector and selling that to defense as they see sort of the growth in Europe that is coming from the defense industry. We're also seeing, as you say, lots of
vi må trekke en vinner da. Jeg satt en short her oppe på Nasdaq i det skjulte, så vi må trekke en vinner etterpå. Hvis det blir noe ut av den.
I might take a meeting if I'm an aerospace company.
Så må vi trekke inn vinner.
Because now it looks like they're going to have to spend more on defense. Germany and all the others.
Det skjer ikke en dritt her, men.
Taking place between, I don't know, the contractors themselves in various countries?
Yeah, there's lots of meetings taking place. I mean, we've seen executives on the ground, such as Airbus, Guillaume Faury, also Thales and Leonardo as well. What we're watching there, for example,
Jeg har satt en short her oppe, så vi ser om det blir noe.
Between those three and what could come of that. There's a huge space hub just further down the air show at the moment. So that's interesting. That's the first time that they've done it. We've also got the Ariane 5 on site. Lots of planes on display, people walking around private jets, people walking onto helicopters, and also sitting in the fighter jets too. But yeah, there are lots of business meetings happening. We're speaking to defence executives, they're meeting with other defence companies. There's lots of collaboration in Europe, there's lots of cooperation and partnerships happening, and possibly, you know, chances of M&A happening in the near future too.
Really? That's quite interesting. What about U.S. defense companies? Like, if Europe wants to ramp up its defense budget, do they really want to do that with U.S. companies when there's still tariff issues?
I think that is a struggle at the moment. You know, we're sort of hearing that potentially there is more growth in Europe, and I think European companies want to find out more, you know, what other companies are out there to beef up their portfolios. For example, we spoke with Honeywell yesterday, and they have a lot of components on sort of fighter jets, and they were saying that they are looking at sort of M&A in and across Europe, and also expanding their own existing capabilities as well, so factories in the UK, Germany and Poland.
Oh, it will.
There we go. Okay, all right, very good. We'll make that a nice and easy spot to get out. Kate Duffy, Bloomberg Aviation report on the Paris Air Show in Paris. Again, I think the tenor of these meetings is going to change, because it used to be, if you're some of these European countries, I'm not spending that much on military stuff, but now you have to really step up. So, again, if you're Lockheed Martin, yeah, I'll take that meeting with Portugal, you know.
Oh, 100%. It is, do you want to do homegrown defense companies? Because who knows then what the cost will be for parts, etc. We're also, of course, paying attention to what's happening at the G7. We're waiting for a bilateral meeting to begin between President Trump
TikTok, ja.
and Canadian
Nei, VG, ja. Ja, vi liker Gisdal. Jeg skal bare hente noe mat til kameratene. Jeg er short Nasdaq, skummelt. Vinneren trekkes etterpå. Beholder hele gevinsten. Short 2 kontrakter fra der oppe på 50 eller 48.
Lots of different reports coming out right now. Israel's continuing to strike despite reports that Iran would like to de-escalate. They've exchanged fire now for the 4th consecutive day, and this then raises the possibility and the risk of an all-out war that could drag the rest of the Middle East as well as Western nations into it. Ned Lazarus is Associate Professor of International Affairs at George Washington University, joining us now. Professor, what is your base case now, and what is the biggest risk?
Well, I think you brought in an important development, which is that there are reports that Iran, through other channels, through Arab neighbors, and also I've heard through Cyprus, is attempting to send messages to return to negotiations and to de-escalate, and to, you know, according to some reports, is floating the idea that it will become more flexible in its stance on enriching uranium and nuclear development. So this, if correct, this is a signal that Israel's strikes are being felt acutely by the regime, which previously had, you know, really seemed to be dragging out its talks with the Trump administration, not in any way willing to compromise on its desire to enrich uranium to very high levels, and to maintain the option to break out to, you know, nuclear weaponization. Whether this will actually lead to a ceasefire, I think I would say that's unlikely for the moment. I think Israel initiated this this attack because of an opportunity that was time limited and a threat that was time limited. So Israel sensed also from reports of the international inspectors that Iran was moving towards, nuclear.
Ja, den shorten går jo bra. Den går vel ned I hvert fall.
And Israel also has an opportunity because Iran's entire strategy of maintaining these, this network of regional proxies that could inflict damage on Israel in this kind of conflict had been weakened. Israel had taken Hezbollah out of the war, essentially out of commission. The Syrian regime of Assad collapsed because of what Israel did to Hezbollah, in essence, and Iran lost its ability to effectively defend its airspace when Israel responded effectively, if more quietly, to previous rounds of Iranian missile barrages.
Right.
So there's a time-limited opportunity, and I think Israel is going to maximize the damage that it can inflict on Iran's nuclear program and its regime.
Ned, would they even take it even further? I mean, if I'm Israel, I'm on a roll here. I mean, everywhere I look, I've been very aggressive. I've been very successful. You just mentioned some of the successes Israel's had against some of its enemies and the proxies and so on. Do I press my bets here and look for something bigger in Iran, whether it's regime change or really just decimating their military capabilities?
I think the latter, yes. I think right now, the Israeli Air Force is probably busy both with trying to do what it can to undermine the nuclear program, but also very much I think the Israeli Air Force is trying to take out the missile capacities, because Iran is certainly able to damage Israel. They've killed 24 Israelis in a series of late-night missile barrages. Their capacity to fire, they can fire enough huge, just massive missiles that all of the Israeli air defenses cannot hermetically prevent hits. And they've hit Tel Aviv, they've hit Haifa, they've hit an oil refinery. So Iran is capable of doing damage and is doing damage in a way that is painful for Israelis. Israel obviously has a tremendous military advantage, and they are able to hit strategic Iranian sites.
Right.
So yes, I think they will continue, and I think what they are hoping to do is really reduce Iran's capacity to strike back.
Yeah, we gotta leave it there. Thanks very much, Ned Lazar, Associate Professor of International Affairs at George Washington University. Want to get right now to that bilateral meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, meeting at the G7 in Canada.
Personal leadership in the United States, many issues, geopolitics, economic, technology, and working hand in hand with the United States, Canada and the United States, and the other G7 partners with your leadership. I'm very much looking forward to the meeting. I'm grateful to have you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate it, and we've developed a very good relationship, and we're going to be talking about trade and many other things. And we have a whole group of people, some traders and some other people. I see my top economy people. But we have a very talented group of people, and you do too, and I know they work together very well. I look forward to that. The G7 used to be the G8. Barack Obama and a person named Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in, and I would say that was a mistake, because I think you wouldn't have a war right now if you had Russia in. And you wouldn't have a war right now if Trump were president 20 years ago. It didn't work out that way, but it used to be the G8, and now it's, I guess, what's that, 8 years ago, it switched over. They threw Russia out, which I claimed was a very big mistake, even though I wasn't in politics and I was very loud about it. It was a mistake in that you spend so much time talking about Russia, and he's no longer at the table, so it makes life more complicated, but you wouldn't have had the war. Other than that, I think we're going to accomplish a lot, and I expect to. And I think our primary focus will be trade and trade with Canada, and I'm sure we can work something out.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
So much. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm up a deal with Canada.
Say it.
What is holding up a deal with Canada from your perspective?
It's not so much holding up. I think we have different concepts. I have a tariff concept. Mark has a different concept, which is something that some people like. But we're going to see if we can get to the bottom of it today. I'm a tariff person. I've always been a tariff. It's simple, it's easy, it's precise, and it just goes very quickly. And I think Mark has a more complex review, but also very good. So we're going to look at both and we're going to see what we're going to come out of
Iran wishes to de-escalate the conflict.
Yeah.
What have you heard? What have you heard from the Iranians?
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war, and they should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late.
And what would you say, in your opinion, what would it take for the U.S. to get involved in this conflict militarily?
I don't want to talk about that.
And you mentioned Putin. Do you think that he should have a seat at the G7 today, that it should be the G8?
I'm not saying he should at this point, because too much water's gone over the dam, maybe. But it was a big mistake. Obama didn't want him, and the head of your country, the proud head of your country, didn't want him. This was a big mistake. You wouldn't have that war. You know, you have your enemy at the table. Even I don't even consider him. He wasn't really an enemy at that time. There was no concept. If I were president, this war would have never happened. But likewise, if he were a member of what was called the G8 at that time, it was always the G8, you wouldn't have a war right now.
What material support and what intelligence support are you providing Israel?
We've always supported Israel. We have for a long period of time, strongly. And Israel's doing very well right now.
Why not have China as the G8?
Why not have China
here, the
biggest economy in the world after the United States? Well, it's not a bad idea. I don't mind that. If somebody wants to suggest China coming in, I think we suggest. But you want to have people that you can talk to. You know, they don't talk to. Putin speaks to me. He doesn't speak to anybody else. He doesn't want to talk because he was very insulted when he got thrown out of the G8. As I would be, as you would be, as anybody would be. He was very insulted. And, I mean, he was thrown out by Trudeau, who convinced one or two people, along with Obama. He was thrown out, and he's not a happy person about it, I can tell you that. He basically doesn't even speak to the people that threw him out, and I agree with him. Go ahead.
On immigration, why are you ordering ICE to target Democratic inner cities? What's behind that?
I don't know what you're saying.
You did a post last night where you said you want ICE to really target Democratic.
Yeah, I want them to focus on the cities because the cities are where you really have what's called sanctuary cities, and that's where the people are. I look at New York. I look at Chicago. I mean, you got a really bad governor in Chicago and a bad mayor, but the governor's probably the worst in the country, Pritzker. But I look at how that city has been overrun by criminals, and you know, New York and L.A. Look at L.A. L.A. Those people weren't from L.A. They weren't from California. Most of those people, many of those people, and yeah, that's the focus. Biden allowed 21 million people to come into our country. Of that, vast numbers of those people.
Det skjer jo ingenting nå.
People from gangs, people from jails. They emptied their jails out into the U.S. Most of those people are in the cities, all blue cities, all Democrat-run cities, and they think they're going to use them to vote. It's not going to happen.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'm going to exercise my role, if you will, as G7 chair, since we have a few more minutes with the president and his team, and then we actually have to start the meeting to address them.
Ja, dritstille.
All right, that was President Donald Trump along with Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada participating in a bilateral meeting at the G7 meeting in Kananaskis, Canada right now. I don't think they're taking any more questions, but if they do, we will come back to President Trump. But in the meantime, Let's get a reset, a Bloomberg Business Flash with John Tucker. John.
All right, and we are off the highs of the session so far. This Bloomberg Business Flash, by the way, being brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with a 2-to-1 advisor-to-staff ratio. A small firm attentiveness, big advisor impact. Go to Commonwealth.com to learn about their consultative support and technology. Stocks are rising. Oil and gold prices falling as fears of a wider conflict between Israel and Iran subside somewhat. The Wall Street Journal did report that Iran wants to cool things off. I just heard President Trump there saying, quote, they want to talk, referring to Iran. Advanced Micro Devices, best performing stock in the S&P 500 right now. It was up close to 10%. This comes amid a broad rally in the semiconductor stocks. Piper Sandler said products unveiled last week were positive and expects a snapback for the GPU business in the fourth quarter. Also, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, the SOX, that was up close to 3%. Steve Rasciuto, a chief economist at Mizuho Securities, says markets seem to have achieved a degree of equilibrium.
Markets are just sitting there saying, okay, we've tried to sell off several times. We've tried to rally several times. We've had 8 recession calls since 2022. None of them have worked. Let's just get on with life.
Right now, the S&P 500, 66 points higher. That's up 1.1%. We're at 6,043. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 418 points higher. The NASDAQ 100 up 323 points. That's a rise of 0.5%. Is that Gucci you're wearing?
I wish. No.
Carry shares. They jumped. The owner of Gucci Fashion are preparing to name the CEO of Renault as its next CEO. Part of an effort to turn around the struggling fashion brand by bringing in a car executive. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. That wasn't meant to be a commentary. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Alex and Paul.
All right. Thanks so much, John Tucker. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We keep you up to date on everything that's happening in economics, finance, the economy, as well as politics. And the latest was you had Prime Minister Mark Carney and President Trump speaking at the G7 in Canada as they head to a bilateral meeting. President Trump saying that a deal with Canada could be achievable within days or weeks. Still on the ground with us is David Gura, Bloomberg correspondent and host of the Bloomberg Big Take podcast. David, what does that mean, a deal in weeks or days?
So this came out of a kind of a briefing that took place before the meeting between Mark Carney and Donald Trump got underway. And what's interesting is they talked about sort of the size of the Trump economic team that's here on the ground with him. So his chief trade negotiator is here. Jamieson Greer is here, the U.S. Trade Representative, along with the Treasury Secretary. And they came here eager to have conversations about trade with, yes, Canada, but the European Union, all members of the G7 who are gathered here today. So there's optimism that they could come to an agreement. What we've heard from Canada and we've heard from other nations is there's no eagerness to sign a deal quickly. They want to sign deals that they see as good deals as well. But looming large, Alex, as you know, is this timetable on a pause. And July 9th is really looming large for all of these countries. That's when that pause is supposed to be removed. So there's an eagerness to find some way forward here, either by convincing the U.S. that there's enough progress made that pause should be extended or to come to an agreement in earnest. And I think that's what we heard from the President, among other things, during those comments after that meeting today.
Yeah, he seemed to suggest, President Trump, that he prefers, as we all know, tariffs as a tool, economic tool and a policy, whereas maybe Prime Minister Carney has some different economic policies. Is there, although he suggested that they think they can work something out, is that your understanding that it's kind of, hey, tariffs on the one hand and maybe other economic policies on the other?
I think that's a fair read of sort of where they're operating. And so you've seen Canada, since Mark Carney became the Prime Minister, looking for other avenues for Canada to do trade deals with. So he spent a lot of time traveling to Europe and to the UK. Mark Carney met with Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, before this meeting began in earnest. So he's looking for kind of new trade relationships Canada could have or ways of bolstering existing trade relationships. Yeah, I think that you see a Prime Minister who on the one hand is very eager to stick up for this country and its economy, but all the while recognizing the fact that there is this long-standing historic relationship between these two countries and wanting to see a path forward in some way. So yes, I think they're trying to look at these two things in complement, Paul.
What's interesting, if you look at trade balance, say with the European Union, you're looking at like negative 20 billion versus with Canada, it's just, it's like 2.2 billion. I mean, negative. I mean, is it that much? Like, as with the UK, how hard can it be when the deficit's not that dramatic?
I think you're right to point that out, and that's absolutely correct, and that's certainly what we've heard from Canadians since this trade war kicked off in earnest. So you hear that, and then you sort of have to step back and say, what are the broader issues here? And of course, there's this whole issue around the 51st state rhetoric, the enmity that you saw between Donald Trump and Justin Trudeau over the course of his tenure as prime minister. So there's all of that kind of looming in the background and coloring this relationship. And I think that that's what Mark Carney, still fairly new as prime minister, is trying to see through and find a path forward through, is getting past all of that baggage to focus on creating, again, a new strategic relationship, a new security relationship, and a new trading relationship between these two countries. What we've heard from Mark Carney in the Oval Office, what we've heard on the campaign trail before he was named prime minister officially, is that there has to be some relationship here. What that looks like, I think, is still very much inchoate, and they're trying to figure that out.
David, CBS is reporting that Trump will not sign the G7 statement on Israel and Iran. A, are you aware of a statement, and are you hearing that type of news as well?
So we know that statement has been floating around among members of the G7, and as we've talked about over the course of the morning call, there's no effort here to have kind of a broad communique on all manner of issues here at the G7. So we know that Iran is one of the kind of smaller documents that the leaders here are trying to get as many signatures on as possible. My understanding, our reporting has indicated that that was being passed around. Some leaders had signed on to it, the U.S. had not. So I can't confirm what CBS is reporting, but I do know that that's something that still had been held up by the U.S. here over these last few hours.
There was also some statement that President Trump said that if Russia was still part of the G7 as the G8 as it was before the annexation of Crimea, that currently what would have happened with Ukraine wouldn't have happened. Well, and that's a staggering statement.
I mean, staggering on many levels. And so we know this is a president who's very fond of those counterfactuals. If it's Russia and Ukraine, he likes to say, as he repeated this morning, that they wouldn't have happened had he been in power. That's astonishing. I think the second layer of astonishment stems from the fact that he wants Russia to be included in this group once again. That's something that I think every other member of this group would decidedly say they don't want. He also indicated that he thinks that China should have a seat at the table here at these talks as well. It gets to this sense of what the G7 is, or what it's become, and it's evolved a lot. This used to be kind of a group of friends and close allies who have these conversations. As very close allies, it's no longer that. The U.S. is playing a role that's kind of upsetting that kind of balance that we've seen over so many years.
David Gura, thank you so much. We appreciate that. David Gura, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast, joining us remotely from Alberta, Canada, at the G7 meetings. We'll have David's reporting throughout the day and throughout the G7 meetings. S&P 500 holding the gains today, up 66 points. That's 1.1%. NASDAQ doing better, up 1.6%. This is Bloomberg.
Nå har vi pluss på Nasdaq-shorten vår. Jeg har egentlig sluttet å shorte Nasdaq, for den går jo bare opp på tull. Men jeg shorter der nå, på Priven. Så den deler vi bort etterpå. I dag er det en sånn dag hvor det skjer svært lite. Du merker det skjer ingenting.
Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Monday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. Now, every week around this time, we dig into the amazing research from Bloomberg BNEF. They're part of Bloomberg that provides clear perspective on the global commodity markets and the technologies that are helping to drive the energy transition. Joining us down in the studio is Chris Gadomski, Bloomberg BNEF lead nuclear analyst on the outlook for nuclear development. Who would have thought 5 years ago that this sector would be at the center of conversation right now in the energy market? The Trump administration is trying to do a lot of stuff to make it easier, cheaper, and faster to build and scale up nuclear energy. Is it going to work?
You know, there's a big difference between policy push and market pull. Policy push is probably very, very effective for renewable technologies. But when you think about building nuclear power plants, that's a pretty substantial decision that the utility CEO has to make, and it's something that the hyperscalers are looking at very seriously. So you can set the stage for having these very favorable policy initiatives, but whether or not the utility executive who's only charged with running the utility for only 7 or 8 years decides, hey, I'll build a couple of large reactors, that's a pretty daunting thing for him to do, especially given the experience here where we spent $34 billion building 2.2 gigawatts of capacity.
Do we need the big plants that we're all used to, or do we need this modular thing? That technology looks interesting to me.
It certainly is, and we'll probably see small modular reactors operating in Canada.
Ja, det faen meg sant, Tommy. Det enda godt. Men markedet jo helt ute av vapen nå, vet du.
Oh, man. And we'll probably see shortly thereafter some in Michigan as well, 300 megawatt reactors. The advantage of this is that to go from first-of-a-kind cost to nth-of-a-kind cost for small modular reactors, you need to sort of get some experience behind you, set up a manufacturing facilities, and sort of each one becomes progressively cheaper. And so it's much easier to do that with a small modular reactor than it is with a large reactor because it's a very, very difficult decision, an onerous position for a utility executive to say, I'll build a very, very large capital improvement here that's going to take 7 to 10 years. So it's very daunting.
Which is why with the hyperscalers, that's a question mark, right? Because they need power yesterday. So they're not going to wait 7 years for a plant to be built. And that's like the good case scenario is 7 years, right?
For the large reactors, certainly. I mean, it took Vogtle 4 years of licensing and 10 years of construction.
Yeah.
So if you pair 25-30% of that, you know, the Department of Energy suggests 30% decline in the cost. Hopefully that'll reduce the time to construct.
Nasdaq-shorten går bra om det så lite, liksom. Han bør falle med et par hundre poeng, liksom.
And large reactors, small reactors all have episodes occasionally, and if you have a 1,000 megawatt reactor the size of what the Westinghouse AP1000, and you lose that, you're in a position you have to scramble to replace that power. If you have 3 or 4 300 megawatt reactors and one of them goes down for maintenance or so, it's easier to bridge that gap, 300. So it's an industry dilemma that both the utilities and the hyperscalers are facing.
Is there any reason that the U.S. could not model what Canada's doing here? Is that just a regulatory issue?
Apple som droppa med 1%. Husk jeg sa til dere stad, den bør ikke gå opp i det hele tatt. Der det marginskvis og alt. Apple bør komme ned på sikt I hvert fall.
And it's a very, very daunting thing when a company that
Jo, de sier så, Tommy, men det vet du ikke. Iran is preparing for the largest and most intense missile attack in history on Israel. Ja. Det var den deeskaleringen.
Okay, could we see something like the SMR, so the small modular reactors behind the meter at a hyperscaler? So basically not connected to the grid, its own small little SMR that's hooked up to like a meta facility.
There's a lot of discussion about doing that. One of the problems with nuclear reactors is that you need to have some sort of, it's preferable to be hooked to the grid, and one reason is safety is that in case something goes wrong, you need some source of power to keep the island cool. So that's something that's been kicked around. People are thinking about exploring that, but you know, a large reactor.
Så normalt sett da, på den meningen der, så skal Nasdaq alt bare falle, så Gull går rett opp.
Smaller reactors in the 50 to 100
Normalt
megawatt
sett.
may be a different story, but that issue about having access to the grid to cool it in case something goes wrong is important.
All right, great stuff. Chris, really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Chris Gadomski, lead nuclear analyst for BNEF, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Alex loves talking about the new energy stuff. Anything energy.
I do.
Energy
Anything
stuff.
energy.
I think the SMR thing, I'm putting my chips with that.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just really expensive is the thing.
Yes.
And it has to be scaled up.
But I mean, if Microsoft, I'm like, you kick in a little bit. Meta, you kick in a little
That's
bit.
the problem. They're not used to doing that. Like that's
Right, well, I
basically
know.
sharing commodity risk. And like when has a hyperscaler been ready to share commodity risk? They're
Yep.
like, what's this?
Yep.
So there is definitely that tension of how to make the bills work in that. Anyway, for our listeners, here's in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio, Sirius XM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM, channel 121 is presented by by ShipStation. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now. So I guess we're just kind of waiting and seeing here what happens between Iran and Israel as the market seems to be taking it in stride and rebounding from that sell-off on Friday.
And I'm looking at oil coming off the lows of the day. We were below $70 on WTI crude oil. We're now at $71.30 because maybe we've had some news just in the last couple hours about, you know, the rockets are still going back and forth.
But at this point, like, there's no way you can short oil, like, with the uncertainty, right? And you assume all the shorts were covered. So, like, that part of it is sort of by the wayside. Anyway, Balance of Power is coming up next. Happy trading, everyone. This is Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. A court appearance is next for the man charged with killing a Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband after a massive manhunt resulted in his arrest.
Our law enforcement partners are building a case using facts and evidence to ensure Vance Bolter is held accountable.
Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty says first-degree murder charges will be filed, attempted murder charges too, for the wounding of another lawmaker and his wife. We just heard from President Trump, who's at the G7 summit in Canada, about the strikes exchanged by Israel and Iran over the last several days.
It's painful for Iran is not winning this war, and they should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late.
Iran's news agency says state-run TV abruptly stopped a live broadcast after an Israeli airstrike. Israel reported at least 8 people killed in Iranian missile attacks. Now to New York, where a juror has been dismissed from the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
He gave some inconsistent statements about where he lives. Originally during voir dire, he said that he lived in the Bronx. Then he recently told someone at the courthouse that he lived in New Jersey. There's also been some inconsistencies about who he's living with. And all of this leads the judge to believe that there's a potential lack of candor here.
The U.S. Supreme Court will hear from a faith-based pregnancy center in New Jersey challenging a state investigation into whether it misled people into thinking its services including referrals for abortion. Legal analyst Jessica Levinson.
It deals with a pregnancy crisis center that's being investigated by New Jersey under New Jersey's consumer fraud law. And essentially, the Attorney General has asked the Pregnancy Crisis Center for certain information. They've issued a subpoena saying, for instance, can we have information about your donors? The Pregnancy Crisis Center responded, we don't want to give that to you. We think the request violates our First Amendment rights.
The UN Refugee Agency said today it's going to cut 3,500 staff jobs, slashing nearly a third of its workforce costs due to a funding shortfall. Now to France and a labor dispute at a major tourist attraction.
Employees at the Louvre complain of understaffing and untenable working conditions in what is the most visited museum in the world. This morning, they simply refused to open the doors. Some of those issues are to be addressed in a planned renovation, but employees say they can't wait 10 years. Elaine Cobb, CBS News, Paris.
The Dow is up 350 points. This is CBS News. An adventure nearly turned tragic in Hawaii.
Officials say a 30-year-old man from Boston was trying to get a close-up look at Hawaii's Kilauea volcano when he slipped off the edge of a cliff at the Byron Ledge Trail. They say he dangled from a tree while Kilauea spewed lava 330 feet into the air until he was rescued. Had he not gotten stuck in the branches, rescuers say he could have fallen 100 feet to his death. Miraculously, the man walked away with just a few scratches on his face. The volcano has been erupting since December. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Baseball's L.A. Dodgers say Shohei Ohtani will be the starting pitcher tonight against San Diego 21 months after the two-way sensation had elbow surgery. The plan is for him to pitch one inning. Ohtani's been doing just fine this season as a designated hitter. He's got 25 home runs. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
President Trump arrives at the G7 in Canada as Israel widens attacks against Iran. Welcome to the Monday edition. As we follow the president north of the border, we'll have a live report from Bloomberg's David Gura in Kananaskis straight ahead with more on what's happening in the Middle East. From Bloomberg's Courtney McBride on our national security team reports today that Iran may be looking for an off-ramp. We'll get insights from Christopher Smart at Arbroath Group, and we'll have analysis from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Let's get started, as always, on Wall Street, the Monday trade with Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York. What do you see, Charlie?
Right now, looking at a lot of green, Joe Matthew. Back to work Monday with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. S&P right to the numbers, up 59 at 6,036. That is a gain right now of just about 1%. We've got the Dow up 345 now, up by 0.9%. While the NASDAQ Composite Index doing a little bit better, up 278 now, up by 1.4%. Stocks are rising on reports that Iran wants to restart talks. The 10-year, 4.40%, with the 2-year right now, 3.94%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.4%, gold down 0.9%, and a surge for Bitcoin up 2.7%, 107,541. Investors keeping an eye on talks out of Canada. President Trump expressing optimism about settling a trade dispute with Canada during his time at the G7 summit, calling a deal in coming weeks between the U.S. and its northern neighbor, quote, achievable. We'll have a whole lot more from our David Gura coming up right here on Balance of Power. In the meantime, world oil markets are keeping an eye on fast-moving developments out of the Middle East. Ed Morse is a special advisor to Hartree Partners, and he was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance, where he talked about what could happen if Iran tries to close down the Strait of Hormuz waterway.
The issue is not the importance of the Strait of Hormuz so much as, are the Iranians going to dare to do this? And the Chinese have absolutely said, don't you dare. And the Russians have said, don't you dare. And the Russians also have an interest in the Strait of Hormuz because part of the Russian exports to the world are exports to Saudi Arabia.
Ed Morse of Hartree Partners, indeed, cargo movement through the Strait of Hormuz has marked a small decline. As I mentioned, oil trading lower. WTI down 2.3%, 71.28 a barrel. Oil stocks also lower. We've got USO, that is the oil ETF, down now by 2.5%. ExxonMobil down 0.4. BP down 1.5%. Chevron down by 1%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington once again. Your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie. Great to see Charlie Pellet after the weekend here, and I hope you had a great Father's Day, Charlie. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121. We're on YouTube right now. You can always find us by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. Catch our live stream from Washington. Live as well on Bloomberg Originals with a lot to cover after a wild weekend in politics, and we've got our eyes on Banff in Canada as the G7 gets underway with Donald Trump in person against the backdrop, of course, of what we saw now, 4 days of attacks between Israel and Iran. We do have an update on that. The Wall Street Journal making some ripples, as I'm sure you've heard by now on Bloomberg, that Iran is urgently signaling that it seeks to resume talks. This isn't going well for Tehran. And apparently there is an effort to get back to the table, whether or not that's something that Israel is ready to entertain. The missiles are flying. And the president is talking national security, among other issues, including tariffs at the G7. We're following his movements here. He just appeared, as a matter of fact, with Prime Minister Carney. And David Gura is there, Bloomberg correspondent, the host of the Big Take podcast. Yes, our asset has been deployed for a very important moment here. Now, David, it's great to see you. The meetings are taking place in Kananaskis. You're in Banff. I guess they're keeping the media a couple of miles away from this confab. Paint the picture for us.
Yeah, the geography here is by design. So I have no access to Kananaskis. The pool is able to get there for some of these events. But what Prime Minister Mark Carney is trying to do here is get these world leaders together in a very remote space, in a lodge, where hopefully out of that they can have informal conversations, get closer, come to some agreement. Now, the expectation is we're not going to get that kind of grand communique at the end of these meetings. But if you look at who's populating the G7 now versus the last time the G7 was here in 2018, it's an entirely different cast of characters. There are a few holdovers, but not many. So I think Mark Carney sees this as an opportunity here to kind of get people talking and working together in pursuit of some multilateral achievements. Again, not that communique, but some kind of agreements on various issues facing these large economies, Joe.
Boy, if it's beautiful there. If you're with us on YouTube, David Gura knows how to do it up, too. The Rockies are gorgeous, David, and I guess the idea here is to create an environment where people can actually get something done. You mentioned the communique, though. What is going to get done? If we can't even get a communique out the door, sometimes people laugh at that. Well, the photo op, what's the point of getting everybody together?
You know, looming large, as you've said, Joe, is this conflict in the Middle East. And I think over the course of the weekend, you saw many of the participants in the G7 making statements about that conflict, suggesting there needs to be a de-escalation. Of course, President Trump, as he left the White House yesterday, talked a lot about the prospects for there being more diplomacy in this crucible of crisis. So I think those world leaders are waiting to see, is there a moment here where they can all come together and issue some sort of statement, some sort of unified statement about what they see as the path forward here? All the while, they're waiting to see if Donald Trump's going to put a little bit more meat on the bones there. How does he think that we could get back to the negotiating table? There was that meeting, of course, scheduled in Oman that was canceled after the strikes by Israel and Iran took place. Unclear what that's going to be, and I think Mark Carney's still rather new to the job here, wanting to avoid what happened back in 2018, when very memorably we saw Donald Trump leave that summit in a fit of anger, ripped up the communique, had some cross words for Justin Trudeau, then the Prime Minister. All those best laid efforts can amount to nothing or much less. And I think we saw that during that spray that you were alluding to just a moment ago. Mark Carney at the beginning of it, using that playbook that he used at the White House in his first Oval Office meeting with President Trump, wishing him a happy birthday, starting with a lot of platitudes. And then we saw President Trump kind of go into trade and geopolitics and really upend the script, suggested that maybe it was a mistake here for this group to kick Russia out back in 2014. That was something that Stephen Harper, then the Prime Minister, was a part of, and brought up the prospects of China being a part of these talks going forward. So safe to say that wasn't what Mark Carney had planned, what he wanted to have here in the script, and just indicates that as much as the organizer of this event can try to keep things on track, there are opportunities for that to be scuttled time and time again.
David, I'm struck in a remaining moment here by the president talking about Russia there. We're just showing you some images of the president and the prime minister. He's referring to the fact you guys kicked out Russia, he said. And I look at the headline on our story. Trump returns to the G7 he loathes as Iran crisis intensifies. Why does he loathe this group so much?
You know, I think that he's frustrated by the way that these unfold. There are these working groups and plenary sessions where world leaders talk about all manner of issues, and not the ones that we know that Donald Trump cares a lot about. So it's not just about the economy and geopolitics and security, but they can talk about climate and critical minerals and AI. These are long, winding sessions that often get to the kind of communique that we were talking about just a moment ago. He gets impatient with them. I think that he sees with his America First agenda the U.S. having a bigger role to play here. I should say that is a contrast to what we saw in 2018. He comes to this summit knowing that the eyes of the world are on him when it comes to many of these issues, trade chiefly among them. And before that crisis erupted in the Middle East, that was the expectation here, that if not on the official agenda, on the unofficial agenda, we're going to be a series of meetings between the president and his economic team, and they're all here. Jamieson Greer is here. Scott Bessent is here. They were going to be able to have talks with their counterparts from all of these nations. They're taking place here, but we've been counseled that we should lower our expectations for any kind of deals or frameworks of deals being announced, because I think foreign policy has eclipsed them in terms of importance here at the G7.
Well, we're lucky to have you there. It's going to be an interesting big take with David Gura. Thank you, David. The hills are alive in Banff with David Gura, Bloomberg correspondent. We'll hear more from David over the course of this G7. As we turn our attention to what's happening in the Middle East, Courtney McBride is with us from Bloomberg's national security team here in Washington. And Courtney, it's great to see you following a weekend of intense missile strikes on both sides here, civilian casualties. Is this an operation on the part of Israel that's still widening?
I mean, that seems plausible, if not certain at this point. Prime Minister Netanyahu has made some comments that suggest that this is going to be a longer-term operation. We're seeing potentially an expansion of targets across Tehran and other parts of the country, and beyond potentially these military targets. And so, the Prime Minister has addressed the Iranian people directly to say that Israel's quarrel is not with them, it's with the regime. But he's also made some comments that have led analysts to question whether there is an effort at regime change. And so, it remains to be seen how this widens, what level of involvement the U.S. may have as well.
We've got a report, at least one so far, that Iran is signaling that it's looking for an off-ramp, a way to get back to the table. Is it too late for that now?
Some of that is really going to be up to President Trump, who has repeated his interest in a negotiated agreement. Understandably, perhaps those initial talks were scuttled, but we'll have to see where things go from here.
When you hear from the Israeli government and Benjamin Netanyahu specifically, the goal is clear: to eliminate Iran's nuclear capabilities, to eliminate its nuclear program. That would still require some work and potentially some very heavy strikes on deep underground enrichment facilities. That doesn't sound like a scenario in which talks could soon resume.
No, it doesn't, and it also doesn't necessarily sound, from what we're hearing from experts, like the sort of operation that Israel could conduct on its own.
Right.
And so that's part of the reason that there's a growing sense of alarm or concern about further U.S. involvement. Thus far, The Pentagon has been very clear that the U.S. is helping Israel to defend against these Iranian missile salvos. But
would the U.S. make an announcement like that? You interact with the Pentagon. How would that be handled if we did take an offensive posture with Israel here?
It sort of remains to be seen. One of the things that the Pentagon has done historically is to try to deter adversary actions by actually announcing at least some movements and saying, we are positioning equipment in the region.
Don't make us use it.
Exactly.
The USS Nimitz is apparently on its way, according to some reports. We're sending another carrier strike group there. Is that something that we can say is actually happening?
That is what we're seeing reported.
Yeah.
I don't know that
That's
we've
kind of
confirmed
an example
it,
of what you're talking about, though, right?
But certainly, I think in a different context, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said last week, the Pentagon is a planning entity, and we plan for all sorts of contingencies. So this
knowing
may be
we've been
one of
surging
those.
equipment into that region for some time, as you and I have discussed. Stay close with us on this. Courtney McBride covering the Pentagon, the defense space, and national security with an historic conflict underway before our eyes. Courtney, thank you so much. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us on the Monday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
12:20 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Relative calm returning to global markets. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the green. Equities are extending gains on news reports that Iran is signaling it does want to restart talks over nuclear programs. But meantime, Iran state TV says multiple staff were injured in an Israeli attack on its headquarters. That headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. S&P up 65, up 1.1%. The Dow up 413, up by 1%. NASDAQ up 303 now, up by 1.6%. Our Mag 7 index up 1.6%. The 10-year 4.41%. The 2 years currently yielding 3.94%. Gold now down 1%, $33.99 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, $71.40 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin surging 2.8%, 107,698 on Bitcoin. Airbus has kicked off the Paris Air Show with orders from Saudi Arabian customers valued at as much as $17 billion and a major purchase from Poland, building an early lead over Boeing. Airbus ADRs are up 1.5%. Boeing shares are gaining by 1.4%. And the electric aircraft maker Archer Aviation expects its defense-related sales outstripping commercial air taxis in the short term. That word from Archer's CEO, who spoke with Bloomberg in an interview at the Paris Air Show. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up now by 1.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks to Charlie Pellet with us every day here on the fastest show in politics, Watching Wall Street. We'll get back to Charlie a bit later on this hour with a bit of euphoria in the markets here following the big headline in the Wall Street Journal. Pretty interesting. Iran is looking for an off-ramp. Maybe that's not a shocker. But following predictions of World War III, that sounds pretty good to a Wall Street trader today. We're going to get to the bottom of whether that is actually founded. With President Trump appearing a short time ago, G7, Canada. David Gura just brought us up to date, remembering that this is the alliance he loathes. According to the headline on Bloomberg, he appeared with Mark Carney a short time ago and was asked about the situation in Israel with regard to Iran following 4 days of missile attacks. Here's what he said. We'll get that to you in just a moment. Might be a good time to bring in Tyler Kendall into this conversation. Bloomberg's Washington correspondent is with me here on Balance of Power. With the president abroad, the conversation has been just as dicey, and we're picking up where we left off last week, Tyler, with regard to any number of national security concerns. The big one, of course, is Iran and Israel. They're going to be talking about Ukraine and Russia at the G7 with President Zelensky on the invite list, too.
Yeah, definitely, Joe. And President Trump, actually, what we were going to hear is that he appeared to confirm reports that Iran really does want to de-escalate here. He says that he heard that they want to talk, and he reiterated to them that they should make a deal before it's too late. Now, you're mentioning the other geopolitical conflicts, but of course we have to keep in mind the White House went into this G7 summit thinking that trade was actually going to be the priority and that they could show some sort of forward progress here, as we are now within that 1 month deadline to July 9th.
Yeah, it's amazing to think back up a couple of weeks, you would think this would be all about tariffs. And the world has, of course, once again shifted under our feet, which is why it's a great pleasure to bring in Christopher Smart. He's with us in studio right now. Founder, managing partner, Arbroath Group, former special assistant to the president at the National Economic Council and the Obama administration. Christopher, great to see you in Washington.
Good to be with you.
Glad you're back with us. It's pretty interesting when you back away from this ever-changing world. You've got Wall Street on a tear today, but your note to clients would suggest that recession odds are rising. How do you have both?
Well, it's short-term, long-term, I guess. You know, if you had gone home Thursday night and not looked at the news until this morning or not looked at the markets until this morning, you would assume everything was fine and nothing had changed since then, given what's happened to the stock prices and to bond prices and even oil prices.
Nå funker det vel! Bam, baram, bam!
Appear to not have much impact on global oil supply, particularly since the Saudis and OPEC.
Dette var kjedelig. Sorry, my friends. Det skjer ikke en dritt her. Er det pluss på... Jeg har jo gjort litt, da. Er det pluss på shorten på Nasdaq? Og er det pluss på shorten på gull? Den er jævla risky. Men det er ikke mye, da.
with the idea that
Det
if
skjer ikke
Israel
noe.
were to go to war with Iran, that's over. This is World War III.
Jeg hadde satt meg til sola, Prepina. Sitte her inne. Jeg har ikke giddet. Jeg kan sitte her, for jeg har ikke et liv. Men du kan jo gå ut og kose deg. Jeg sitter bare og leser nyheter, jeg. Skjer ikke en dritt.
President Putin, who is one of Iran's allies, offering to mediate the conversation rather than saying he's backing Iran to the hilt. You've heard very little from China other than let's try and de-escalate this thing and everything should be solved through negotiations. So it appears, at least right now, to be contained, but obviously when you've got that kind of exchange of missiles back and forth, the risk of something going astray and some other U.S. asset being hit is always there.
Well, I wanted to build on this because President Trump, of course, is at the G7, but as you mentioned, he took a call not from a G7 ally over the weekend, but from the Russian president. And then also we've heard from him actually just moments ago at the G7 saying that he would potentially welcome if China did come in to these talks because he needs somebody that Iran would speak to.
Tenker du på rett opp i 18 timer? Tenker du på Nasdaq, du, eller?
It's hard to see how they will, particularly because Israel, frankly, is winning right now and looks like it is going to be able to drive the military balance as far as it wants to go. And so that's why you see, I think, these overtures on behalf of...
Jo, men Nasdaq prater vi ikke om.
But again, it's hard to see how involving either...
Nasdaq en helt egen, det bare en aksje, det ikke indeks lenger.
Israel continues to have its eye on the ball, which appears to be completely disarming...
Nasdaq ikke en indeks lenger.
And maybe doing enough weakening of the regime to see if something new and better can replace it.
Nei, jeg tredje alt egentlig sånn her, men nå holder på med gull, det har gått veldig, veldig bra.
On Wednesday, I'm wondering how you're seeing these tensions in the Middle East complicate an already complicated picture for the FOMC.
Well, I think it gives the FOMC yet another excuse to do nothing because the uncertainty of the oil price compounds the uncertainty around tariffs. Usually an oil price spike is something that monetary authorities try and look through and as a one-off. But the volatility and the impact on expectations, I think, is where the Fed will be focused most of all, as it has been looking at the tariff equation.
What do you think when you're looking at Donald Trump at the G7, talking about as if it was something done in error, Vladimir Putin, Russia somehow kicked out of the alliance, very skeptical of our allies in Europe, kind of poking Mark Carney, not with the 51st state, but a lot he's referring to the former prime minister and so forth. The transatlantic rift, does Wall Street care about this? We talk about it a lot at home. What about the market?
I think it's hard for markets to price it in on a day-to-day basis. I think where you really do start seeing it impacted is when you talk to some of my clients who are corporates with global footprints, certainly transatlantic footprints, and feel frozen. Not sure quite where to build their next factory, quite where to sign the next contract with their supplier.
Og tørke driten opp etter krokka enn å sitte her nå.
But month to month and even year to year. I think the difficulty with how to interpret the president's statements, I think he really is focused on he wants to do deals and he wants peace deals. I'm not sure he thinks about what happens beyond the peace deal or after you come to agreement with Putin on Ukraine. Does that embolden him? Does that upset the balance of power? Does that change the global order? I'm not sure he thinks in those terms. He's really just looking to find a way forward for Iran, for Gaza, for Ukraine, and see if he can secure those kinds of understandings without necessarily thinking about what they mean for the next steps.
From peace deals to trade deals, which of course was supposed to really be the other big focus of the summit. We had the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Capitol Hill last week saying that it is highly likely that some of these trading partners are going to get an extension beyond July 9th, those ones that have been prioritized in these talks. In your note, you talk about investment in the U.S. I'm wondering what that would mean for investment decisions in this country if we see certain countries perhaps see those rates go back up to where they were on April 2nd and others get an extended pause.
Well, I think that's the problem with the way this has all been rolled out is that the uncertainty is very high, and whether there is a deal that gets done with the country, will it be renegotiated because something else comes up? How can you start planning with your trade flows and your suppliers that may come out of the UK without knowing what's going to happen with the EU? How do you understand your global auto supply chain without a deal in place with Japan? I mean, there are lots of very complicated interlocking pieces to this puzzle. And as long as most of them remain undecided and uncertain, I think that is where you build the uncertainty into business decisions. And I'll just say one more thing. Sooner or later, companies are going to have to make decisions. They can't be frozen forever. And so they're going to have to make more costly decisions. It's going to eat into their earnings. It's going to eat into the returns that investors should be expecting.
Now, wait a minute. What happened to 90 deals in 90 days?
Well, deals are deals, but what we've been getting is sort of handshakes on a framework for the potential of a memorandum of understanding rather than a trade deal.
Yeah.
And I think that's the kind of thing that make investors crazy because they need to decide what particular tariff line their particular product falls into and what extra charge is going to be for that rather than a framework for working this out over a period of weeks and months.
What about sector-specific tariffs? How are you watching those? Because that seems to be the more longer-lasting, perhaps more durable solution from this administration when we do see the so-called reciprocal tariffs get more of a pushback. And I'm particularly fascinated by the fact that these sector-specific tariffs weren't supposed to be in those original negotiations on so-called Liberation Day.
No, indeed, and I think that is, given the court pushbacks on some of these tariffs that are based on the president's international emergency authorities that courts are deciding to rule against, the much stronger leg that the president and the administration has to rest on are these sectoral tariffs, whether it's on steel, whether it's on pharmaceuticals, or the automotive sector. And I think those are the kinds of things that are potentially much more disruptive to the global economy because it's not just a single bilateral relationship that they're impacting, but pharmaceuticals, autos, steel. And I think that's the kind of thing that we're going to have to keep our eye on.
No communique is expected to come from this G7. That's how little we're getting along.
I think they've learned their lesson.
Yeah, that didn't go great in 2018, I guess.
It didn't go great in 2018. Communiques, I think, are important when you do have agreement because it does help frame things. But they also tend to highlight the disagreement.
So is this the tree that fell in the woods, G7?
Well, it's a complicated G7, right? Because we were expecting to have some clarity on trade. If nothing else, there's still talk that there might be a bilateral deal with India or Japan announced because the president will be meeting with both of those leaders. But I think generally it is being tremendously overshadowed by the news of the day, by what's going on the ground in Iran, in Israel, the potential for talking about Russia, talking about China in this context. So I think it's going to be hard to write that single headline coming out of the G7 that we might all prefer to be able to do.
This is the world that we're in. Tyler, we've got an image of President Trump with the Chancellor of Germany. The meeting did happen. Chancellor Merz and the President's got a big smile. Looks like the meeting went pretty well. We'll see if anything comes of it and if the market wants to care about that today. Great pleasure to have Christopher Smart with us in studio, our Growth Group.
Great to be with you.
Toast to Boston and everyone in my former town when you get back home. Great to have you here in the nation's capital. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. We'll catch up with you again soon. And I know frequently on the North Lawn of the White House. Thank you for being with us here. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
Ja, det ganske spesielt, Luca. Det her hadde aldri skjedd før. Det som skjer nå, det ikke vanlig. Det null reaksjon på børsen. De kommenterer jo på alle nyheter også. Jeg kan si det en ting til. Sett det litt i perspektiv. Moody's, et av verdens største ratingbyråer, nedgraderte hele USA for 3 uker siden. Verdensbanken for 3 dager siden nedgraderte USA. Vekst fra 2,8 til 1,5%. De halverte veksten i USA. Og så kom det en i stad fra RBC. De sier at de ser for seg at markedet skal falle med 20%. Goldman Sachs, en av verdens største investeringsbanker, sier at det kommer til å komme et kraftig fall. JP Morgan advarer alle mot å kjøpe aksjer nå. Gaute Eie, en veldig kjent norsk forvalter, sier at det galskap å kjøpe indeksfond nå. Jeg tror det her som bobla For det gir null mening nå. Det gir null mening. At indekser skal gå på grunn av 5 aksjer, det liksom, og gull faller når det krig. Indekser går oppover når det krig, folk blir drept. Det liksom... Selskaper sier opp masse ansatte. Apple mister 25% marginer, skal flytte businessen til India. Apple går opp på at de mister penger. Det gir ikke mening. Det gir null mening, liksom. Så det her veldig spesielt. Ekstremt spesielt. Du, hva med nå? Jeg har aldri sett det før. Hva faen, han var jo bra pluss på Nasdaq-shorten nå. Så tok jeg den ikke. Det var litt dritt da. Det var jo $50 i pluss der nesten. Ofte når du får sånne krakker da, så går man og snakker om det lenge, og folk skjønner ikke helt hva som skjer, og så plutselig kommer en eller annen sånn der nyhet som man kaller for Black Swan, som gjør at markedet begynner å reagere på det. Og da får du sånne sinnssyke bevegelser. Så det kan hende det som kommer til å skje nå, men det ikke det som skjer nå, veldig, veldig, veldig rart. Det har vært veldig rart ganske lenge nå på grunn av at du har Donald Trump også som prater opp alt av nyheter som har skjedd de siste 2 månedene, så har Trump basically bare ljugd om alt. Sagt vært avtale med Kina, var ikke avtale med Kina. Sa senest i dag at Israel begga om hjelp fra USA, skjer jo ikke. Så sa han i går at han hadde gitt Iran 60 dager frist på å samarbeide med den atomavtalen. 60 dager. Og så sa han, nå det den 61. dagen. Nå ser du hva som skjer, sa Donald Trump. Det sa han til alle i forgårs. Så sa han i går, nei, USA har ikke noe med dette her å gjøre. Sa han i går. Det bare piss. Alt bare rart. Jeg tenker, så lenge vi tjener penger på 3D, så gir vi faen. Men det veldig rart. Ja, han ble kalt for Taco Trump nå da. Det derfor han må vise litt makt snart. For alt bare prat. Og det som også sjukt at Donald Trump, som jeg likte med Donald Trump tidligere, var det at han var den eneste presidenten av de siste 5 presidentene som ikke, nei, 4 presidentene som ikke har tjent penger på hver president. Alle har økt formen sin katastrofalt mye. Og Trump har jo sagt at han ikke interessert i business han som å være president. Han skal være president, og han skal ikke ta noe lønn. Og det eneste han har gjort i år, helt siden han ble president, var å lansere kryptocoin for seg selv, kryptocoin for Melania, og nå skal han lansere mobiltelefon nå, en egen mobiltelefon, og så skal han ha Trump Tower i Midtøsten, og Golf Resort i Midtøsten. Alt som han har sagt ikke han skal gjøre, har han gjort nå på under 3 måneder. Alt han sa han ikke skal gjøre, han gjort. Så det veldig, veldig rart alt sammen. Så i dag så lanserer han Trump Mobile. Og det vår godeste Donald Trump som ikke interessert i business når han president.
Signaling it does want to restart talks over its nuclear programs. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ, they're all in the green right now. The S&P up 59 at 6,036, holding close to session highs, up by 1%. Dow Industrials up 360 for the Dow. That is a gain right now of 0.9%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 280 for NASDAQ, an advance of 1.4%. The 10-year at 4.42%, the 2-year yield right now 3.95%. Gold is tumbling $32 the ounce, $33.99 now down 1%. And a further retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.9%, $71.63 per barrel of WTI. Bitcoin meanwhile is surging 2.9% at 107,740 on the Bitcoin. President Trump is launching a Trump-branded mobile phone service that will rely on wireless networks.
Nå snakker han Trump Mobile.
Made in America. Trump's sons, Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr., unveiled the service today at Trump Tower in New York. on the 10-year anniversary of their father's announcement that he would be running in the 2016 presidential election. AT&T shares, they're down 0.8%, Verizon down 1.5%, T-Mobile up by 0.7%. Again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 59, up by 1%. Balance of power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, great to see you, Charlie. Hope you had a great weekend and welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power. Charlie Pellet once again on Wall Street as he brings us the Monday trade, and we talk politics here in the nation's capital, recovering from the big parade. I don't think we have any reports of broken pavement, by the way. If you're with me here on 99.1 in Washington, D.C., I don't know, let me know if you heard otherwise. Remember, the idea of putting tanks on the streets was going to crumble the pavement. They said, no way. And maybe those weren't the heaviest tanks, of course. They were a bit selective for some of the hardware that was paraded through Constitution Avenue, the big reviewing stand with the President, the First Lady, the Secretary of Defense. A lot of troops were here, thousands for the weekend. And things seemed to go off pretty well, with the exception of some rain. But boy, when you look back at the news this weekend, and you're going to hear a lot of references today, you have all weekend, references to split screens. We got a lot of split screens. We always have a lot of split screens. But last weekend, yes, you had the parade up against what was happening in the Middle East, up against what was happening in the No Kings protests happening all over the country. That was its own split screen. And then, of course, we had the other split screen with the shootings of Minnesota lawmakers. 2 people shot dead, 2 others badly wounded, and a suspect that has now been apprehended. This has brought a lot of concern and a lot of confusion, knowing that this was and has been billed as a politically motivated attack. And the individual they've got here, who was arrested last evening, apparently had a kill list with other politicians on it. Pretty tough stuff here. We heard from the governor of Minnesota, who you may remember as the vice presidential nominee in the last campaign.
Hello.
Governor Walz from yesterday.
Hello.
Because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination.
Ja, det skjer ingenting.
Our state lost a great leader, and I lost the dearest of friends.
Tim Walz. Last weekend. Amy Klobuchar with the tweet just received this encouraging update from Senator Hoffman's wife, Yvette, on their recovery in the hospital. Grateful for their progress. We'll continue to keep them in our prayers. But some senseless violence here, clearly, and it's where we start our conversation with our political panel. Kind of difficult to put this all together, but that's what we experienced in America.
Nå den shorten på Nasdaq pluss med $70. Så vi heldigvis blir et par tusen her da. Hvem skal vinne den da?
Jeannie, I'll start with you. Any number of split screens, you can take your pick, and this is the world we're in right now. You can find whatever narrative it is that you're looking for. It's the end of democracy.
Vi gir bort premien hver dag. Hvorfor vi sitter her og kjeder oss så jævlig?
How concerned are you about violence breaking out, like we saw in Minnesota and other places around the country?
Yeah, and obviously our hearts go out to the victims. What a horrendous act, and the law enforcement officials out there who acted so swiftly to apprehend the individual who'd been charged. But you know, if you talk to people who are looking at the data on the threat environment, it is as bad as it has ever been.
Hør på den kommentaren her. Den var jævla morsom. Den var kanskje litt sånn på kanten, men jeg synes den var veldig, veldig morsom. Pakistan sier her, vi skal nuke Israel, sier Pakistan. Og så er det en som kommenterer, hvordan i all verden skal de få til det? Hvordan skal de klare oss å flytte på missilene med esler? På engelsk, how will they carry the missiles? With donkeys? Ja, det var jævla funny da. Er du enig at det var funny? Bestekompisen min er pakistaner. Så jeg har lov til å si det. Ja. Med esler? Skal de angripe Israel med esler? Tenk at vi sitter og ler av krig, så går vi bare oppover. Det er kaos. Ja da. Det stinker av kjeften din. Takk. 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 Kan du si takk? Kan du si takk? Takk. Kan du si takk? Takk. 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 Kan du si ja? Kan du si takk? Takk. Jeg tror jeg får kjøre det. Kan du si takk? Hæ? Skjer ikke en dritt her. Si takk da. Takk. Takk. Jeg har også short gull her oppe, eller her nede, så uansett så blir det en gevinst. Ne? Si takk. Ja. Ja da. Ja da. Ja da, Gustav. Ja da. Jeg har mye sønnen min Gustav litt mat her. Skjer ikke en drit. Ja. Huh. Her skjer jo ikke mye. Jeg hater sånne dager som i dag, jeg. Det ikke skjer en dritt. fiksa det, vet du. Jeg tror bare jeg tror markedet er helt dødt. Det skjer ingenting.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
Israel widens attacks against Iran as President Trump arrives at the G7. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power as we follow the president north of the border and we follow headlines coming from the Middle East. We're going to get a live report from Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern, who's at the G7 in Canada. And we're going to bring you an important conversation coming up with Ron Dermer, Israel's Minister of Strategic Affairs, former ambassador to the U.S., with analysis from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us for the hour. As we welcome our global television and radio audiences to the conversation, we steer you first to New York. World headquarters, and Charlie Pellet with his view on Wall Street. Charlie?
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. We do have stocks trading higher. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the green. President Trump says Iran wants to talk about de-escalating the conflict with Israel, even as the two sides exchange deadly fire for a fourth consecutive day. We do have relative calm returning to global markets. Stocks climbing, oil sinking alongside gold. The S&P now at 6,033 after Friday's swoon, up 56 points, a gain of 1%. The Dow up 354, up 0.8%. NASDAQ up 282, that's a gain of 1.5%. The 10-year 4.42% with a 2-year currently yielding 3.95%. Spot gold is down $32 the ounce, 3,400 even on the precious metal, down 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude lower as well, down 1.5%, 71.88 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, down 1.5%, 73.10 on Brent crude. And Bitcoin, meanwhile, up almost 3% right now at 107,830 on Bitcoin. Airbus has kicked off the Paris Air Show with orders from Saudi Arabian customers valued at as much as $17 billion and a major purchase from Poland, building an early lead over Boeing, which scaled back its presence at the event following a crash involving one of its jets in India last week. ADRs of Airbus, they're up now by 1.3%. Boeing shares, meanwhile, higher as well. Boeing up now by 1.2%. President Trump is launching a Trump-branded mobile phone service and will rely on wireless networks and hardware that is made in America. AT&T shares, they're down 1% right now. We've got Verizon down 1.4%. T-Mobile shares, they're up by 0.7%. Sarepta Therapeutics plummeting after reporting a second patient died of acute liver failure while being treated with its gene therapy Aletasis for a rare muscle disorder. The death of the 15-year-old boy comes only 3 months after another teenager who received the one-time treatment died. Both cases occurred in people with Duchenne muscular dystrophy who are unable to walk. Sarepta Therapeutic shares, right now, they are trading lower. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. In fact, we go to Washington once again. Your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet taking us around the horn on Wall Street. Thank you for being with us here on Balance of Power, live from Washington. I'm Joe Matthew. Indeed, it's good to see you on Bloomberg TV and radio as we follow President Trump north of the border to the G7 in Canada, commenting earlier that Iran wants to talk. This, of course, following reports that Iran was looking for off-ramps following a brutal weekend of missile attacks by Israel. Of course, that went back and forth with a series of rounds. The president speaking earlier as he appeared with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, as you heard here on Bloomberg. Listen.
They like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war.
Not winning this war. Asked about reports Iran wants to work toward a resolution, President Trump responding, they'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. is following a report from the Wall Street Journal saying as much, that Iran was signaling through intermediaries that it hoped to return to the negotiating table. This is where we start our conversation, I'm glad to say, with Ron Dermer. Israel's Minister of Strategic Affairs, former Israeli ambassador to the U.S., is with us live right now on Bloomberg TV and radio. It's great to have you with us, sir. Appreciate your time today. Can you confirm that these reports are true? Have you heard outreach from Iran?
Well, there's some reports, and then the Iranians denied it, and then they may be passing messages through interlocutors to the United States. I mean, you never know with the Iranians what they're actually doing, but what I can tell you is what's happening in the battle is they're losing. As the president said, I think he was very diplomatic, and he said Iran is not winning this war. They're losing this war because Israel's determined to remove two existential threats to our country. I mean, remember, Iran is a country that openly calls and actively works to destroy Israel. And they're on a path to building nuclear weapons, and we want to remove that threat. We want to remove the ballistic threat. I'm sorry?
No, understood. So then, is it too late, is my question. Do you need to see the destruction of Iran's nuclear program, its nuclear facilities, before you ever consider going back to the table?
Well, let's remember what happened a couple months ago. The president talked about a 60-day timeline. I was with the prime minister when he went to Washington, and the president told the prime minister, look, he wants to give Iran a last chance.
Se på Gulla,
what were the outlines of that deal is that Iran was going to have to dismantle its military nuclear capability. That's what was put on the table. And the president has been very clear about this from the beginning, not just the beginning of his presidency. He's been saying this for years. Iran must never have a nuclear weapon. And he's been very clear that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment capability, which is how you get the fuel for nuclear weapons. So then you don't have to really trust whether Iran has it or not. If they have no fuel for the car, then it's not a problem. And he gave it time, several weeks. His special
Nå faller både Nasdaq og gull. Vi hører nå så for... Men vi må trekke vinnere etterpå da.
With them throughout, and they were very clear of what was going to be their red lines in the deal. And unfortunately, Iran thought that they could string these talks on forever and that there wasn't going to be any deadline. And it was clear to us in the last few days that there was no chance that Iran was going to agree to it. Will Iran agree to something else? Now, I don't know. But remember, one of their sites has already been dismantled by us. That's the Natanz enrichment facility. And we're also basically taking out their missile production factories as well. So we're going to go about our operation to remove these two threats. Whether Iran will decide to meet with the United States and agree to terms that they should have taken a month ago or 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago, you know, that's up to Iran to decide.
Okay, all right, that's very important, Mr. Dermer. I want to go a little bit further down that road with you. We heard from National Security Advisor Hanegbi, who said that Israel can tackle Fordow, the site, the enrichment site at Fordow, deep underground, alone. The conventional wisdom here is that you needed the U.S. to help with that by way of bunker-busting bombs, the Moab included. Is the destruction, Minister, of Fordow the end game, and do you need U.S. help to do it?
I'm not going to get into operations, this or that operation. I hope by now people will not underestimate Israel's will and capability of doing something. It's doing some things when we start a military operation. You saw that with Hezbollah, with the beepers. You've seen what's happened in Gaza. You've seen what we've done as we're fighting this seven-front war. So I think it's safe to say that you shouldn't underestimate Israel's capability to deal with threats. What's important to understand, Joe, is that Israel started this operation to remove two threats to the very survival of Israel. We talked a little bit about the nuclear, but there's also the ballistic missile threat. Some of your viewers have probably seen those scenes from Israeli neighborhoods where you had a direct hit of a 1-ton missile. That's like a bus filled with explosives flying through the air and hitting a neighborhood. Now imagine a country the size of Israel, which is all the size of New Jersey, that Iran would fire 10,000 or 20,000 of these rockets, and they have plans to build 300 of these a month, 3,000 a year. You're going to have 10,000 every 3 years. This is not a threat that we can tolerate. So we've launched an operation to deal with both of those threats, and on day 4, I can tell you, we're ahead of schedule of where we want it to be. and we're going to win this war with Iran. And
so where's that schedule?
Hopefully, will turn the whole region to peace. Remember, we were dealing with the Abraham Accords in the first term, and I'd like in the second term of President Trump to expand that circle of peace.
Well, before we go that far, Minister, how far are you ahead of schedule? How far has the Iranian nuclear program been set back?
Well, it's day 4. We've taken out their main scientists. Iran has the equivalent of the Manhattan Project. You know, that effort to build a bomb by the United States before World War II that ultimately led to victory in Japan. So Iran has this Manhattan Project, and the main scientists were all taken out in the first few minutes of this operation. And we've taken out information that they need for nuclear weapons, and then facilities, like the Natanz enrichment facility, which is their main enrichment facility. There's a conversion facility that converts the uranium to the stuff that you need in order to produce a bomb. That was taken out. I mean, we're setting them back. We're hitting centrifuge manufacturing facilities, and we have a clear plan over the next several days to degrade and destroy their capabilities to produce and set them back several years. And in that sense, we're ahead of where we thought we would be on day 4 of this war. But we're going to achieve what we set out to achieve.
Minister Dermot, there's a report that President Trump vetoed an Israeli plan to kill Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Is that true?
I'm not going to get into any private conversations with U.S. officials. What I can tell you is the U.S. has been tremendous in the support that it's given Israel from the beginning of this war on defense. They have helped us with the Aegis ships to knock down these flying buses full of TNT that were landing on our cities, or that tried to land, or were launched at our cities, I should say. They were helpful in the THAAD anti-missile system that you have. You also have American pilots in the air knocking down drones that are being launched at us from Iran. So we are deeply, deeply appreciative of everything that President Trump and his administration has done in order to defend and protect Israel. I mean, we're doing the job on offense and defense as well, but we appreciate everything that they have done to come to the defense of Israel. It's deeply, deeply appreciated, not just by the Prime Minister of Israel and the government of Israel, by all the people of Israel. We've never had a better friend in the White House than President Trump, and our greatest ally in the world is the United States of America. And I think there's an understanding, frankly, Joe, in America, and not just Israel, that when we are fighting Iran, we're not just fighting for ourselves. We're fighting an enemy of the United States. I mean, these people lead millions, these leaders in Iran, the tyrants of Tehran, they lead millions of people in chance of death to America. So when we're taking them on, we are fighting your fight. And actually, our victory will also be an American victory, and I think it will help turn the region into a different direction. I think you're going to see that a lot of the Gulf states, and maybe they appear on your show, and maybe they'll be critical of that, and maybe they'll issue a pro forma condemnation. But believe me, in capitals throughout the Gulf and throughout the region, people who have lived under the shadow of Iran's campaign of carnage and chaos and terrorism throughout the region, they are rejoicing now. And my hope is that we're going to,
are you asking the U.S. to get involved offensively?
No, I think the United States is going to have to do whatever is it sees, and the president is ultimately the one that makes that decision. Whatever it sees it's in America's interest. And I have full faith and confidence that the president will make that decision, whatever he believes is in the American national interest. But I think one thing you should keep your eye on, Joe, is what is happening within Iran. Our fight is not with the Iranian people. We have no problem in Israel with the Iranian people, and America should not have a problem with the Iranian people. They're actually a very pro-American population, probably second to Israel in the entire Middle East. It's the regime, and that regime subjugates them and also terrorizes all of its neighbors, including our Arab neighbors, while calling for Israel's destruction and ultimately for America's destruction. Remember, we're the little Satan, and they call you the great Satan. So pay attention to what is happening inside Iran when you see the fires starting to spark against the regime. And believe me, Joe, the thing that is most concerning for the leader of Iran is that his people will turn on him and his regime, because after nearly a half-century of tyranny, they've had it. You saw them come to the streets in 2009. You saw them go to the streets in 2022. And they may actually go now. And he's very, very worried about that. So we're going to wage our war to achieve our goals, but keep your eye on what the people of Iran are doing.
We will, of course we will. You've made a number of references to what happens after this
Minister Dermer, and I'm curious to just extend that a little bit. Whether this conflict ends at the negotiating table or on the battlefield, however this happens, will it also bring an end to your war with Iranian proxies? Will it mean an end to fighting in Gaza?
Well, I mean, that's a very good question. A war was launched against us on October 7th by one of Iran's proxies, Hamas. And you see what we've done since then when Iran basically opened many fronts against Israel. Hezbollah in the north, the Houthis in the south in Yemen.
Det ble det her gevinst.
Various different Iranian proxies in Syria, and also directly from Iran itself. So we've been fighting this war, but look what we've done. We have crushed Hamas in Gaza, and we essentially have eliminated Hezbollah in Lebanon. Iran was this very powerful and dangerous octopus with all of these arms. And what happened is those arms, those octopus arms, have turned into T-Rex arms now. And we've cut them down to size. Now, in the wake of this war, you say, well, how is it going to end diplomatically? Well, you know, Japan ended diplomatically too. You just had a surrender ceremony. What was it, the USS Missouri, where you signed some documents. Now, we're not looking to occupy Iran. We don't have a territorial conflict with them. I don't think the United States is interested in putting boots on the ground anywhere they don't have to in the Middle East. That's not the question. The question is, in the wake of this war, can we then make it clear to Iran that they have to end their support for terror proxies, they have to give up these ballistic missiles that are in violation of international law, and that they have to end permanently any attempt to nuclear capability. They want a peaceful nuclear program around the world that have nuclear reactors, they don't domestically enrich uranium, and they can do that. Those are the terms of what enable us
Det var den traden fra går av dag tidlig, den som ikke er realisert i går, tok jo nå. Så blir det en giveaway etterpå på 154,81. Satt en ny short også, for vi se om det blir mer på nå. Ja, på Nasdaq.
I want to ask you in our remaining moment, Minister, because it's important. We're seeing a lot of numbers here. I want to ask you about casualties.
Ja, vi trekker den sammen etterpå, Tommy, på chatten.
National Emergency Services, at least 21 people identified as civilians have been killed in Iran's retaliatory strikes since Friday. Is that number still accurate?
Trekker vinner hver dag.
The number now is up to 25, unfortunately. I'm not certain. You know, when you fire these ballistic missiles into civilian areas, and they're doing it. Remember, we're targeting terrorists in Tehran. We have the power to simply, you know, carpet bomb whole cities. We don't do that. We're only targeting terrorists and trying to get the innocents in Tehran and elsewhere in Iran out of harm's way. We're telling people just today, we took out the National Broadcasting Service, which just, I'm telling the people of Iran, I think we're rejoicing over that, but we got people to evacuate all the areas around it. They're not telling us where they're going to fire. They want to kill as many people as possible, and they're slinging these huge flaming buses into downtown Tel Aviv. You see it on your television screens. I think we're fortunate that the casualties have not been even more than 35, even though it's a terrible a tragedy for each and every one of those families. But given what has been thrown at us and fired at us, I think it speaks to how the Israelis have acted under fire and what kind of resolve that they have, and they're running into their safe rooms, staying in the safe rooms, and acting with a great deal of discipline that our home front command is constantly encouraging them. Get into those safe rooms, because those are the places where it's really, really unlikely that they're going to be hurt. And we've seen terrible scenes of destruction, but unfortunately, fewer casualties than otherwise people would have expected.
We're glad that you could spend some time with us today, Minister. We'd like to stay close with you as this all develops. Ron Dermer is Israel's Minister of Strategic Affairs, former Israeli ambassador to the U.S. We thank you for your time. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. As we follow the bead to Canada, this is the backdrop for the G7 summit that's getting underway right now. The Open just took place. And Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern following President Trump to Banff, where she is right now. Meetings getting underway. In fact, we already brought you some images of the president with Prime Minister Carney. He also sat down with Germany's Chancellor Merz. Anne-Marie, it's great to have you with us here You've had many conversations with Ron Dermer, and you can hear the passion in his voice today. How is this adding to the conversation in Canada?
Well, I think one thing is very clear when you hear from Ron Dermer is that the United States has been absolutely supporting Israel in its defense. Of course, a key question when we saw this attack originally take place is how much the United States know and how much support has the United States given Israel in the offense. At the moment, and the president said this over the weekend to ABC News, that they are not involved in it right now, but it would become, quote, possible to get involved. They have been very involved in terms of helping Israel strike down missiles and drones, but they have not yet joined in terms of the offense. And Joe, you asked an excellent point when it comes to Fordo, the nuclear facility that experts for years have said it would be very impossible for Israel to strike alone and actually hit that nuclear facility, given the fact how it's buried deep into the mountain. And we have already heard from the IAEA today that Fordo stands fine and has not been hit. But Ron Dermer didn't want to get into any of those specifics, but just coming back to the point that the U.S. has been a great support. Now, at the same time, the president was asked about these reports in the Wall Street Journal that Iran is using back channels, trying to get some Arab countries to convince President Trump to put some weight on Benjamin Netanyahu for a ceasefire. And the president said, yeah, the Iranians want to talk. The president also said something has been repeating for days, which is that he gave Iran months for a diplomatic off-ramp. He's talking about some 60 days, but actually, Joe, I reported in mid-March that that first letter went over to the Ayatollah, giving them a timeline to have talks, to have nuclear talks. We were supposed to see the 6th round of those nuclear talks with Steve Witkoff, his envoy, in Oman yesterday. And obviously, Joe, those talks did not go through.
So what's going to come from this meeting then, Anne-Marie? We understand there won't even be as much as a communique. Bloomberg is writing about the extent to which Donald Trump loathes the G7. What's the point of getting everyone together?
Well, there won't be a communique, and I think that was a tactical, strategic plan from Mark Carney and his team, because they remember what happened to then Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in 2018 when Trump left the summit, didn't sign off on the communique. So what they're doing this time around is they're trying to find points that all of these leaders can actually agree upon and put statements about those issues. So think of critical minerals or AI. A key question is whether or not we could get a statement now that this has overshadowed the summit, if we could get some sort of statement from these leaders when it comes to Iran and Israel. So you will see specific statements, but it won't be an overreaching communique that you would normally see in a G7. We should also note that the president here, besides, of course, what is going on in the Middle East and this concern for the world about a wider regional war, they are going to obviously be discussing trade. He is in the midst of a trade war with not just Canada, and he talked about that at the top of his more than hour meeting with Mark Carney. He said, I have a tariff concept. Mark has something different. But trade is going to be really key. He bought USTR Jamieson Greer as well as the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Two individuals have been leading on these trade talks. So the European Union wants to make sure that they have these conversations on trade, as well as Mexico's president, who is preparing for her first one-on-one meeting with Donald Trump.
Great reporting, Anne-Marie Hordern, with us from Banff, a beautiful location to hopefully get people in a room to have some serious conversations. They'll be meeting in Kananaskis in Canada, and we'll let you know what comes from the G7 with the help of Anne-Marie and Bloomberg's David Gura, who was with us a bit earlier. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Glad you came along. I can't wait to hear what the panel thinks about all of this. G.D. Shanzano and Rick Davis are coming up with analysis from our political panel today. We want to check the markets first, though. Let's get to Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York. for some details on the Monday trade. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all advancing right now in the green. Relative calm returning to financial markets after Friday's massive sell-off. The S&P higher now by 57 at 6,034. That is a gain of just about 1%. We've got the Dow up 337, up by 0.8%. NASDAQ up 290, higher by 1.5%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index ripping higher by 1.5%. The 10-year 4.43%, and the 2-year ahead of the Wednesday Fed decision 3.96%. Gold now lower by $34.
Gull prøver seg på en liten breakout på nedesida her nå. Jeg gjør ikke noe. Jeg sitter fortsatt short. Fy faen, hva skjer det?
Trump is launching a Trump-branded mobile phone service that will rely on wireless networks and hardware that is, quote, made in America. Trump's sons, Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr., unveiled the service this morning at Trump Tower in New York on the 10-year anniversary of their father's announcement that he'll be would run in the 2016 presidential election. Right now, shares of AT&T, they're down 1.4%. Verizon down 1.3%. T-Mobile up 0.7%. Recapping stocks higher. S&P up 57, a gain of 1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, many thanks, Charlie, watching Wall Street for us every day here as we talk politics in Washington. Thank you for joining on Bloomberg TV and radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. It's great to have you along as we assemble our political panel following 4 days of attacks between Israel and Iran. And a fascinating conversation, a newsy conversation with Ron Dermer that started our hour. Of course, the former ambassador to the U.S., Israel's former ambassador. He's now Minister of Strategic Affairs. Generating a lot of news here, and pretty remarkable to hear him talk about American pilots in the air over the weekend helping to knock down missiles, ballistic missiles shot by Iran at Israel. He described them as massive burning buses falling into the middle of civilian neighborhoods and cities across Israel. It was difficult to get some hard answers on U.S. involvement offensively. He essentially kept that on the U.S. and said that Israel has a clear plan to set Iran back several years with its nuclear program. Wouldn't get specific about Fordow or some of the other nuclear sites, the enrichment sites that Israel has been targeting. But also does not appear ready to get back to the table, with reports today that Iran is signaling through intermediaries that it wants to return to nuclear talks. President Trump, in fact, was asked about that earlier today at the G7, and he did acknowledge that that was the case. Let's assemble our political panel now for their take. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Rick is our Republican strategist partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. After everything you just heard, Rick, does that sound like a situation in which the United States will begin providing offensive support in Israel's attack against Iran?
Yeah, Joe, I think it just depends upon how you define offensive support. Look, we've consistently put up defense of Israel assets, ships in the Mediterranean to shoot down missiles from the Houthis and from Iran. We share intelligence actively with Israel in order to not just defend their country, but also keep an eye on Iran. And so you could argue that some of those things could be deemed offensive, but it is not the intention, based on what this administration has articulated, that we will get into a fight with Iran, right? And Donald Trump's been very careful. Even just Saturday, he was saying, gee, we hope that Iran shows up on Sunday for the negotiations, because the only way that this is going to end is with a treaty of some kind. And so I think he wants to play in so much as you can, if you're Donald Trump, the good cop. And by the way, what would that treaty look like tomorrow based on what they were talking about yesterday? Yesterday, there were all kinds of questions about, getting them to stop enriching uranium. I think that it's pretty clear that Israel's strategy and what they're executing on right now is going to keep that from being able to happen. So what's to negotiate there? I love the fact that Ron Dermer, former ambassador to the U.S., has said that we also want to include ballistic missiles in that. No more ballistic missiles being manufactured by Iran. And I wouldn't be surprised that even before the end of this current attack is over, that they'll start talking about no more drone manufacturing. And of course, that would help our friends in Ukraine immensely, because they are exporting terror by, basically selling their drones around the world to groups that want to put Americans and other democratic nations in harm's way.
All right, Judy, what do you think? Is it possible for the U.S. to walk this line, providing logistical support, essentially, and defensive support to the extent that we've seen American airmen in the air, men and women presumably in the air, knocking down ballistic missiles fired by Iran? There's reporting that the U.S. Nimitz is on its way now, another carrier group to the region. We've surged so much material. Is it possible that we could sleepwalk into something larger?
That's absolutely the fear, is that this escalates, and as things go in a conflict like this, as violent and as long as this goes, that the U.S. is somehow dragged in. And of course, yesterday, the president said that it is possible we could be active in this conflict. So I think that is still a possibility. It was such a fascinating conversation, Joe, because you could just feel the passion in the minister's voice as he talked about this incredibly difficult issue. And one of the things he raised was, hopefully, he said, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, after we are done, we live in a more peaceful Middle East. And, here to that, the question always is, what does the final day or the day after the final day look like on both sides? What is the end? And that is still not clear. We can see from all the reports that Iran is overgunned, outmaneuvered, outmatched. Israel has the upper hand. They have been decimated in Iran. The proxies have been decimated, but there is no certainty that they don't go underground after this is all over. And what happens after regime change, which is what Israel has been talking about, if we see a regime change, hopefully that regime is more peaceful and more friendly to the United States, to Israel, and the Middle East. But that has not been what we've seen in history. So that is the big question I have. What does this look like when this finally comes to an end? And I know the president is saying Iran is talking about coming back to the table for talks. How do you have talks about a nuclear peace agreement when your nuclear capabilities have been decimated, if that's indeed what happens at the end of this? So I think there's a lot more questions here about the end, and a lot fewer answers and understanding as to what that looks like, and whether we are in fact actually living in a world that is more peaceful here and in the Middle East.
Rick, Ron Dermer said Israel has already dismantled the Natanz site. This is Iran's main nuclear enrichment facility, and we know that they had launched those attacks on Friday. There are questions, and I asked Minister Dermer about what happens to Fordo. This is the enrichment site that is hundreds and hundreds of feet beneath rock, and it is believed that Israel can't reach that far underground without the help of U.S. bunker busters, if they, in fact, can get there. Should we be trained on this site? Does Israel feel that it needs to close the deal in Fordo?
Well, I think that if they had the means, Moab's mother-in-law bombs, bunker busters, that I have no doubt that they would probably have targeted that site earlier on. But they know there are limitations. They have, fantastic precision guidance weapons, missiles. But when you bury something deep into a mountainside, it's trickier to get to. And maybe that is the sum and substance of ultimately a peace deal, is that inspectors get to go in and we make sure those centrifuges are dismantled and they're monitoring. And so rather than destroy it with offensive means, you get rid of it through the negotiation process. And yet, I think it's very clear from your interview with Ron Dermer that Israel will not stop hostilities till they get the deal they want. And he was not willing to describe what that deal looks like, but I'm pretty confident that the two existential threats that he described, ballistic missiles and a nuclear program, have to go away in order for this fight to stop.
Are you surprised at the way this has unfolded, Jeannie? I've mentioned this a few times over the past couple of days. People our age grew up thinking that this would be the beginning of World War III, that this was the line you couldn't cross, to have Israel, in fact, go to war with Iran. But seeing Iran as crippled as it was going into this, with its missile defenses attacked repeatedly by Israel, it's changed the way we're looking at this entire dynamic. You've got a stock market today that's up hundreds of points, even as this takes place in the Middle East. Are we missing something here?
I think that is how we grew up, and it is a very scary proposition. This has been, Israel knew they had to go in now if they were going to go in at all, because of course Iran was weakened severely, as were the proxies. I think the concern again is that there is no guarantee that they stay weakened. And that is one of the scary aspects of this. There is this assumption that we take out this regime and what follows is much friendlier to the Middle East and to the United States. And that is not necessarily the case. Do they go underground like North Korea and build a bomb? They have the knowledge, they have the means, they have the capacity. So those are all very scary propositions, and we should also add from a domestic standpoint, Donald Trump is finding himself in a domestic conundrum here on both this issue and immigration similarly, where the MAGA right is standing up all weekend on these two issues and saying you have abandoned your promise. So much so he came back and said MAGA policy is whatever I say it is. But that is also a real threat to Donald Trump domestically.
Great conversation, as always, with Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Rick Davis. I appreciate your insights. Bloomberg Politics contributors for a reason. We're going to talk more about the market reaction or lack thereof to what we're seeing.
Gul sesse skal tankene da.
And drill down on energy. Bob McNally from Rapidan is going to be with us to talk about what this means for the energy complex next on Bloomberg.
Tror du vi skal forbi 3,83 dagnat? På gull, ja? Hvis det fortsetter å falle, ja, er du gæren. Halla. Ja. Ok. Ja. 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 Ja, man må liksom følge opp alle sammen. Gud. Ja, godt tenkt greit. Det er ikke så mye som skjer. Det er veldig spesielt. Det er jo gull går ned. Selv om krig. Ja, men det hopper ikke i det hele tatt, så er det veldig bra. Nei, det falt fra 3450 ish, og nå er det på 3393, så det har falt med $60 nesten. Det er mye, altså. Ja, altså, prosentmessig, men det er krig. Det skal gå opp. Gå opp. Det er bare Nasdaq som går opp. Nei, det var ikke noe med det, så jeg gidder ikke gjøre så mye det. Ja, falt ingenting. Det er bare tull, altså. Ja, alt droppa. Og det var Iran, tror jeg, med mer action. Det går ikke ned på.
We have got the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq solidly in the green. Some calm, relative calm, returning to U.S. financial markets after
Nei, men nå merker jeg også at Trump nå sine ting blir ikke tatt sånn mot det markedet som gjorde. Så jeg tror folk er litt ferdig med han her. Vi får bare se. Perfekt. Så har du kontroll på den andre.
6%, and a broad-based rally with the Russell 2000 index of small-cap shares up 1.3%. The 10-year ahead of a Fed decision Wednesday at 4.44%, the 2-year 3.96%. Gold $9 the ounce, lower by 1.1%, 33.93, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.5%, 71.89 a barrel on WTI. London-based Entain shares have jumped to the most in more than 3.5 years after the sports betting and gaming group upgraded its full-year revenue guidance for BetMGM. That is the U.S.-based joint venture. It shares of MGM Resorts International. Shares of Entain in London up by 15.2%. MGM now higher by 8.6%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here is Joe Matthews.
All right, Charlie Pellet, many thanks, Charlie, for your read on the markets. We do it every day with Charlie Pellet here on the fastest show in politics. Thanks for joining us on Bloomberg TV, on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Originals, and on YouTube, where you can always find us by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. It is pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Stocks up, VIX down, oil down. Doesn't sound like a world in which we're on the precipice of a global conflict breaking out in the Middle East. Unless Charlie Pellet is whistling past the graveyard here, we have a pretty decent market on our hands after 4 days of attacks between Israel and Iran. I'm going to spend some time with Christine Aquino, who covers the markets for Bloomberg's managing editor for Markets Live with us on Bloomberg. Christine, thanks so much for joining from New York. Why do investors seem so confident? Is it just a matter of one headline that Iran is looking for an off-ramp?
Well, Joe, you know, the history of markets is that they are notoriously bad at pricing geopolitical risk. And, you know, the same goes for what we're seeing now in this latest battle.
Hva er det som skjer med gulla? Hva er det som skjer med noen ting, da? Ingen som skjønner noen ting. Det er 2 stykker som har ringt meg. Hva skjer da? Jeg vet ikke hva som skjer.
We have seen investors being willing to recalibrate their appetite for risk, and clearly that's leaning more toward the risk-positive side of things. I mean, there's definitely the headline that Iran is potentially willing to de-escalate, helping sentiment a little bit, but more broadly, you know, there is still this very bullish sentiment in markets, particularly in stocks.
Well, I guess this can take on a life of its own, but what are you looking at? What sectors are powering this higher?
Well, Joe, we're seeing the traditional sectors, semiconductors, definitely one of the sectors that are powering this rally. You're talking about your Magnificent Seven stocks, your big tech, and that tends to be what we see, during the times of rebound in markets, all these mega caps.
Så har våkna og bare, hva som skjer med gulla?
Sentiment pulls back. They're the ones that lead the rally right out of the gate when we're starting the week on a more positive note like this.
Jävla
funny. Watch on is the dollar because, its relationship with risk aversion really has been shifting a lot. Gone are the days when the dollar is an ultimate gain or an automatic gain because of risk aversion. It seems like it's more responding to developments domestically, particularly as we have the Federal Reserve decision later this week.
Really interesting to see most of the big defense names coming back down to earth after the big rally we saw last week. Lockheed, Northrop, L3, all down 3% or more at this stage of the game, which we'll get for you here. Christine, it's great to have you. We appreciate your read on the markets. Come see us again live from New York. Christina from our markets team. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington as we zero in a little bit more closely on energy and more specifically oil. We're, as I mentioned, looking at lower prices today. That goes for WTI and that goes for Brent. Down about 1.5% each, following a little bit of an uptick last week, a more severe uptick right at the outset of Israel's attack on Iran. We can't have this conversation without Bob McNally. I've been looking forward to doing this for a couple of days here to get his read, the founder and president, Rapidan Energy Group, former White House energy advisor in the George W. Bush administration. Bob, welcome back. It's great to see you. Should this market be more concerned?
Great to be with you, Joe. I think it should, but you know what? You have to cut it some slack. We have a pattern here where we've had scary geopolitical disruption events going back to September of 2019 when the Iranians hit the Saudi Abqaiq stabilization plant, most important oil facility in the world, had the biggest open in Sunday and for crude oil markets ever. But it didn't last.
Nå må vi vente I mange år, tror jeg.
Russian invasion of Ukraine, crude prices spiked, ended up being a nothing burger. We've had the Houthis disrupt Bab el-Mandab hasn't roiled global oil markets, and Israel and Iran have come to blows twice.
Skaff dem et bur. Ja, jeg sier det, hvis noen har et bur, så ta gjerne mot det. Jeg vet ikke hvor lenge jeg har han, Gustav, han kan få fly når han vil. Og jeg har veldig pris på et svært bur som
We keep hearing this. Is that the worst case scenario for the oil?
It's right up there. In my view, the worst case is a damaging attack on the Abqaiq stabilization plant. There is no more important and valuable piece of real estate on planet Earth. One facility stabilizes and controls about 7 million barrels a day of Saudi production. The Iranians hit it once just to show that they could. They didn't do damage. If they went back and destroyed that facility, Joe, we'd be in a depression.
Hvor stor han som en kråkepepin da.
7% of the world oil supply alone. Now, Strait of Hormuz is 18 million barrels a day, about 5 million barrels a day of product, 13 million barrels a day of crude. Not a lot of redirects. You can put a little bit out through Yanbu in the Red Sea and a little bit out through UAE, through Habshan, but basically you're losing 14 million barrels a day. Our strategic stocks can't cover that, even if they were full. They couldn't cover that. So yeah, that's right up there as the second worst, I would think.
Neither of these appear to be expected by this market. It gets back to the boy who cried wolf. To your point here, we had Ron Dermer on the program at the top of the hour, Minister for Strategic Affairs in Israel, and he's talking a tough game. They're not done. They're not near being done, according to Ron Dermer, who talked about not only eliminating the nuclear threat but the ballistic missile threat. That's going to require a lot more.
Følgen min bruker ikke buret sitt, så han kunne lånt det til bare løse.
Of this conflict.
Hvor stort det Prepina?
What else should we have our eyes
on? Well, Israel is a changed country after 10/7/23, and the plan was always Gaza, Lebanon, and then Iran, and we're into the Iran phase. And I think they're even hinting at regime destabilization, if not destruction, or emptying Tehran, etc. So Israel is not going to stop until it achieves its objectives, at the very least neutralizing nuclear facilities, ballistic missiles, and possibly destabilizing that regime. And I don't believe President Trump is going to stop Israel from doing that. So I would think that Iran has to play the only card it has. It doesn't have military escalation going into it. The only card Iran has is to threaten the thing that scares President Trump perhaps the most, and that is $5 gasoline here.
Okay.
And so
And
whether
could make that happen.
it can make that happen. And this debate is out there. We shouldn't expect if the United States were to become militarily engaged against Iran, or Iran were to try to close the straits, it wouldn't be like the first Gulf War or the second Gulf War, where the U.S. prevailed militarily in hours to days. No, it would not be a cakewalk. Look at the Houthis, who are inferior to Iran, yet they are keeping us at bay. Iran is able to shut that strait for some period of time, a lot longer than the market thinks. So I think they may have to demonstrate that they're willing to do that, to get this
Luka! Luka! Må du slappe av. Luka! Har en dårlig dag I dag.
Probably for a long time as somebody in the oil space. What's different about Iran?
Sahar!
Its standing in the oil market, its importance and scale in the oil market now, than say back in the 1970s when an embargo had such an impact on our lives.
Yeah, you know,
Jeg har gjort det selv.
especially the early 1970s, the United States was the
Men I dag det sånn... Oi, faen, slutt å stå opp her. Men I dag det sånn dag hvor ikke du får gjort så mye på tradingfronten. Det skjer veldig lite. Ja. Men du må trøste Luka. Hun har sånn der... I dag har Luka...
Hun lang, hun.
Hun ikke lang, hun har... I dag har hun har sammenbrudd I dag.
Trading-sammenbrudd, eller?
Trykker på feil knapper og går long og short og alt går til helvete.
Hvis det hos oss, så har du aldri gjort det. Trykket på feil knapp 100 ganger.
Jeg har tatt så... Husker denne tapet jeg tok? Jeg trykket på feil knapp. Jeg lukket en posisjon. Jeg var I minus 70 eller 80 000. Jeg trykket feil.
Ikke kom til meg, ikke kom til meg.
Og så fikk jeg ikke gjort den. Jeg så ikke bikkje meg, faen. Jeg har ikke bikkje.
Jo, men jeg ser han prøver.
Han står der. Du må ikke skrike på Gustav.
Jeg skrek jo ikke engang, jeg holdt meg veldig.
Gustav, kom til pappa. Her jeg, vet du. Kom til pappa. Dritt I hun der.
In the meantime, Israel attacking
Hun har nerve sammenbrudd.
energy sites means an energy crisis in Iran or beyond the region.
So it depends on what targets they tap.
Yeah.
So if they're attacking local...
Altså, jeg husker jeg var så forbanna. Jeg gjorde det på en annen plattform. Jeg tappte 70 eller 80 000, og så fikk jeg ikke tatt posisjon på nytt, for jeg ødela alle marginene mine. Nei, jeg tror jeg får kjøla. Ja, han nyser hele tiden. Jeg tror kanskje han dårlig.
Nei, ikke kom da, så snill, herregud.
Du må ikke skremme han sånn.
However, it hasn't yet hit flows for production that matter for the world. And that's why people are off today and folks are not so much worried.
Isn't that something? This is all remarkable to hear about. As I think about your answer on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, we talked to the Energy Secretary last week. Chris Wright said it would take years. We've heard this constantly from the administration. First we have to repair the caverns and then we can start bidding. It's going to be a years-long process, but Bob, it sounds like we don't have years. Based on what you just said, we might need that oil.
Yeah, you know, sometimes our biggest mistakes are bipartisan. And Congress, in its wisdom, both parties, starting about 5-10 years ago, started selling off the SPR just because we thought we didn't need it. And then President Biden sold about 180 million barrels, you know, when there was no emergency with Russia. We didn't lose any Russian oil. Had we lost Russian oil, it would have been a reason there wasn't. So here we are, half of the reserve is full. Secretary's right. Right is right. We have to be slow to refill it. I was working for President Bush, and we did it through a royalty in kind program, and it took us years to get back to the tippy top.
So you've already done this?
I've done it. I was there in the White House after 9/11. I was there for the second Gulf War. We thought through the type of barrel flow and contingency planning, where are inventories, where's spare capacity, and the math gets pretty grim if we lose the Strait of Hormuz or Abqaiq, with or without an SPR.
If that happened, you'd have to release what was left in there now?
They would. I think we'd organize a release between us and then the Japanese and the Germans hold most of the other stocks. But we're talking about maybe 2 to 3 million barrels a day of flow. Hormuz is 18 total, maybe some redirects, we're losing 15. So 15 is a lot more than 3.
Fascinating. It comes down to barrels, as you always say.
It comes down to barrels. And there's an iron law of economics. You can't consume what you can't produce. And the price is like the police officer that enforces that rule. And if you lose 15 and you only can grab 13 from SPR and you can't produce more in a hurry, we've got to consume that much less, and the price will do that by going up.
What does this mean for the big oil names, Exxon, Chevron, and so forth? Their stocks are hardly moving.
And I understand that. This is not a good thing for them. We've seen wars in the Arabian Gulf lead to oil price spikes, but what comes after that? Recessions, demand downturns, and price drops. This is not a good thing if you're an oil company or an oil producer. Now, what would be interesting is if there is regime change in Iran and you could get private companies operating in that country with the world's second, third largest oil reserves, gas reserves, third largest oil reserves. So there's a lot of oil there, and if Iran were to have regime change, peace and stability would be strengthened. So it's, but for the oil companies though, these momentary spikes are dangerous.
Really interesting.
I think it's the same thing for OPEC countries as well.
Having listened to Bob McNally for a couple of minutes here, you're not terribly worried yet, but things could change very quickly. Is that a fair assessment?
You're right. I'm not terribly worried, but I'm more worried than we are today. Here we are in the markets. I would not be buying this sell-off here. Okay. I think we're going to be going higher before we go lower. I think this is not over yet.
Fascinating, as always. Bob McNally, Rapidan, great conversation. I'm so glad that you could come in. It's always great to have you here in the nation's capital. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Glad you're with us as well. We're going to have a lot more to talk about on the late edition of Balance of Power, and I hope you'll join us starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll have the latest on Iran and Israel, latest from the G7, right here on Bloomberg.
Men jeg synes han har litt rennende nese, så nyser han. Er han forkjølet da, eller? Må jeg ta han til dyrlegen? Nei, du må slutte å stå oppe på tastaturet hele tiden. Det nyser om de har støv på seg. Han dusjer hele tiden da. Men han renner fra nesa på han, så han kommer sånn snørr liksom, eller sånn vått vann.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenevec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. Carol Massar, along with Tim Stenevec, live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. I gotta say, some calm, I'm gonna put quotation marks around it because it does seem like some calm returning to the global markets, but I guess it's all relative because there's so much
Han spiser som faen hele tiden og hopper rundt omkring. Man puster med åpen munn da.
0.9% on the S&P 500 to the upside. The Nasdaq Composite up 1.4%. Charlie's going to have the details. Stocks though higher, oil lower today, but if you look at the chart from just the last 6 weeks, it's a pretty big rocket ship higher. And also gold down. Sentiment is easing a little bit when it comes to those fears that Israel's war against Iran would escalate into a wider conflict. But Carol, we're still seeing fighting between the two sides.
Exactly. We were just kind of debating in the newsroom, do we call it a war? Do we call it a conflict? Is it hostilities? So this hour, we're focusing a lot on the state of the world. Definitely top of mind. No easing in on this Monday. And so we're going to get into global security as Iran and Israel strikes continues. Tim just mentioned that. You've also got those world leaders meeting for their annual meeting, the G7 meeting. It's underway in Canada, so we're going to head there in just a moment.
Plus, a full plate for the Federal Reserve as it gets ready to kick off a two-day meeting tomorrow. My question for Michael McKee is going to be about what about higher oil prices and how's the Fed looking at those?
It's a great question. It's got to be top of mind for Fed Chair Jay Powell and company. And then riots around the United States over the weekend and more. We warned you, it's a pretty heavy Monday.
Yeah, that was just a sigh. That was just a sigh, Carol.
Everyone, deep breathe in, deep breathe out. All right, let's get to the trade and to Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Happy Monday to you both. The global markets calming down somewhat. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, as you both mentioned, higher. Well in the green with the S&P right now up 53. That is an advance of just about 0.9%. We've got the Dow up 322, higher by 0.8%. NASDAQ up 284 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. Friday, you recall the S&P was down 1.9%.
Jeg shorta gull på nytt nå på Nei, jeg tok gevinst. Jeg shorta på 400 i stad, eller 98. Jeg har tatt gevinst. Men jeg er short i, som jeg var short på fra fredag, jeg er short ennå.
71.62 for a barrel of WTI. Airbus kicked off the Paris Air Show with orders from Saudi Arabian customers valued at as
Den første jeg satt i stad.
$15 billion and a major purchase from Poland building an early lead over Boeing. ADRs of Airbus, they're up by 1%. Boeing shares also gaining today.
Jeg shorta på 3,426. Ja, den laveste er fra 70 og her nede. Så jeg er snart i mål på de.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Bloomberg Business Week Daily, Carol Massar, Tim Stenevec. All right, let's get to some of the latest headlines. We've been talking about it. Israel and Iran exchanging fire for the fourth consecutive day today, stoking fears of an all-out war with the potential to drag in others in the oil-rich region and, Tim, force the U.S. into a more hands-on state.
So that's the backdrop, along with trade tensions and more for this year's Group of Seven summit. It's the 50th annual gathering of world leaders. It's happening right now in Canada. Speaking earlier from there, President Donald Trump and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. Carney, though, we should note, is former chair of the board of directors at Bloomberg LP, the owner of Bloomberg TV and Radio. President Trump addressing the hostilities earlier in the Middle East.
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war.
All right, that, of course, is President Trump there with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney from the G7. Let's get more from the meetings. We head to Calgary, Alberta, Canada, our Bloomberg News Bureau there, and to Bloomberg News National Security Team Leader Nick Wadhams. Hey, Nick, good to be checking in with you. I know it's going to be a busy couple of days, busy week. There's a certain pomp and circumstance to all G7 meetings, a photo op, the family photo, so on and so forth. Every meeting, too, though, has specifics around it. And again, the geopolitical and macro backdrop set the scene for us this year around what's top of mind, like what is going on in the Middle East as we speak, and what else you're hearing is really on the minds of leaders.
There's a lot on their minds. I mean, obviously, you see a lot of leaders coming here looking for common ground to send a message of unity around issues that really matter on trade, on Israel, Iran, on Ukraine, things like that. The big issue, of course, is whether President Donald Trump is going to be willing to go along. So far, we know he's refusing to sign a joint statement on the Israel-Iran conflict that would have called for de-escalation. The host, Mark Carney, has basically decided to dispense with the traditional joint communique that comes out of a meeting like this. So what you're seeing instead is a lot of leaders coming here looking to do bilateral deals with the U.S. on trade. So the Japanese Prime Minister will be here. You obviously have Canada. You have the UK looking to do its own trade deal. Claudia Sheinbaum, President of Mexico, not a member of the G7, but coming up as well. So they're all seeing this as a chance to sort of get Trump on neutral turf outside of the spotlight of the Oval Office and try to cut a deal with him, given that it looks like the traditional role of the G7 as a place where Western leaders or democracies come together and sort of say, here's where we stand together and set these statements of principle. You know, they're just not going to be able to do that with Trump being such an outlier.
So does it seem like the takeaway from this, or the goal for at least for the United States and for other countries, would be to walk away from the G7 with some trade deals?
I think so. That's to make substantial progress. The president said, you know, it was achievable that they could do a deal with Canada here. I mean, there's not a ton of time. The president leaves tomorrow night, as do the other leaders. So we're looking at about a 48-hour window, but they are looking for an opportunity to get something done. I mean, you know, more broadly, I think what Mark Carney essentially would want is to get out of here without a major blow-up. The last time there was a G7 meeting in Canada, when Trump, in his first term, it ended in disaster when the president was flying out and basically ripped up the joint communique, and it was a bit of an imbroglio for Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister at the time. So they'd like to sort of use this as a chance to mollify the president, at least create some image of unity. So far, though, Trump not necessarily willing to play along.
All right, and we're going to bring in David Gura in just a moment, because I want to get both of your thoughts on that. I want to kind of play off of that, Nick, in that, you know, Bloomberg News, on reporting on the event too, specifically talked about how all the global leaders are trying to avoid conflict with President Trump. Is this President Trump at the center? He's got the biggest dance card and everybody dancing around him?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly true, though there are obviously a lot of other meetings and bilaterals. Every leader is coming here looking to essentially meet with every other leader. You are seeing a move to essentially establish a ceasefire for Gaza that's being orchestrated by the Italian delegation. So there's other stuff happening here, but you know, it's just such a fascinating dynamic when you essentially have 6 united versus 1, and the U.S. being the outlier, but also obviously having the world's largest economy and the world's biggest military. I mean, you can't really get this stuff done without participation from the U.S. So it's creating some awkwardness up here.
All right, I want to bring in David Gura into our conversation. We're going to keep Nick Wadham still with us as well, but Bloomberg News correspondent, host of the Big Take correspondent, David Gura, he's there in Banff, Canada. David, you two on the ground, like Nick, you guys pick up on kind of some of the nuances, but I want to ask you the same question about this idea of President Donald Trump kind of at the center of it all.
Yeah, I mean, I go back to sort of what we knew going into this, that we have a prime minister still fairly new to the job, Mark Carney, who really wanted to avoid what happened back in 2018, wanted to kind of reform the agenda so that there would be fewer landmines that he or other world leaders or Donald Trump could step into that could scuttle this whole thing. And I think what we saw this morning at that pool spray when Mark Carney was there with Donald Trump talking to reporters is, despite the prime minister's best laid efforts, all of that can kind of blow up in his face. So it was from that we got these remarks about Russia's previous involvement, and then what was the G8, now the G7, had him kind of musing about China playing a bigger role in this multilateral institution. Suffice to say, that's not something I think a lot of these other world leaders would be in favor of or even had considered going into this. So to Nick's good point, it's a very long and detailed agenda with a lot of meetings, both official and not. It's a long couple of days, and there are a lot of possibilities through which things can be changed radically by the comments of one world leader and by President Trump in particular.
What would a successful G7, David, look like to the United States and to President Trump as he leaves after a day?
I think before the crisis erupted in the Middle East, there was a lot of hope from this administration that some of these trade deals could be furthered. I'm sure they would say codified or signed, even though they don't seem to be in the position for that to happen. But I think they thought that the focus would be on what would come out of those bilateral meetings on the sidelines here vis-a-vis trade. And of course, what we've seen over the last few days has really cast a shadow over the proceedings in a way where that's unlikely to happen. And we saw both the president and other world leaders downplaying the likelihood of that happening over the course of this gathering. But I do look at President Trump in this forum in contrast with other G7s, including that one in 2018, and it's a president much more aware of the fact that he holds a lot of power here. There are a lot of eyes on him, and this notion of America first is now more firmly established. He feels more confident in that, and setting aside what's going on in the Middle East, recognizes the fact that he is the person with whom all these other world leaders want to meet and try to broker deals when it comes to trade policy. And there's a kind of confidence that comes from that I think is kind of eclipsing what we've seen in the past, which was his just kind of total disaffection with events like this one, finding them boring or not interesting or ponderous or unlikely to kind of yield the results that he would like to see.
Yeah, but there is something significant, right, that he is there and, a part of these meetings. Nick, come on back in on this conversation. Is there any feeling of global unity? And I say this with, Israel, Iran, that conflict. We still have Russia and Ukraine at war. There's a lot of stuff going on where not necessarily everybody agrees on how things should move forward from here. But I'm just curious, is there any signs of global unity? Again, and I do think it's significant that, President Trump ultimately is there.
Right, he is here. There was some speculation in the months before whether he would even attend. So his coming, I guess you could see that as a relatively good sign. But, even Mark Carney acknowledged in his opening remarks at this meeting, nostalgia is no longer going to suit us. We can't keep yearning for days gone by, which is essentially a recognition of just how much things have changed. I mean, as David mentioned, you have this extraordinary moment. The first event of this whole conference was Trump meeting with Mark Carney for a bilateral, and Trump's first comment in that was what a huge mistake it had been to expel Russia from the G8 in 2014, and saying essentially that if they hadn't done that, the war in Ukraine never would have started. Of course, he got the facts wrong. He said Justin Trudeau had been the Canadian leader at the time. He wasn't. He also said that Russia was expelled. That was a mistake. Of course, Russia was expelled because it had invaded Crimea at the time, and when you invade a sovereign state like that, that's kind of incompatible with the principles of the G7. So it was a real signal at the time that Russia just could not be in this organization. So you see him immediately sort of coming in and almost asserting his dominance and separating himself from the other members. It's very hard to see how they can find common ground when the U.S. president is basically coming in, essentially spoiling for a fight.
It's interesting. I look at the global markets, and we've got a rally underway here in the U.S. We saw global markets, bounce back on expectations, or some reporting by other news organizations about maybe the tensions between Iran and Israel and Iran easing. You can kind of, whiteboard. You can kind of go a lot of different ways here. But David, come back in, because I think it's just a reminder that even on a market rally, there's just so much going on around the world at this moment. I think about the protests in the United States around the weekend. I'm looking at your backdrop. It looks awfully peaceful. You're in a pretty remote place, and my understanding some of that was to minimize protests at the G7 meetings.
Yeah, I think the geography is really important here, and so the meetings themselves are taking place in Kananaskis, which is a provincial park about an hour from where I am in Banff, and the media center is here. Some meetings are taking place here, some press conferences, and then there's also goings on in Calgary as well. But it's a triangle where each line of the triangle is about an hour from the other. So it was sort of deliberate from Mark Carney, the organizer, that you would get these leaders together in a very remote, isolated place, and maybe born out of that would be more opportunity for informal talks, a chance to kind of further those relationships, again, drawing this contrast as I have to 2018. most of those principles from 2018 are gone. So it's a chance to start fresh. Obviously, the organizer, Mark Carney, hasn't been on the job for very long either. So it's kind of deliberate the way that all of this is set up, but you're wise to bring up all that's happening here. And you turn on the news, you listen to Bloomberg Radio or television or any network and just see all that's happening. It is overwhelming. And again, there's the official agenda at this summit and there's the unofficial one as well. And just kind of focusing on the Middle East in particular, I think that there was some hope from many of the leaders gathered here that, you know, as we heard from them as they came here, there were statements about that crisis in the Middle East, this call for that to be de-escalated. I think there was hope that there could be kind of a unified statement of the G7 leaders on that issue. That's not going to be the case, it sounds like, coming out of this. That's not what Donald Trump, the President of the United States, wants at this point in time. He continues to call for diplomacy and for Iran not to have nuclear weapons. But you see just kind of the strain, even with something that is galvanizing so much attention, not just from world leaders, but from everyone, the U.S. kind of reluctant or unwilling to enter into that kind of statement, that group statement.
David, you mentioned the U.S. reluctance there, and it raises a bigger question, and we're going to ask Nick the same question too, which is, why in 2025 does the G7 matter? What is the significance in today's day and age?
You're asking me first or Nick?
You first, David. Then Nick. Nick gets some time to prepare.
You cannot take a pass.
And Nick can clean it up after. Look, I respect what the Prime Minister said about not being able to rest on nostalgia, but this has been a forum for 50 years, as the Prime Minister pointed out, nodding to the history of this multilateral institution when these countries who started out as friends got together to work through and talk about a variety of issues of importance to all of them and to kind of flex their might as democracies and leading economies. And I think fundamentally that continues to be the case here. They wield a lot of power, and I think, as all would say, if they can work together and find points of agreement, it makes them present a more powerful front to the world as a whole. I think that's why the G7 still matters. It is an occasion when these world leaders can get together, rare as it is, to have tough conversations and to think about the path forward. Obviously, we've seen the strains and the fissures here, not just at this summit, but at ones previous to it. But I think fundamentally just having that forum remains crucial for those who believe that multilateralism is something better than countries going it alone.
All right, over to you, Nick. Your thoughts on why G7 really still matters.
Well, I mean, you know, I don't know if it's for me to say that it matters or not, though, but it is really interesting. I mean, when you look at, you know, this situation, leaders come and go. I mean, when President Trump was last year, I think the only leader who was around the table who's here this time is Emmanuel Macron. So there's a lot of turnover. Who knows what happens from one year to the next. It is also for us a very interesting place in the sense that you can really pick up on some bigger global shifts. So last night, the European Union's Ursula von der Leyen was here. She gave a press conference and talked about pulling Canada more closely into the European defense infrastructure and architecture. And that was just sort of a fascinating moment for me. That's something they've talked about repeatedly over the last many months, but it shows these shifts that Europe wants to embrace Canada more and sort of implicitly pull it a little bit away from the United States. And that reflects this much broader unease about how things are shifting. The power dynamics are shifting geopolitically and globally, where Europe wants to find common cause with Canada and a little bit separate it or pull it away from the United States. And so you come to these events looking for clues where you're looking for those sort of broader, slower tectonic shifts in geopolitics.
So important, certainly at this moment in history. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Of course, we've been talking with Bloomberg News National Security Team Leader Nick Wadhams there in Canada, our news bureau there in Calgary, Alberta, and of course, Bloomberg News correspondent, host of the Big Take podcast, David Gore, he too on the ground there in Banff. I should point out that the family photo, the group photo, coming our way at about 7:45, I think it is. East Coast time.
Okay.
That can get a little, you know, sharp
Who's going to
elbows.
stand where? That's always the question, right?
It always does, right? All right, folks, don't go anyway. Fed meeting this week.
Er du forkjøla, eller? Jeg synes du snufser seg, eller? Nå faller gull videre, og Nasdaq. Det er perfekt. komma. Det som er jævlig spesielt nå, at du har Nasdaq som faller, og du har gull som faller. Veldig spesielt. Jeg har short begge, så det går bra. Men det skjer jo så lite da, gutter. Det skjer jo ingenting her. Fy faen.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at gains for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. S&P right now up 53. That's an advance of 0.9%. The Dow up 320, higher by 0.8%. NASDAQ up 281 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a gain of 1.5%. Stocks are higher as fears of an all-out Middle East war ease. The 10-year ahead of the Fed decision Wednesday. 10-year at 4.44% with a 2-year currently yielding 3.96%. Gold is tumbling $43 the ounce, down 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude now retreating 1.6%, 71.79 a barrel. President Trump says Iran does want to talk about de-escalating the conflict with Israel. Sarepta Therapeutic shares are plunging after reporting a second patient died of acute liver failure while being treated with its gene therapy Elevidys for a rare muscle disorder. Shares are trading lower now by 43%. Again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P right now up 53. That is a gain of 0.9%. And for on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie, me, Tim, the whole Bloomberg gang, man. We're going to be thinking about the Fed this week because the Fed kicking off a 2-day meeting on U.S. monetary policy. That gets underway tomorrow. It will be the fourth decision. I think I counted right. Fourth decision of the year. It comes out on Wednesday. It's a decision. It's commentary. It's a Jay Powell presser. It's also a dot plot. So we're also going to get, Tim, that summary of economic projections.
Yeah, I think the question the president has is, are we going to see 200 basis points of rate cuts like he called for last week? I don't think that's going to happen. We'll see if Mike and Mike think it's going to happen. The Michaels, Michael McKee, Bloomberg News International Economic and Policy Correspondent at Bloomberg News. He's already in Washington, D.C. He joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. We've got a Bloomberg News rates reporter, Michael McKenzie, here in our studio. Guys, good to have you with us. Ahead of this, interest rate strategists at J.P. Morgan Chase recommend positioning for a flattening of the Treasury yield curve ahead of the Fed's rate decision this week. Bank of America closes a set of trade recommendations amid less negativity for long-end Treasuries. Michael McKee in Washington, D.C., I want to ask you about oil and the way that oil is going to play a role in the way the Fed thinks about inflation moving forward, given the price increase that we've seen just in the last few weeks.
Well, in general, people tend to think of oil as not mattering that much to the Fed, and we look at the core price indexes that leave energy and food out because those are very volatile components. But it's a little more complex than that, in that oil prices can, if they're high enough for long enough, feed into other aspects of the economy. Petroleum's used in a lot of materials, plastics, chemicals, pharmaceuticals. So you can get higher prices out of it if it lasts for a while. The question is, how long is this elevated oil price going to remain? We've seen it bounce around quite a bit as various rumors come and go about how long this altercation between Iran and Israel will last. So the bottom line is, Tim, we're not going to see the Fed really take a whole lot of account of it at this meeting. They'll have to watch and wait and see if it continues into the late summer or even into the fall.
All right, so Michael McKenzie, come on in on this. I mean, what are you expecting? What's key for you as we get ready for the next Fed decision?
The dot plot's always important. We haven't had a dot plot update since March, and of course we've had a lot of new things that happened since March.
It's amazing,
starting
right?
with Liberation Day, and now of course the unfortunate events in the Middle East. So I think the market is bracing for perhaps the Fed dropping the dot plot all of 2 rate hikes this year down to 1. It would only take 2 people on the board, on the governors, to actually shift the dots, and we go back to 1. We're already trading below 2 full rate cuts being priced this year already, so the market will probably retreat a bit more. It means the 2 years probably vulnerable. It's probably why some Wall Street firms are looking for flattening of the curve. Funnily enough, today, of course, we've seen the long end sell off a bit more, and it's really about oil, as Mike just mentioned. There is a sort of an inflationary angst going on here. So I think back last week, the bond market started to rally when we saw softer CPI and PPI, and since Friday, we've just been giving that up.
Well, which is interesting. Like, Mike, I'm thinking about it, I'm listening to Michael, and I'm thinking, does the Fed have to be very careful on how it threads the needle between a dovish tone and hawkish tone? Because there's just, all these ifs out there, and we just, as you say, even with oil, it's just depending on how long this conflict lasts and how long we see higher energy prices. There's just a lot of questionable factors that the Fed has to kind of weave into its message.
I think you were right about this being the 4th meeting in a row that the Fed will try to thread that needle. And if they get their way, they will make no news and the markets won't move. Markets will probably move because we have we have enough moving parts that they could see the markets move for 24 hours or so. But no, the Fed is going to try to stay out of the way. They'll change the statement as little as possible. The forecasts will be interesting because at this point they probably have to raise their inflation forecast, and we know they're going to raise their unemployment forecast. So the question then becomes, what does it do to overall GDP? Does the GDP number come down a lot and signal that the Fed has to do something in order to keep the economy afloat? That's the tough part for them. How do they explain movements in the summary of economic projections, and how can they relate that to the dot plot while at the same time, as Jay Powell always does, saying don't pay any attention to the dot plot?
Yeah, I think that's don't pay any attention to this thing that we released that everybody says is the thing that we are supposed to pay attention to. Speaking of that, Michael McKenzie, you say the dot plot is going to be sort of what you were looking at. What else? What are you looking from the Q&A? Like, what are the questions that you hope Jay Powell answers? I know there are going to be a lot of questions about politics, perhaps about a lunch with the president. We also know what he will say in response to those because he's given the same answer over the last few months and over the last few meetings. We're not going to learn anything about the political side of this. What are the questions, though, that you still have?
Really, as Mike says, if you raise your inflation forecast and you raise the unemployment rate, you are essentially telling the bond market pricing more rate cuts next year. And I guess they'll look at the dot plot. What does that say for next year? I think the Fed could probably also push up the terminal rate. So that would then indicate that it's a much shallower rate cycle to come. So I think those are going to be some of the issues. I think Powell will again, as Mike has said, they've got to thread the needle here because he needs to wait to see whether or not there is any pass-through from tariffs into inflation. They are watching clearly the labour markets, or other Fed officials such as Christopher Waller have spoken about. They will cut if the labour market weakens. But again, judging on what we're seeing in the labour market, jobless claims aren't flashing a warning. Continuing claims are getting a little bit worrisome. And again, the bond market's kind of clinging to that kind of trade still, which is why the 2-year note's below 4%. And then I guess it's really about the budget and how does that complicate things for policy making. Because if this budget is stimulus, more stimulus coming in, that's going to fire up the economy again. And this is why the back end, I think, has a very tough time sustaining rallies. Because at the heart of this, if the Trump administration wants to goose the economy, then, and again, with the immigration issue, does the unemployment rate stay low? So therefore, the Fed's losing a bit of its typical guidance on how to react to signs of weakening labour. So I think the back end looks vulnerable, which means if you're a bond trader, you're probably going to like sitting in the 5 years still. It's the most overcrowded part of the curve to be in, has been for a long time.
Bellies are usually big.
The belly is big, and it's getting a bit bigger, right? So it's a real pot belly. But I think it's because if the Fed delays now, there's a risk they have to do more next year. So stick with the 5 years seems to be the mantra in the bond market.
Mike, when it comes to the Federal Reserve and the central bank, I mean, I don't know, how much of you think is going to come up about Jay Powell and the rest of his tenure and the pressure that he seems to be getting, again, from the White House, from President Trump specifically? Nothing new, but he's out there.
Well, some of us have talked about the idea of Jay Powell coming out and saying, not my problem. But he'll probably get asked about it, and he'll demur and say, you know, our job is not to worry about fiscal policy. Our job is to deal with the economy as we see it, and we focus on unemployment and we focus on price stability. So I don't think, as Tim said, we'll get much out of that. The interesting part will be to see if we get anything in terms of when they think they will have enough information about the economy to even make a decision. Bloomberg Economics just did a survey, and 39% said that it would be September at the earliest, and 42% said the fourth quarter of the year. So if you're looking to see what the bond market is telling you after this Fed meeting, it's probably not telling you a whole lot, because market participants themselves don't think the Fed is going to have a good idea of what's going on for quite some time. And that's going to be, a really good example. July 9th is when the reciprocal tariffs are supposed to come back on. So that's 2 weeks after the Fed meeting, or 3 weeks after the Fed meeting. What's the shelf life of the SEP and the dot plot that we get next week?
I mean, that's a good point, right? It's something that we keep talking about, that until we really know what the tariffs are in place, what we know is part of the spending and tax bill, like there's too many things we don't know, Mike, right? So until those are resolved, is it likely that the Fed kind of errs on the side of maybe let's not do anything until we really know what we're dealing with?
Sure. I mean, if you don't know what to do, don't do anything is probably the best advice, because they don't want to err on the wrong side of doing something. If inflation is going up, they don't want to have cut the Fed funds rate. If we're seeing the economy slow down, they don't want to have raised it. By sitting where they are, they're in pretty good shape to do either one, or they could just remain at 4.25 to 4.25 to 4.5%. And that's probably not going to hurt the economy all that much unless we see a real collapse in growth, and that's probably going to depend on what happens with the reciprocal tariffs and, as Michael says, the budget, and whether it's seen as stimulative or not.
So to Michael McKenzie on that, and on the economy, the bond traders who you speak to each and every day, do they seem more concerned about growth, inflation, or the labor market? What do they see as their main concern right now?
I mean, for them, a weakening jobs market gives a clearer signal that the Fed will move. And they'll do so because weakening growth will overcome any worries about inflation, because it'll slow the economy down. So it sort of kind of takes care of the inflation problem in their eyes. So that's what they're looking for. Today, I mean, again, it was quite funny, like last week, asking people ahead of the CPI and PPI, it doesn't matter, jobs market matters. And so it's kind of where they're going at the moment. But again, to Mike's point, it's probably unlikely you're going to have any clear indication until September at the earliest. And then the question will be, okay, did they do one cut or did they do two? That's still going to be the sort of ballpark figure here, I think, for the bond market. So we're just going to be stuck in these ranges. I think 450 in the 10s, just under 5% in 30s, and around 4% for 2s. This is kind of where we've been for a while now.
Mike, last thought to you, 20, 30 seconds. On the labor market, could it go either way? Could it start to come undone? Or could
it sure could.
Yeah.
I was talking with someone in the retail business just this weekend who said that their understanding is a lot of companies are very close to making big layoffs. And if they get pushed by the tariffs that are going to be announced, or by the budget, if that suggests that there's going to be some kind of retrenchment, then you might see a sort of dam break, and a lot of people get laid off, or companies start to announce layoffs and then scare the public.
Right.
So that is something that is out there that you're going to have to keep an eye on.
Tim and I are going to talk a little bit later about a story from the Journal about young graduates facing an employment crisis. You look at the unemployment rate for grads, it ain't pretty. All right, Michael McKenzie, thank you so much. Bloomberg News, of course, rates reporter, and our own Michael McKee, Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent. This is Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. Global markets calming down, stocks rising, oil and gold prices falling. Fears of a wider conflict between Israel and Iran are subsiding. The S&P right now up 52. That is a gain of 0.9%. The Dow up just about 300 points, up 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 274, up now by 1.4%. The 10-year yield at 4.44%, with the 2-year 3.96%. Gold is down $43 the ounce, down 1.3%, and a retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8%, 71.64 a barrel. American Express is teasing updates coming later this year to its travel-focused Platinum credit cards, announcing what it is calling its largest investment ever in a credit card refresh. American Express up now by 2.4%. Victoria's Secret being targeted by another activist investor seeking a shakeup of its business. Victoria's Secret shares up now by 3.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. A couple things I'm sure you've heard about it, but we just want to remind everybody about the difficult weekend it was on the domestic front. U.S. prosecutors charged alleged shooter Vance Bolter with 2 counts of murder in the deaths of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband in what officials referred to as a murderous rampage that was early Saturday morning. Also over the weekend, protesters rallying in hundreds of U.S. cities to denounce what they said were President Trump's authoritarian tendencies, including the increased deportations and tactics used to carry them out. You know, Tim, we kicked off talking about kind of global geopolitical tensions, but there is a lot going on the U.S. domestic home front.
So let's talk about that, domestic tensions that are simmering. Back with us is FGS Global partner Beth Vui. FGS Global is a public affairs consulting firm. Beth, a former senior politics editor at NBC News and MSNBC. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. I want to start with the Minnesota shootings and look at them through the lens of the other political violence that we've seen over the last year or two. Assassination attempts on the president before he took office. We saw the murder outside of the consulate earlier this year in Washington, D.C. Of people in the U.S. there in what was, I think fair to say is perceived as political violence. There was a really depressing story, I believe it was yesterday in the New York Times, about how political violence in the U.S. is now becoming as routine as school shootings. Like, that's such a grim thing to even think about. What's going on here?
Well, I think you're seeing the conflagration of a couple of things. One is the very high-pitched tensions that everybody's feeling about politics. We know our country is extremely polarized, extremely divided. People on social media, their tempers getting riled up. And then you add to it the element of guns, which we have in this country at a much, higher level than any other comparably civilized country. So the combination of the violent tendencies and the ability to execute literally and figuratively with a deadly weapon makes us unique. It's a very scary time for sure, particularly for those public officials who are finding themselves really under scrutiny, under attack. We could have mentioned Nancy Pelosi's husband being, that didn't involve a gun, but clubbed right in his home. The J6 folks who attacked the Capitol with weapons, clubbing, hurting, killing in some cases police officers. We're in a very fraught moment right now, and there doesn't seem to be much sign of cooling. And I would say the other problem we're facing is as soon as one of these things happens, everybody jumps to conclusions about why. What was the shooter's motive? What was the attacker's motive? Which political side are they on? Granted, right now we're seeing more violence happening on the right, but it would behoove everyone if they didn't jump onto Twitter or jump onto X or what have you and make assumptions about what's going on here. A lot of times people have very complicated histories. They may suffer from mental illness. We need to learn more before we sort of draw all sorts of conclusions about why people are doing what they're doing.
Completely agree, right? You got to know all of the information, something. Having said that, there is something about freedom of speech, peaceful protesting. I feel like, look at on college campuses where we used to embrace different thoughts, right? And different political views, where all of a sudden that's almost like it doesn't happen anymore. So there is something else going on. And I'm just curious, your thoughts on that, because that certainly plays into the political tensions that we're seeing here.
Yeah,
like the inability to have, we do it here all the time, have conversations in the newsroom where we all don't necessarily agree, but we learn from each other. But something has gone away on a national level.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that way, doesn't it? I mean, it does feel like there was a period of time, maybe not that long ago, where one could have sort of a civil conversation with people that you may or may not agree with. College campuses, I mean, what we've seen, in most recently is the activity around Israel-Palestine, Israel-Gaza. That has motivated a lot of college students. It has, brought lots of accusations of Jewish students being mistreated on campus, or the free speech of folks who want to demonstrate on the behalf of the Gazans not being allowed to, being, in the case of Colombia, police being brought into the campus to break down those camps last year. I mean, we saw a lot of rage, a lot of anger. Unfortunately, yes, because we're dealing with a very fraught political environment and tensions are running high.
And yet we have social platforms where we have a president of the United States that certainly feels free to post at will. I would say business leaders like an Elon Musk who feel very comfortable to post at will. So it's just like
he actually owns his own platform.
No, I understand. Right, and that's become the new media, right? That very wealthy people seem to buy into to kind of be able to do that. But it's just this unevenness. Very comfortable saying whatever they want, and then a lot of Americans feeling nervous, or business leaders. How many business leaders do we have come into our room who will talk off air, saying there's fear about really saying what they feel about various policies?
Yeah, and at our firm we deal with those kind of
what do you
clients
hear from
all
leaders?
the time. I mean, they want to stand by their values, but they're also very worried about drawing scrutiny, perhaps from the administration, drawing backlash from their consumers about the practices that they've decided to engage in. So they're very nervous about expressing themselves in any way at all, and that's an uncomfortable feeling to have as a leader, to not be able to sort of say where you stand, where you believe your company stands, where you want to represent as a leader going forward, and feeling like you can't do that.
One thing that we're talking a lot about here is not just the protests against ICE in Los Angeles and the riots and, what happened there over the last week or so, but also the way that the president and his administration are thinking about immigration, because it seems like there has been some change there, specifically with regard to workers within the hospitality.
Gull skal jo egentlig opp, mens gull fortsetter å falle nå, så får den ned til 3.300 ganske fort da.
Finding workers. There have been a lot of different presidents that have tried to solve this. Will this administration, in your view, does it have the tools to actually make change here?
Well, I mean, the fact that the president has had to acknowledge that certain industries will not function without this labor force is really quite surprising, given that he did campaign. He was very obvious about what he intended to do. He said he was going to deploy federal forces to get rid of people living here illegally. He didn't differentiate one or the other. He said, we're going to go for the criminals, and then we're going to go for everyone else. He is now recognizing the fact that much of our economy runs on this labor. There's no obvious replacement for these folks, so he's going to have to make some changes. That said, he also just came out last night and again this morning announcing that he was going to deploy ICE into Democrat-run cities in order to purge folks out of those places specifically, and he named what he said was illegal voting by undocumented people, which that basically does not happen at all. Well, there's tons and tons of research on this. But it was basically him announcing that he's going to use ICE as a political tool, not just a tool to remove people who are here illegally, but rather to target places that are he opposes politically, or they oppose him.
Is it more about culture war optics versus immigration policy that we're seeing with President Trump? I just got about 30 seconds.
Yeah, look, I mean, that was something that he ran on, was immigration, and he was very much had the sympathy of many Americans who felt like our immigration policy had gone out of control. But what they are doing now, this sort of ramping this up, just taking people wholesale out of the country without really looking at their situation, not putting them through due process, there's a big backlash against that now.
All right, gonna leave it there. Covered a lot of ground. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Beth Fouie, FGS Global Partner, joining us right here in studio. Folks, we're looking at a market where we're just off our best levels of the session, so we're down just about 0.8% on the S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, a gain of 0.8%. It's been down so much, I like
It's in the green.
NASDAQ 100's up about 1.3%. When we come back and check on stocks on the move, this is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Jeg har short Nasdaq igjen, da. Jeg tror gull kan gå ned til 3,327. Men egentlig skal gull gå opp nå, så gir jo ikke mening. Men på vei ned 3,327. Jeg vet at det er køddefælt, men er det noen her som er veterinærer, eller? Jeg er litt bekymret for Gustav, for han driver og... Han nyser og så er litt hes. Jeg vet det er en kråke, men han nyser sånn vann ut av nesa. Og hvis jeg tar til en vanlig dyrlege så avliver han, så er det noen her som har noe som helst peiling på en annen dyrlege som kan hjelpe meg litt. For han trenger antibiotika, tror jeg. Det er faen meg glemt. Jeg skal ta litt sånn nå. Nå har jeg tatt meds. MPET, er det sånn at de tar fra meg Gustav? For jeg vil ikke at han skal bli avlivet, liksom.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and
Jeg tror han har feber, for han er så varm på føttene.
All right, everybody, we're just coming up on, I don't know, about 67 minutes to go until we wrap up the closing. But how to do a quick math?
A nice round number, Carol.
Like a calculator in my head.
Let the countdown clock begin. Throw 67 minutes up there.
3 days away till Thursday.
Yeah, well, which the markets are closed. It's a holiday shortened trading week.
It's a little strange.
It's a little, yeah, having a Thursday off.
Yeah, and a Fed meeting.
I bet Friday's going to be quiet.
I think so too.
I
don't make a lot of predictions. I'm not a betting man.
Because if you didn't, it's a great, long weekend.
I'm guessing Friday's going to be quiet.
Take off the Friday.
Yeah.
We didn't, but...
No, I'll be here.
We'll be here.
You'll be here.
I'm Carol Master along with Tim Stennebeck.
For jeg tok med en and jeg redda for noen år tilbake. Andy het han da. Til dyrlegen. Og da skulle de avlive han, så jeg bare tok med før han gikk.
Yeah, a lot of green on the screen today, and accordingly, I picked 3 stocks that are up today. Boeing is one of them. It's climbing today as it touts progress on new presidential aircraft jets that it's made over the past 4 to 5 months. This has been a long, winding process. At some point, Elon Musk was even involved. And now the pair of Air Force One jets
Jeg sjekket med ChatGPT, jeg tror bare han for kjøla.
The jets have suffered cost overturns and various delays, given what a challenge it is to build an aircraft that not only has to perform secure missions, but also
Du kan ikke ha noe sånt ikke. Jo, når det er vill fugl, vet du. Når det er vill fugl, så er det helt andre regler.
business said today that they are very, very close to completing the aircraft design. After that, they'll have to settle
Hva skjedde på Nasdaq nå?
configuration
Dansa
and
med
actually proceed with building. Prior to today, Boeing was down for 4 straight trading sessions, of course, with those losses worsening on Thursday after the devastating
de kan ingenting.
air crash. That disrupted a really remarkable turnaround for the company, which is about 14% year to date after falling more than 30% last year.
Wait,
Jeg kan mer enn fuglehjelpen.
What takes so long? Is that we're close to the design?
But you know what? If the Qataris are going to give us a plane, all of a sudden, I don't know, we made progress?
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
And maybe we should talk to Julie Johnson about this too.
I know, but they're very, very close
to a design.
Yeah.
Just to remind everybody, this was something that was decided on many years ago when the president was first president. Aircraft One, the Air Force One, or the planes used as Air Force One, are like 30 years old at this point. So this wasn't a surprise, but it's just mind-boggling to me that something like this takes so long.
It's complicated.
It does.
Like
And
communications.
no question, it's complicated. But how many years? And the president has been clear about how he feels about this. Yeah.
Clock is ticking. Roku and Amazon.
Yeah, so Roku is getting a bid today. The stock, last time I looked, was up about 10%. That's still holding right now. This is after the company announced a partnership with Amazon's ad business. Amazon also up today. Basically, advertisers will now have access to more than 80% of households with a connected TV. The partnership is meant to enhance addressability across services including Roku Channel and Prime Video. This is a great thing for advertisers and also for these companies. I always like to look at the Wall Street commentary. William Blair is very positive. They said that it's difficult to frame the actual financial impact, but this is a win-win situation basically for both companies. And Benchmark also saying that this is a big step forward for both Roku and Amazon. That stock obviously rallying accordingly.
So bring on the ads, right?
Bring on the ads.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
All right, bring on the ads and take out the American Express Platinum Card.
The ARK Innovation ETF, by the way, is up a lot because apparently they've got a pretty big holding in
Kathy
Roku.
Wood is a big fan of Roku.
Yeah, ARK, ARKK is up 4.2%.
Okay.
Oi, fy faen, så gull da.
Look at that.
It's a gift.
You know it's a day when there are no
Jesus.
recliners.
Even when profitless tech is doing well.
Yes, exactly. There's a lot of euphoria out there.
Exactly.
Okay, let's get a little closer to earth. Talk about American Express, because maybe some news for those platinum card holders.
Yeah, so it is planning updates to its travel-focused
Gold.
platinum credit card, calling it the largest investment ever. They increased the annual fee back in 2021 to $695, and ever since have been really struggling with a lot of competitors. J.P. Morgan Sapphire Reserve card, you have Capital One's Venture X Rewards card, but now this is meant to kind of help it in this really competitive landscape. Amex's group president for U.S. Consumer Services today said they're going to take these cards to a new level, not only in what they offer in travel and dining, but also in how they look and feel. So very curious to see what it will look like that is making it so magical and worth that $700 a year fee.
My own theory is that there's going to be a price hike coming at some point. Because
absolutely.
$695 I think feels like a lot of money to a lot of people for a credit card, but they haven't raised the price since 2021. So if they come out and say, we're adding so much more, we're going to make it more valuable, in order to pay for that, we're going to raise the price.
Got to make sure you have the benefits that go along with it, because I think it's getting pretty competitive.
I mean, anecdotally, anyone I know who has one seems to quite like it. But again, when you have J.P. Morgan and Capital One also rolling out really good cards with smaller fees and offering the same perks, it's a tough market.
I will say Amex is really great when you've got a dispute, man.
Oh, yeah.
They really, there's someone there, put the charge on hold. It's pretty good stuff, right? It sounds like you might have had a dispute or two. I certainly have.
I'm just listening to you, Carol Nasser.
Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Semenova. So appreciate it. Hey, for more conversations like this, check out our Stock Movers podcast. You can find 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and decliners in the stock market. You can find it on Spotify, Apple, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Hey, we got a great program coming up over the next 2 hours on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're talking energy, given the fast increase that we've seen.
Kan fort falle ved den QK1.
It may be down today. We're going to talk to one portfolio manager. It's on his radar. And then also dig in more on this American Express news.
Yeah, good stuff. That's all coming up. If you're watching on TV, the close is coming your way.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Matt Piper. The man accused of killing a Minnesota lawmaker and wounding another has just made his first court appearance. Vance Belter told the judge he cannot afford an attorney.
Belter went to the homes of 4 Minnesota state politicians with the intent to kill them.
Fy faen, se gull da.
Thompson.
It is no exaggeration.
Woo! Endelig skjer det noe.
Belter stalked his victims like prey. He went to their homes, held them out as a police officer, and shot them in cold blood.
Belter was arrested late last night and now
Hallo, Viking Power, det har ikke skjedd en dritt her i dag.
Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his military will kill Iran's military leaders one by one. President Trump is attending the G7 summit in Canada, where he spoke about the escalating war between Israel and Iran, now in its 4th day.
It's painful for both parties, but I say Iran is not winning this war. And they should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late.
Our Robert Burgers in Jerusalem.
The original goal of the war was to knock out Iran's nuclear facilities, but it's expanded now that Iran is firing these powerful ballistic missiles at Israel. So the second goal of the war now is to target the Iranian ballistic missile program. The Army saying that the Israeli Air Force has knocked out about a third of Iran's missile launchers.
To Hawaii, where locals in more than 100 homes in Maui have had to evacuate due to a fast-moving brush fire. The fire's about 60 miles away from the deadly fire in Lahaina in 2023. So far, no injuries or structural damage have been reported. ICE may be reopening a long-shuttered prison in Kansas to house migrants that federal officials arrest.
The Trump administration will pay the private prison firm CoreCivic over $4 million a month to reopen a facility in Leavenworth, Kansas, that a judge once called a hellhole. The prison will be used to hold thousands of migrants arrested by ICE. The deal's part of a surge of contracts the administration has issued without seeking competitive bids. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
A 3-year-old child is among 6 killed by flash flooding in West Virginia. Within 30 minutes Saturday night, up to 4 inches of rain fell. Our Tom Hansen is in Fairmont, West Virginia.
There is an apartment complex here where the facade has essentially toppled over, people's belongings just dumped out of this building, their lives turned upside down in a matter of minutes.
Another chain files for bankruptcy, this time At Home, the home decor and furniture retailer with more than 200 locations in the U.S. The company opened its first store in the 70s. This is CBS News. The Trump family company says it's launching a cell phone company.
Eric Trump, one of the president's sons, will run the business called Trump Mobile, with a plan to build its own phones in the U.S. and maintain a call center. President Trump criticized Apple last month because it planned to make most of its U.S. iPhones in India and threatened a 25% tariff. Trump Mobile says 5G unlimited service through major carriers will cost $47.45 a month. And the plan is to release what's called a sleek gold phone next month. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Investigators in India have found the second black box at the crash site of the Air India Flight 171. The Boeing Dreamliner slammed into buildings last Thursday, killing all but one of the 242 people on board and dozens more on the ground. Rescue workers and investigators recovered the other black box, the flight data recorder, on Friday. Matt Piper, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everyone. We are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Monday, June 16th, 2025. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Tim, we've got a rally underway. Some reports earlier today about maybe some easing between those tensions between Israel and Iran, but we're watching it very closely. We have seen energy markets that react, that's for sure.
Yeah, energy markets in gold also lower on the day. Energy, the worst performing sector in the S&P 500. Rob Thummel is standing by. We're going to be speaking to him in just a few minutes. Also, facial recognition versus facial authentication in the age of deepfakes.
What's the difference?
We'll find out in the 4 o'clock hour. That's called a tease, Carol. And I'm glad that you found it enticing. So
I guess I'll stick around.
Also, Dave Lee is going to be stopping by of Bloomberg Opinion. He has been covering technology for years. He's got a lot of thoughts on what Meta Platforms is doing when it comes to AI.
I hope he has a lot of thoughts because they're spending big time when it comes to AI.
Just don't call it an acquisition, Carol.
Okay, I won't do it.
Even though they bought, even though the guy who started the company is going to be like sitting next to
Jeg er short Nasdaq nå. Skal vi se da. I dag er det veldig sånn kjedelig dag, og så er jeg veldig klar over det. Jeg får ikke gjort noen ting, ikke sant?
I don't know. Gray area, nuances. Not a lot of gray area when it comes to the trade. We really are seeing largely a risk-on trade on this Monday. So let's get to it with Charlie Pellet with the latest on the trading day. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Carol Massar. Definitely no gray, a lot of green. Dow, S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing 53 minutes now ahead of the closing bell. Right to the numbers here. We got global markets calming down with the S&P advancing 50 points right now at 6,027. That is a gain of roughly 0.9%. The Dow up 276, up 0.7%. NASDAQ up 278, up 1.4%. Broad-based rally here. Russell 2000 index up by 1%. Our Mag 7 index up by 1.5%. 10-year 4.45%. The 2-year 3.96%. We've got gold and oil both retreating today. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.3%. Spot gold down $46 the ounce, down by 1.4%. As for investor sentiment, Ethan Devitt is chief global market strategist at Moneta Group Investments.
I've seen actually a buy the dip consistently right through this. And most importantly, I have seen U.S. investors not wishing to sell, quite confident in their buy and hold strategies. I think they've been well coached by their financial advisors not to try to time these markets. It's simply been too dangerous.
Ethan Devitt of Moneta interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Open Interest. As we have been reporting, President Trump launching a Trump-branded mobile phone service. Shares of AT&T trading lower now by 1.2%. We've got Verizon down 1.3%. T-Mobile higher by 1.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Okay, let's talk energy. It's the second worst performing sector in the S&P 500 right now. It was the worst performing utilities taking a leg lower. There is some bouncing around.
Did you see WTI crude was up 6% at one point and down 5% at one point? So that's the kind of day we've had.
Go figure. That's why we got Rob Thummel here, Senior Portfolio Manager at Tortoise Capital. They've got around $9.6 billion in assets under management. Rob manages several of the funds, including the Tortoise Energy Infrastructure Total Return Fund, up this year more than 4%. Rob, good to have you with us. Oil up 26% since May 5th. I couldn't believe this. I was doing this earlier.
Shocked.
We were preparing for this. Like,
Se gullet raser da.
What is going on? We know what happened.
Jeg skal sjekke Reddit-flap. Jeg vet ikke hvor det er for noe.
Oil has moved up since then. But why a steady push higher since the end of last month?
Yeah, Doug, I think, Tim, I meant...
We were talking about
we were talking about Doug.
Yeah.
I meant to talk to Tim. So what I think is happening is...
Doug Sioka, you can say thank you, because that was we were talking about you.
Tim, what I think is happening is, I think there's more certainty about the demand for oil, right? So the global economy continues to prosper. The oil inventories are really very low, so any disruption or any potential disruption is really going to cause a spike in oil prices. So obviously we had a big disruption or concern about a disruption. Actually, we never had have never had any physical volume.
What exactly is the concern? Like with a skirmish between Israel and Iran, is the concern about the Strait of Hormuz? Is that what the concern
That's
is?
exactly it, Tim. That's
So
the
explain what
biggest
could
concern.
happen.
So the Strait of Hormuz is really important. So the U.S. is the largest producer of oil in the world, 13.3 million barrels. For context, we produce about 100 or consume about 100 million barrels a day. But
we consume. Okay, so that again, we consume about 100 million barrels a day.
globally, 100 million barrels a day. 100 million barrels a day are consumed globally.
Okay.
20%, 20 million barrels a day roughly go through that Strait of Hormuz. So if that supply is cut off for some reason, and remember, Iran is very close to that strait. It's at the base of the strait. So if that's cut off for any reason, any point in time, the world just doesn't have enough inventory to deal with that for a long period of time. So that's anytime there's escalating conflicts near the Strait of Hormuz, oil prices are going to go up higher.
Do we see that reflected in the delta between Brent crude versus West Texas Intermediate?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, sometimes, but they tend to move together because the U.S. can export oil, right? So if oil prices move higher globally, Brent, then typically you'll see the WTI move up accordingly as well.
Okay, one more on the numbers just to set the stage for us. 100 million barrels a day is what we use as a globe. You said the U.S. exports how much?
The U.S. exports 5 or 6 million barrels a day.
And we produce
13.
13. And how much do we use?
Well, we use a little around 15 to 20.
So, and we always have to import some because of what we produce here isn't necessarily the right type of oil for us to use.
That's right. So we import some from Canada and from other areas of the world as well because of the quality of the oil. That's right.
So we're not awash in oil?
Well, in some ways we are. Do you think? I mean, if you think about the conflicts we've had, Carol, I mean, these are massive. This is a massive conflict affecting geopolitical risk. But yet, oil prices are actually down, as you mentioned, and are really not that high relative to the conflict that the world is experiencing.
So my understanding is too that usage has been declining as well, right?
Well, global oil demand, it's slowing. It's slowing, right? Global oil demand is still growing. We set a record last year for global oil demand, highest it's ever been. It'll be higher this year than it was last year. But you're right, global oil demand is slowing.
So what do you make of, we talked about global growth, and I just want to make sure I heard correctly, because the OECD, one forecast, has lowered its global GDP growth forecast for this year to 2.9%, down from 3.1% in its previous projection. I think initially when we started, you talked about that the global economy is kind of firing on all cylinders. Is that really the case?
Well, I think it's improving. I mean, the certainty related to the global economy, I think, with less concern about tariffs, right? And so I think that's oil prices really sold off earlier this year because of two things: uncertainty related to tariffs and the impact of the economy, and then the adding to the supply that OPEC Plus was adding. They were adding volumes, additional volumes when maybe the demand wasn't there. That's one of the reasons why then the more certainty has really created the opportunity for higher growth in oil prices.
Rob, from your perspective, and you've got to make investments based on what's going on in the global energy markets. I mean, what do you think is a realistic longer-term trend for WTI crude right now? We're right now just above $71 a barrel.
Yeah, so I think WTI right where we are, about $70.
Mer ned på Nasdaq Viking.
You'll see some adjustments made. The U.S. might be
Veldig snart.
maybe decline in production next year. And so as a result,
Jeg har tradet en over halvparten av tapet Nasdaq nå. Det var svært tap, altså.
And then, you know, the U.S. will have to then return to produce.
Hvis vi bryter her, så kan vi strekene her faller ned til 72, og så kan vi gå helt ned til 39. Nivåene ligger her. Så det er ganske stort fall på gull. Hvorfor den faller? Det er fordi man ikke tror at det blir noe videre eskalering i krig, enda de sier at det blir det. Men gull skal opp. Men nå faller det først. Men gull skal opp under krig, så skal ikke det ned. Det faller nå fordi folk ikke skjønner hva som skjer, tror jeg. Det gir null mening.
And then a question too about the escalation of tensions between these two countries. Does it move beyond Israel and Iran, and what are the implications if that does happen?
Well, I sure hope not. I mean, just for the world, right? For all of us as human beings. But you know, from a it's really going to be difficult to disrupt the crude oil supply, basically. And so I just don't see the crude oil supply because of its significance in growing the global economy, I just don't see it being disrupted. And so, as a result of that, I just think oil can trade at a probably lower from here, which is a good thing for all of us as consumers, especially as we start the summer driving season.
So what's the smart investment play? I'm looking at the Tortoise Energy Infrastructure, and I'm looking at, I think your number one holding, but correct me, I think this was as of the end of April, was MPLX Limited.
Well, that's one of our, we like MPLX. And the other, really.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's an infrastructure name, Carol. So it's a high dividend yield. It's probably 7.5%, 8% dividend yield. It grows itself about 3 or 4% a year. So we like.
Is it the infrastructure that you like because it doesn't kind of matter? It's just you got to keep moving stuff around.
Like the infrastructure and like natural gas. So we really think the energy sector is being redefined, and going forward, that natural gas will actually take the leading role as one of the larger supply growth commodities, really not only domestically but also around the world as well.
So I'm thinking about this in the context of sort of what Carol was asking about when it comes to quote-unquote energy independence, or the way that American firms are being encouraged by the administration to drill and to explore for oil in the United States and extract oil in the United States. Do you see that happening during this administration, or will it not happen because the price won't get high enough?
Yeah.
Sustainably high enough.
Yeah. And Tim, it's a good observation. What I'd say is the U.S. is still the largest energy producer in the world. That's not going to change in this administration. It's probably not going to change in any administration. The U.S. has really has a lot of energy, a lot of cheap energy that it can not only use domestically but export as well. Now, what we are going to see is, as you highlight, lower oil prices is resulting in now a lower rig count in the U.S., which will ultimately result in lower production in the U.S. And it's because of the price. So the oil producers need a little higher price, basically. They need oil to be in the 70s or 80s to really increase production.
Well, let's remind everybody, right? This is cyclical, and I think about being up in Williston, North Dakota, in the Bakken in 2011, and it was just off the chart, and everybody's drilling. And again, I've said this a million times. The locals there are like, we've seen this before. So, I mean, this is just like semiconductors, right? There's a demand and not enough supply, and the price goes to where it needs to be, and people start to infrastructure spend, build out, and then supply goes up and the price goes down.
The cure for high prices is high prices.
What?
The cure for high prices is high prices.
Yeah, exactly. So is that kind of where we are?
Yeah,
or not
the
yet?
The cure for low prices is low prices. So you're right. So we're going to see less drilling. But here's the difference this time, I think, and I think this is really important for people to understand, is the companies themselves are in much better financial condition. Their balance sheets are much improved. And so you don't have to worry about these companies these days as much from a credit perspective. They're much more improved from a balance sheet perspective.
All right, but infrastructure is your play?
Love
Natural
infrastructure.
gas?
Love infrastructure and natural gas at Tortoise.
All right, gonna leave it. Hey, good to see you.
Thank you.
Rob Dummel, Senior Portfolio Manager at Tortoise Capital. Coming up next, we're talking about Amex. Platinum Card getting a refresh. We mentioned it last hour. The details, what you need to know on Bloomberg Business Week.
Hva var det som kom nå? Nå kom det melding. Er det noen som kan se hva som kom? Nå smalt Nasdaq opp her.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Global markets calming down today. Stocks rising, oil and gas, gold prices falling. Fears of a wider conflict between Israel and Iran are subsiding. Right now, the S&P 500 index higher by 50 at 6,027. That is a gain of just about 0.9%. The Dow up 280. We're off session highs up 0.7. Nasdaq up 1.5%.
Ingen som kan finne et år.
2-year 3.96%. Gold is tumbling 1.4%, 33.83 an ounce on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude is down 2.5%, 71.19 now for a barrel of WTI. Wall Street's looking ahead to Wednesday's Fed meeting. Amanda Lynham is head of macro credit research at BlackRock.
I would say the summary of economic projections has the potential to give us some incremental clarity on the reaction function. We think on the margin it will reflect a more challenging growth inflation mix. But keep in mind, this is just the median of all of the different committee members. It's not actually a cohesive projection.
Romeo?
Amanda Lynham of BlackRock. 2 New York City court officers were wounded in a slashing attack at a crowded Manhattan courthouse, which appeared to be a targeted attack on law enforcement. The attack occurred in a security area where people entering the courthouse are screened for weapons. The suspect was taken into custody after being tackled by other officers. Recapping stocks higher.
Romeo!
53 up 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie.
Oh, if
do
they were
appreciate
behind
it.
the scenes.
Behind the scenes, that's where all the fun is, especially with Charlie Pellet.
I mean, these two have similar glasses.
We do, yeah. Well,
next guest.
not Charlie and me.
No, not Charlie.
No.
Although he could at some point.
We definitely.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I'm digressing.
Charlie's leaving. He's done. He's leaving the studio.
I'm out of here. You should play.
We're talking about Paige Smith, though. She's Bloomberg News consumer finance reporter. She's here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. The reason we're talking to her is because...
Wait, can we just stop for a moment?
What?
The two of you look at the camera.
We're looking at the camera.
I'm just kind of loving.
Look straight into the camera.
I'm sorry for
Paige.
those who are listening on radio, but it's just they both have like the same glasses.
We got matching glasses.
It's really kind of.
They're not the same.
It's charming.
They're the same style. They're from the same company.
You do have
exactly.
great style.
Thank you.
Totally. Okay.
Paige, thank you. I appreciate
now
that.
to the editorial portion of our show.
Okay. American Express teasing updates coming later this year to its travel-focused Platinum cards, announcing what it is called the largest investment ever in a credit card refresh. Paige Smith is Bloomberg News consumer finance reporter. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Okay, $695 a year for one of these cards is a lot of money, I think, for a lot of people. It's a competitive space. When I hear refresh, and then I also read in your story that they haven't raised prices since 2021, I think to myself, there's a price hike coming.
I think we can probably
Yo, sexy.
there. The last time there was a price hike, it was in July of 2021, and the price at that point was $550. So they certainly upped the ante. And at that point, think about it, we're just coming out of COVID, but folks were excited to use that Amex Platinum again. And I think it's fair to say, certainly we've seen some softness in certain portions of the travel spending for consumers, but I mean, I don't know about you, but it seems like everyone has travel plans this summer.
All right, so wait. So Amex is announcing what it's called its largest investment ever in a credit card refresh. What does that mean? Is the card going to be even heavier than it is already? Like, what is it?
We don't know exactly. They essentially said check back in the fall when the sort of more of the specifics will be released. But they're not the only ones teasing refreshes as well.
All right, Paige, why do this? Why not wait till the fall and say, folks, we just made the largest investment, and here's what you're going to get?
I think people really like their Amex Platinum cards, and I think they've been asking executives when there will be this refresh. And Amex has been on a pretty rapid clip when it comes to these refreshes. There have been a few other updates that have come. Last year there were some updates, and it's pretty much every earnings. Steve Squeri, the CEO, gets on and says, hold your horses. There will be more refreshes to the credit card portfolio coming. So it kind of made sense. This is one of their trademark cards. Everyone knows the Platinum card to say, hey, ahead of earnings next month, don't worry, we'll be refreshing the Platinum at some point.
A refreshed card, does that mean it looks and feels different?
It could. It also could be more expensive, like you say.
Yeah.
But
that's not refresh. That's just fresh.
That's just fresh. But there could also be, they did call out that there will be 3 new Amex lounges this year. The 2 were already announced, but a 3rd was newly announced today. That there will be a new Centurion Lounge in Haneda Airport in Tokyo. And they also, in the statement, pointed out the reservation offerings and the travel offerings that Amex has and is really known for.
I like the credits. Like you travel, you shop here, you get credits, you're digital. That's what I like.
I think you have to turn them on though, right?
You do have to turn them on.
Yeah, the airplane one is helpful. The travel one, the $200. Yeah. So it's like but you have to call ahead of time and say, okay, I'm going to be traveling with X airline this year.
Do you have to call?
If you want to change it from the previous year.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And that $200 travel credit was part of the last update as well.
Okay.
So they raised the fee, but you did get that $200.
Okay, that's good. That's helpful. And is that the one with the Uber credit too, the Amex?
There are. I know within the portfolio there are Uber credits. I don't remember if it's exactly with the Platinum, but it.
Elizabeth says there are the Uber credits. Yeah, she likes the Uber credits. I think $15 a month. You can use those on Uber Eats too. Yeah. Okay, so that's the Amex side of things. The Capital One Venture X card is a competitor in Chase Sapphire Reserve. All I know is the Chase lounges at the airports have gotten really, really nice and competitive with the Amex lounges. Oh yeah.
I don't know that I've been to a Chase.
I think LaGuardia was the one that I went to recently.
It's like the Hunger Games with these.
Is it?
Lounges.
Talk a little bit
really
about
is.
that.
Well, it's a very competitive space. As coming out of COVID, like we said, everyone wants to travel and everyone wants these sort of premium experiences. And if you think about it, if you're a credit card company, that's a very attractive consumer base. It's folks who are always paying off their credit card at the end of the month, and they are maybe tapping into those rewards, but maybe sometimes they forget about those rewards. So you as the issuer benefiting from those, that increased spend. They're spending more money. Those are higher dollar transactions. And the lounges are something that consumers really enjoy. They use them in the airports, and it is, there's an airport and there's a limited footprint, so it's very competitive for these lounges. And Amex has been known for their lounges, but Chase is moving in. The Delta lounges are also very sought after. It's it's a very competitive space.
All right, so maybe, but is the general narrative that get ready to pay probably more?
I would say that with looking back at other refreshes that Amex has rolled out, certainly the fees have been increased, but there have also been more perks added. I think it was the gold card that was refreshed last year. That if you look at the benefits based on the fees, you pretty much make up for the fees if you take advantage of the perks.
Hey, just 30 seconds because we have you in here. Wall Street Journal report on Friday about Walmart and Amazon exploring stable coins. We saw Visa and MasterCard drop as a result of this. Very briefly explain how this could disrupt credit cards.
It is an attempt, I would say, or an interest from merchants to sort of circumvent those expensive card fees that are associated with, you Target want to be able to accept a credit card payment. You Target have to pay to accept that credit card payment. But I think it's important to remember that this is still very early days for stablecoin technology infiltrating consumer payments. It is very early days.
All right. Closely, right? Yeah, exactly. So nice. In like a couple of days, right? Maybe twice. It's really fun. Paige Scott, Bloomberg News consumer finance reporter, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive studio.
Okay, so Paige said lots of competition when it comes to high-end credit cards. So too when it comes to mobile phones and operators. And there's about to be more. President Donald Trump's family is getting into the mobile phone business with a Trump-branded service that will rely on pre-existing wireless networks and hardware that is, quote, made in America. Kelsey Griffiths is Bloomberg News telecom reporter. She joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Kelsey, I want to start out with just the logistics of such a thing. What do we know about who makes this phone, where this phone could come from, and then the spectrum that this service will use? Will it be, will it be leased from one of the 3 big mobile providers? What do we know?
Yeah, so I mean, you are asking all the right questions, and I think we don't have a lot of answers to a lot of the, I guess, big details of what the service is going to look like and how it's going to operate. What we do know is that it's going to run on all 3 of the major wireless networks through an MVNO agreement. That stands for Mobile Virtual Network Operator, and this is a very popular move for businesses that maybe want to reach these niches of consumers. We've seen the actor Ryan Reynolds do that with his Mint Mobile service that eventually sold to T-Mobile for a very large sum of money. So there is a very recent precedent demonstrating this is a pretty lucrative business model.
Wait, so I know the devil's in the details, and we're still waiting to find out more. So is this a service that goes head-to-head with T-Mobile or Verizon or mobile service by
Bara med att dricka.
I'm trying to understand why, how this service from the Trump family will use network capabilities from all the 3 major U.S. carriers. They all have their own services. So is it in direct competition, or it's going to be a little bit different?
So it's kind of a complicated business model, right? It's confusing on its surface because it does seem like it is this direct competitor to T-Mobile or AT&T or Verizon. But the reality is these companies have national offerings that target, they don't target the entire population. So you have cost-conscious customers, you have customers in certain geographic areas, you have customers that might respond better to a celebrity personality, or they might be in the president's fan base, and they might be more incentivized to buy their mobile service from one of these smaller quote-unquote competitors. But at the end of the day, these competitors are still leasing the network capacity from the big mobile carriers, and the mobile carriers are still making money off of every single customer from these virtual operators. So there is still, a business model there for the big carriers.
There's a lot of places I want to go. We have like a minute and a half left with you. Hopefully we can do 2 more questions. Very briefly, the FCC regulates spectrum. The president's family is involved in yet another industry that he regulates, like crypto, for example. What's the scuttlebutt around the industry that you've been hearing about the president being a competitor in a space, or the president's family being a competitor in this space that he ultimately regulates through his FCC?
Yeah, so this deal, as far as I'm aware, doesn't require FCC approval because it is just leasing the network. It's more like a branding deal. So, I think that maybe there are larger questions around whether this company will be able to make money off of mobile subscriptions because of the president's brand and name recognition. But I don't think that's necessarily a regulatory question that the FCC will have to consider.
Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah.
And what about, very briefly, 30 seconds, hardware here? $500 for a mobile phone that's made in the U.S. Can it be done?
I wish I had the answer to you to that question right now, but unfortunately, we're going to have to wait and see.
They told us, but that's what they said. They said this phone is going to be made in America, right?
Who's going to make it?
That's right.
Do we know?
That's right, and
who's
those
going
are
to make it?
details that we don't have yet. If you go to the website, I think it's trumpmobile.com. You'll see some details there, but it doesn't really explain the full story.
The 47 plan.
4745. 47.45. 47th president, also the 45th president. Yeah.
See, this has been thought through. More details to come. Kelsey Griffin. So appreciate Kelsey Griffiths. She is Bloomberg News telecom reporter out there in our DC bureau. Countdown to close.
Wait, come on. Okay.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. This Bloomberg Business Flash.
Det skjer jo absolutt ingenting her.
Title lock. Homeowners, when was the last time you checked your home title? Go to hometitlelock.com/Bloomberg for a free title history report to make sure you're not already a victim of title fraud. That's hometitlelock.com/Bloomberg. 2 New York court officers have been wounded in a targeted attack at a Manhattan courthouse where a man pulled a knife on them at the security checkpoint. And now let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
Hey, good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are trading in the green after Friday's sell-off, but off their best levels. The Dow's currently up 278 points. The S&Ps are higher by 50, while NASDAQ gains 1.4%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.45%. Gold and oil are under pressure, but Bitcoin, that's higher by 3.9%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were tech and telecom. Utilities were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Cisco and NVIDIA, while McDonald's fell 1.8% and led to the downside. In deal news, Coty spiked 13% intraday on a report the company is looking for a buyer. And in the biotech space, Sarepta plunged as much as 49% after a second fatal case was linked to its drug. Wrapping things up, AMD jumped 10% and climbed back above the 200-day moving average. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
How much you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive home. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
Pump the music. We'll drive up till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. Just about 17 and a half minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Monday, June 16th. Just heard from Charlie and Bill Maloney wrapping up the trade for you as we get ready for the close. And yeah, we're off our best levels of the session, but we have seen some optimism, some risk on trade, if you will, Tim, come back into the market.
Well, let's get into with Chris Fasciano, Chief Market Strategist at Commonwealth Financial Network. He's here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. One thing that I think was surprising to a lot of people, we're going to zoom out and talk about the big picture trade, but as far as today goes, I think people have been really surprised at the market reaction during an ongoing skirmish in the Middle East, one that hasn't shown more trepidation when it comes to risk on assets. What gives?
Yeah, this has been a headline-driven market this entire year, right out of the gate, right? Whether it's tariffs, trade policy, the deficit, or geopolitical conflict. And I think what we're seeing today is there have been the stories out there that Iran has reached out to the U.S. and Israel to try to negotiate some kind of deal. So the market's view is that this conflict, which they were very worried about on Friday, looks like it's going to be contained. And as long as it's contained and doesn't impact the U.S. economy, which means higher oil prices, potential for higher inflation, and a concern for the Fed, they're willing to look through it and go back to what they believe the fundamentals are currently.
Chris, the velocity and volume of the news flow, be it from the White House or just around the globe, does it create opportunities or does it kind of make investors in your world say, I'm out?
I think it creates opportunities. My view is volatility always creates opportunities. But it's really hard when talking to our advisors and they're hearing from clients to get them to see that at a time like April, right? So I've lived through a lot of these market sell-offs, and what I always say is the catalyst is different. And that's what our advisors were hearing from clients in March and April. This is different this time. Catalysts are different, but the market market action always tends to be the same. Which I mean by that is that it's driven by the future outlook for the economy and corporate earnings. So when you get a big sell-off, you can start to look at things like valuations, and you can start to make decisions.
But having said that, you know, if it is different this time around, and the catalyst, which is often from the White House, and to be fair, I think we can all say safely that the back and forth on some of the policies from President Trump and his team, but largely from the president, can make it difficult to figure out what impact will there be longer term on corporate earnings and all that good stuff. And so that, to some extent, is, well, wait, how do I make a decision when the variables are still up in the air?
Right, I think that's absolutely true. But one of the interesting or unique things about policy compared to like the financial crisis is that policy can change. And that's what we've seen, right? Tariffs are announced at very high levels. It appears as though the president is using tariffs as a negotiating tool. Market reacts negatively, and the policy gets changed, and we have a positive.
Ja.
Are you concerned about the lack of
Hallå.
actual concrete trade deals that have been announced?
Vad tänkte du på då?
None out of 90. 90 deals in 90 days with over
Vad då?
right? The 90 days is
July 9th.
Ja.
Yeah, that's like less than a month away.
July 9th is coming.
Vill du läsa den här? Vilka hopp på mig, Gustav?
Negotiated at the last minute.
Jag tror inte.
That's what you're seeing. The G7's going on, right? And I've seen stories that the president is meeting with his counterparts from the EU and Canada and Mexico. So I still believe we're going to get some kind of headlines, but I don't believe we're going to get fully negotiated deals by July 9th. What the market wants to see, something similar to what they saw with the UK, which is a template that says, here's what we agree.
What would you call? Would you call that a template, a framework? What would you call it?
I'd call it a framework.
Okay, not an actual trade deal.
No, you can't negotiate trade deals that quickly. I mean, we look back at like 2018, it took almost 18 months to negotiate phase one with China back then.
So like an MOU, right?
Yeah, yes, exactly.
And then, hey team, go figure it out.
Right, exactly. I
Get it
think
all
we're going to
written
see
down.
those as we approach July 9th.
So glass half full, glass half empty.
Glass half full. Yeah, I think this is a fascinating market, right? Because I say if you're a type of person that doesn't look at your statement every month and you looked at it in January and you looked at it last week, you'd say nothing happened. You'd be wrong, but you might be better off than all of us.
Where do I find that attitude to just like not even? The problem is I'm in the markets every day in terms of news.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
But I would argue that sometimes it's hard to erase the whipsaw that we got.
Yes.
And it's a reminder that we do have an administration, a president in particular, again, I'm not talking out of line, that can say one thing and then do a 180.
Right.
And so we're not done. This administration goes on for another three and so many, 3 years and so many months.
Yep.
And so things can change again.
Right. So the way you framed the question, I said half full because I look at it, we're basically back to where we were in January in terms of market levels and valuations, right? So,
yeah, but what a ride.
Right. It's been a wild roller coaster. But that makes me cautiously optimistic that going forward, the economy, which had so much momentum coming into the year, that it was able to persevere through the headwinds, will continue to grow in the back year. Corporate earnings will continue to grow. That will be supportive for equity investors. But to your point, I don't think volatility is going away.
Nå er det på lyd. Kan du ta bæsjen,
Jeg
da?
skal ikke ta rødere, den eneste bæsjebiten.
Det er fuglebæsj. Det er som plommer, liksom.
Vil du krangle, se på noe? Gustav, er du syk?
Hvor er bæsjen?
Under haka mi.
Under haka mi? Hvordan faen er det mulig?
Det er liksom rett ved halsen din.
Jeg må se meg selv.
Men når er MPET stenger da?
Jeg vet ikke. Hva faen, mye dritt. Hvorfor sa du ikke det? Jeg sitter med masse dritt, liksom. Hva faen er det da? Han nyser hele tiden, stakkar! Faen, ass. Han har begynt å nyse etter at jeg badet. Han var lekte så lenge i vasken. Faen, ass. Jeg er så glad i han lille helvetes Gustav. Hæ? Ja, men må dra til MPET, da.
Other than the U.S. dollar, such as euros, Chinese renminbi, Mexican pesos, and Canadian dollars. I mean, that's happening.
Yes, as I said, there are a lot of things to worry about, and I think investors need to be cognizant of it. To your point, is the U.S. uninvestable? I don't believe that, but throughout this year, I have been talking to our advisors about increasing their international exposure, because not only is it cheap, but we're starting to see improvements in fundamentals, and I think that will continue to drive that trade.
All right, Chris, that's the cheap market strategy.
Nei, min er slutt. Nå skal han slappe av. Han skal hvile. Gustav, kom hit.
Yeah, that's coming up next. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Han skal hvile, stakkar. Nå faller Nasdaq, da. Ja, Gustav kan drite ned hele... Ja. Hele landet, holdt jeg på å si. Var det MPET? Stakkars Gustav. Det er stengt og åpner om morgenen, da. MPET Stabæk. Den er på Stabæk, ikke sant? Ja, det går fint. Ta det i morgen, da. Ja, jeg kjenner ingen av de der. Jeg vet ikke om de bombene, Eflap, det er sikkert de bombene som du har, de har sånne bomber som sprenger igjennom tak og bygninger, og så eksploderer de etter å ha blitt penetrert flere meter. Jeg husker faen ikke hva de heter for noe. Ja, Slumdog, du har spilt jævlig med Call of Duty, tror jeg. GBA 57 er mopp. Så faen det var ikke det visste den i hvert fall. Ja, det tror jeg på. Slumdog, jeg kan ikke det der. Telesburg kan du ikke. Sahar kan Telesburg. Du er bra på Call of Duty. Slumdog er ekte Legionnaire. Ja, men han er ekte da, Du er fake. Ja, men han er ikke gamer, han gjør det på ordentlig. Han er Warman. Reinforced concrete approximately 8.6 meters depending on reinforced concrete to most of city floors that measure head.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar.
Nå faktisk begynner gull å røre på seg og massa begynner å falle, så kan hende at det var liksom bånd på gull, eller? Lurer på tar det ikke gevinst der på den der, nei, jeg er 0 på Nasdaq den siste shorten. Jeg shortet Nasdaq igjen nå, skjønner du.
Mike McKee is already down there. Does he always go on Mondays? I feel like sometimes he hangs out with us in New York on Mondays.
A lot of times he goes down, I feel like Monday afternoon, and then he's there for the 2-day start on Tuesday.
Wonder if he's trying to flee the Northeast, one of the areas that's affected by the salt.
Could be.
Salt caps.
Maybe his name is Betcha J. You know?
Carol.
I'm making this up.
Carol. R.I.P. Mike McKee's inbox, okay? Chill.
Mike is like, he's that kind of a dude.
Oh, yeah.
He talks with all the Fed officials. I love that. Where do you want to go?
I want to go to Salt.
It's amazing with everything going on. You and I were just kind of acknowledging, boy, we haven't really talked about what's going on in this big spend and tax bill.
So the Senate, this is one of the most read stories on the terminal in the last hour.
Yeah.
The Senate's version of President Trump's tax bill calls for a $10,000 cap on the state and local tax deduction, a placeholder figure as Republicans remain divided over this valuable tax break.
Matt Miller, I hope you've taken your podcast.
I think the Senate team.
I know you're going to get pretty upset about that. I'm pretty upset about that.
I hope he's not driving.
I hope he's not driving. Pull over. Pull over.
The draft bill, slated to be released later on Monday, includes the current $10,000 SALT cap. That's according to a person familiar with the matter.
Oh,
The
kicken.
Senate will continue to negotiate the deduction as it aims to pass legislation by a self-imposed July 4th deadline.
Just a reminder, House version of the bill calls for a $40,000 SALT cap with some limits for claiming the write-off based on income. Some House lawmakers from high tax states have threatened to block the legislation if the Senate lowers the cap. Listen, we know these kind of massive spending tax bills, there's negotiating that goes on. So I'm just assuming that they're all getting ready for a battle to kind of like, you want this? Well, then I get this. So let's see what happens. But, yeah, pretty interesting.
Representative Mike Lawler of New York called a $10,000 cap dead on arrival. That's all caps. Fellow New York Representative Nicole Malliotakis said the Senate draft is quote insulting and a slap in the face.
Kråka.
Hopefully that will get the votes we need in the
2000 kroner kunne close han.
Close han en trade.
Han closar han smart. Se!
Han trykka på med nebbet.
Med foten sin.
Ja, det er for, vet du hva? Det fortjener du. Jeg spurte om veterinærstå, du bare fuck det liksom. Ja, det koster deg 2 lapper liksom.
The House sent its version. The Senate doesn't seem to.
Gustav closa en trade til seg. Det var jo litt spesielt da. Bare sett den på ny da. Er det, hva var det for noe? På Nasdaq, eller? Hæ?
Senate Majority Leader John Thune said on Fox News Sunday there's no real interest among Republicans.
Jeg sa man gæren.
Low tax states to raise the SALT cap to the $40,000 level called for in the House.
Hopper opp i nudlene dine.
He said, quote,
Nei, det går bra.
"Today we'll find a landing
Vi må ha
spot
bur snart, ass.
to get the votes we need in the House to compromise
Det
position."
var faen meg driten og alt det.
No real interest from low tax states.
Vi må ha bur til Gustav, så han kan få slappe av litt. Ja, et eller annet må han ha, liksom. Han har i dag som begynte å lære å spise selv, så snart så klarer han å være ute. Det er rart å bli glad i sånne dyr. En vill fugl, liksom. Som er så koset og liksom viser kjærlighet, og så er det faen meg en vill fugl. Det er jo helt sprøtt. Ja. Han har veldig personlighet. Veldig. Det var rart det der. Men det var gull, ikke sant? Ja. Jeg tror det er fair at gull er, altså det er risiko å ha short gull nå da. Ser du noe jævla tom? Nå kan Nasdaq droppe litt. Sorry for i dag, folkens. Det er ikke jævlig mye som kommer fra meg i dag, for det er ikke noe som skjer i dag. Det er helt stille. Det er ikke noe makrotall, det er ingenting. Det er bare Israel, Iran. Det er ikke noe for gjort, ikke noe for sagt. Det er ingenting. Liksom. Det er bare sånn. Og all action skjedde i dag tidlig.
A bit of a reversal, Carol Massar, from what we saw on Friday with a big sell-off, and today it's a big dip.
I know, and I'm trying to figure out.
Nå ramler gull og Nasdaq samtidig. Det er ikke ofte det som skjer.
Just keep digging down. There's a lot of gainers in today's session. Semiconductors in particular, guys, up almost 3%. So really some outperformance there today.
I guess the optimism about perhaps Iran wants to talk to find some resolution to this got people more optimistic, Scarlett, but still it seems surprising to me that in an environment such as this, where we are seeing these two powers go against each other, the skirmish in the Middle East, that there is some buying that we're seeing today.
Yeah, it seems the path of least resistance for equities is to
Hvem faen er det som kjører opp Nasdaq nå? Hvilken aksjer er det? Det er bare tull.
We've seen this equity market turn around, but yields continue to be higher for a second day. Yeah, and JP Market Intelligence actually, though, changing their call today, saying that they're now
Nvidia som drar opp,
going from
henter seg ned.
cautious
Piss og sånn.
because of sort of the moving away from a buy the dip moment, perhaps. Some saying, look, we didn't have enough of a sell-off to have a really big buy the dip moment.
And that gets to the question is whether we do need to sort of retest.
Det vel for faen ikke. Det er close nå.
Levels before you get that reset higher. It'll be interesting to see how those analysts, strategists, expectations, their price targets for the full year and for the 12 months. Whether that starts to creep back up given some of the tamp down in the trade rhetoric. We get the closing bells here on this Monday afternoon. Green across the screen with the Dow Jones Industrial Average up more than 300 points or about 0.8%. The S&P 500 a 50-plus point gain on the day. It opened above 6,000 and it's going to close.
Hvilke kilder bruker du til det nå? Kilder? Jeg bruker veldig mange faktisk. Jeg bruker Investing. Jeg bruker Investopedia, jeg bruker CNBC, jeg bruker Bloomberg, jeg bruker Reuters, jeg bruker newsdesken til Stig, altså Squawken, og så har frontblokken en egen sånn news pop-up som popper opp hele tiden. Så jeg bruker 7-8 news flower da, på en dag.
All right, guys, let's get to some of the individual gainers in today's session. There was a lot to choose from. AMD, that's your number one gainer in the NASDAQ 100, number two gainer in the S&P 500.
Men sånn som i dag har vært veldig kjedelig dag, altså.
Semiconductor space, but Piper Sandler said products unveiled last week by AMD were positive and expects a snapback for the GPU business.
Hva er det nå?
Fourth quarter. We also have BNP Paribas.
Sier at det fuglen tar gafferen der?
In a call on AMD held with Friday with analysts, they sent a reassuring message heading into results next month with AI traction increasing for AMD's.
Nei, de har ikke TDN Direkt. TDN Direkt er ikke noe spesielt bra, eller? Abonnerte på det før. Jeg hadde TDN på Infront før, for det er liksom... Det er 1000 andre sider som er bedre. Løper den etter deg? Ja, han er som en papegøye og sånn.
All estimates, so those names like an Estee Lauder that have a big Chinese exposure really gaining today. I should point out Nike, Starbucks, Canada Goose also gaining in today's session. We also should point out that yesterday some sad news from the Estee Lauder community. That is that Leonard Lauder, which was one of the sons of Estee Lauder, the founder of the company, passing away. A long time, obviously, in terms of running and strategy for that company in particular. And then I just want to mention WBD. I hope I gave the right ticker. Warner Brothers Discovery. Did I mess up?
You messed up.
I messed up.
Hey, but it's still a gainer.
I realized it. Yeah. Yeah, but that's not where I want to go. But anyway, WBD, Warner Brothers Discovery. That is your number two gainer. I believe in the S&P 500. Forgive me, Finley. I messed up. Up 7.3%, Warner Brothers Discovery, and that's after the company won enough support from creditors to overhaul its debt as part of a plan to split the entertainment giant into two separate companies. I'm so sorry.
Can I just add an honorable mention? Because when I ran the most function, the number one gainer across all of the tapes was some tiny biotech company, Regencell, which I might be mispronouncing. It was basically a penny stock about a month ago. It's now trading at $59 a share. It had a big stock split today, 38 for 1. It rallied as much as 400% on the day. This was a stock that had a market cap of a few $100 million just a few weeks ago. It now has a market cap of almost $30 billion today.
What's the short position on that puppy?
I haven't looked, but I'm sure it must
Not
be.
now.
Yeah.
Not now.
Okay, let's get to some
there's no profit,
decliners.
no revenue or anything else.
Yeah. That's a good honorable mention.
Good honorable mention. Romain always has the good honorable mentions. Hey, let's start with Lockheed Martin in terms of decliners today, down 4%. This news just breaking after, and it's not the reason why it's lower. Lockheed Martin did name a new chief technology officer. That just crossing moments ago. We did see U.S. defense stocks erase earlier session gains that we saw today. This after we heard from the president, who said Iran wants to talk about de-escalating the conflict with Israel. Northrop Grumman and L3 Harris Technologies also fell in terms of defense stocks today. Lockheed Martin, the worst performer on a percentage basis in the S&P 500. Also moving lower today, energy names among the worst performing sectors in the S&P 500. Diamondback Energy down 2.5%. Energy companies also falling. With oil prices on expectations there would be less disruption to oil supplies. Diamondback Energy, the worst performing energy name in the S&P 500. And then a biotech name that fell a lot today, Sarepta Therapeutics down 42%. The company's gene therapy for a rare muscle disorder has been linked to the death of a 15-year-old boy. It's the second patient to die of acute liver failure while being treated with the therapy. Shares fell today by 42%.
Oh, well, on that note, thanks, Tim. I guess I'll go to yield. So there was a sell-off in the bond market pretty much all across the country.
Infront forstår det jævla dyrt, og så det litt begrenset, så det mye kødd der. Så har de ikke alt, liksom. Faen, du maser! Beit meg nipperen. Nå er det koldt, da. Ja, det jo gusskroppen. Han I pubertet til han klår litt, da. Det helt normalt. Helt normalt. Klager til kråke og biter og nipperen, liksom. Som om det gærent. Fy faen, den nesa mi oppe og ramlet, ass. Det blir bare røre så her.
People who are between the ages of 20 and 24 who are looking for work, who have at least a bachelor's degree. Young graduates face a higher unemployment rate than their counterparts who've been in the workforce longer, according to the journal. But the gap now is growing wider between adult workers and the young. So those ages 35 to 44 with bachelor's degrees had a 2.2% unemployment rate.
Ok, hvilket land, jeg må ha adresse I utlandet. Hvilket land det jeg skal flytte til? Det blir da enten, jeg sjekker fleste ikke Google Translate.
Fresh graduates are not even counted in the unemployment numbers just yet, so you could watch that unemployment rate that the Fed focuses on so carefully tick higher later on this year. Another story we're following is Meta Platforms finally monetizing its WhatsApp unit. It's going to start ads in the updates tab of WhatsApp. I've never used the updates tab.
Malta ser ut som en
allow users who don't want to see ads to just continue using WhatsApp for messaging and calling without seeing them. What's the point then? Who's actually going to look for that updates tab?
Malta lite, ass.
This tab gets 1.5 billion visitors per day.
Well, why are they going there? I don't understand.
They're looking for updates.
No, but if you look at it, there's like channels and you can subscribe and follow, and there's like, and for some reason I have a lot of searches on my updates tab.
They don't know you then.
Kypros, ja. Men Kypros ikke, altså jeg var I Kypros, jeg synes det virket litt sånn jalla, altså. Jeg fikk ikke den følelsen så har. Han følger med.
Han hakker på meg, så tar han håret mitt, og så tar han fingeren min, closer tredene mine, tar smykket mitt.
Ja, vet du.
Jeg får ikke noe. Nei, der kommer det igjen!
Og løper etter deg. Vi har ikke noe valg. Vi har gitt en pakt at du skal redde den fuglen. Da må vi redde den fuglen. Sånn det bare. Vi kan ikke redde den. Det liksom Hellas, Malta, Kypros. Liksom, Kypros nærmere, men Kypros... Cyprus... Nei, jeg fikk ikke sånn god følelse av Kypros. Montenegro. Jeg tror ikke det lov å si det, ass. Ikke det litt stygt som stygt ord, da? Montenegro. Montenegro.
Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Har du dårlig minner I Kypros? Hæ?
President Donald Trump said Iran wants to talk about de-escalating the deadly conflict with Israel, but Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu signaled that strikes would continue. Asked about reports that Iran wants to
fy faen, det var det pent.
Trump responded, quote, yeah, and added, they'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. We've got joining us Alex Katanka, senior fellow at Middle East.
Jo, men det Montenegro, og det der. Men det ikke... Det for kaldt her, det må være varmt.
The organization has received funding from various sources, including corporations, foundations, and various Middle Eastern governments, such as the UAE and Qatar,
Montenegro. Ja, det jævlig fint her. Men jeg vet ikke om det så varmt her, da.
Alex, good to have you with us this afternoon. I wanted to just start with where you see this conflict.
Faen, det faen meg snø der.
Has that peaked and we're sort of in the de-escalation phase right now? Or does the world need to buckle up and get ready?
Når vi var i Kypros også, så var det jævlig masse russere der. Helt hævla russere. Helt hævla russere. Men Kypros vel kanskje det mest ideelle, men jeg fikk liksom ikke noe tenning av å være der. Jeg synes ikke det var noe... Jeg fikk liksom ikke noe... Nei, ass. Og Nord-Kypros og Sør-Kypros. Jeg holdt på å krasje når jeg kjørte på han også. Det var et helvete å kjøre der. Jævla... Ja, nei, jeg vet ikke, ass. Jeg fikk sånn, litt sånn jalla-følelsen av å være det. Og så føler jeg at Dubai blir litt sånn der... Dubai blir sånn der... Nei, det ikke helt meg. Det kanskje kult å være der på ferie, men ikke noe mer enn det. Da har jeg også hørt Getsom. Jeg har aldri vært i Dubai da, så det sikkert koselig å være der en måned eller to kanskje. Men det må være et sted hvor jeg kan trade uten at jeg gjør noe ulovlig nå, hvor det lav skatt og hvor det varmt. For jeg skal gå all in opp på den tradinga. Ja, men Puerto Rico så langt unna. Jeg vet at alle sånn som Puerto Rico, jeg tror det under USA, veldig lav skatt, og Puerto Rico Logan-gutta bor der, så det TGR, boka enn Puerto Rico. Vegas, Puerto Rico.
Israelis, Iranians, Arabs, and Turks, they all have good reasons to want to coexist. I'm pretty sure that's the place Middle East will get to eventually. But right now, obviously, that's a distant prospect. The promise right now is by Netanyahu and Israelis that if you get rid of the Islamic Republic, then you've taken a giant step towards normalization in the region. That's a big...
Gull faller videre.
Yeehaw! Can deliver for it. I think a lot of people will cheer him on. But it's a big if. Can he? Or is he just hoping that happens?
So what would... Sorry, I just want to jump in. We only have a few...
Jeg sier det hele tiden.
And quote, as you mentioned, getting rid of the...
Trøndelag. Jeg har sagt det 100 ganger nå til Sahar at jeg var i Thailand bare en uke. Og jeg har aldri følt meg så hjemme i et sted noen gang. Jeg synes det var så fint i Thailand. Det var så jævla bra, liksom. Ikke sånn, liksom, nei, i Thailand sånn tack i stedet, sånn. Jeg fikk ikke inntrykk i det hele tatt. Jeg synes det var så fint i Thailand. Det var så hyggelige mennesker, det var bra standard, maten var bra, det var bra temperatur. Det var liksom, jeg synes det var dritbra. Cayman Island, men jeg vet ikke om... ikke det Afrika? Det må være i Europa et sted. Tror jeg.
Look, I have not been to Iran, so I do, and not many Americans have. I know some Americans who have been there. But are they
det hele Kevin, så lite?
To actually have that privilege given the society that they live in right now?
Look, if you are a leader in the Islamic Republic today,
Så det 1000 mennesker der, da. Ja, ingen mennesker der, da.
Targeted by the Israelis for taking senior members of the regime out. It's about survival. It's about recognizing that maybe this regime's time is up and it's time to jump and change course. Ali Khamenei is 86 years old, the supreme leader. A lot of younger people in that regime who probably can look forward to decades of living. They know they've lost their own people, and this what's happening right now could be the moment for a lot of folks to defect. But it's a big if. I don't know. They might decide to fight and seek martyrdom, and some of them claim that's what they want to do. Time will show.
How do we get there? Who are the leaders that get that to happen?
Well, look, you have United States plays a key role here. United States can mobilize.
Hvordan nyser helt da?
Again, President Trump has a political track record.
Nei, derfor jeg malte dyrlingen.
So unless somebody can convince him that this is not going to be Iraq, this is not going to be Afghanistan, that Iran that's free, that has the economic potential that it has, can look after itself and it sees being a pain in the neck for the United States and sees to it a threat to Israel. But again, the Israelis also have to.
Nå bare steng hundene på kjøkkenet.
They've done a great job on a tactical level. They've done that in Lebanon. They've done it elsewhere. But going from the tactical assassination part to actually delivering an Iran that's free and sort of secular, not a threat, and not ends up.
Hvorfor skal du flytte? Nei, jeg må melde flytting.
But yes, absolutely, to your point, Carol, leadership does matter. It does matter from the west side. It does also matter.
Du må komme og se. Du må komme.
They need to come up with an agenda that's convincing and that can mobilize
Nei, slutt nå!
Han løper til bæsjen, for faen! Han faen i helvete så hard! Jævla fugl løper med fuglebæsj i kjeften. Nei, hundebæsj. For ikke gøy taperiten. Helvete! Kan ikke løpe rundt med ditt. Nå, dritt. Og i sofaen nå. Stopp. Han har det i munnen.
So the numbers in terms of civilians are about 200 or so. It's not a small number. That's 200 souls. It matters. But it's not that everybody's fearing that this could be discriminated and the city of Tehran, 10 million people. But let me also say this, Tim and Carol, because it's really important. Even average Iranians who might be very upset about Israel striking them, because a lot of people said that wasn't really necessary, it could have been handled differently. But then very quickly the conversation goes from why Israel did that and what it was justified to why did we end up in the place we are in. And that takes us to the supreme leader of that country, Khamenei, and his policy. The bottom line is this. If you repress your own people inside of Iran, which Khamenei has basically done, why would it be any different if he became more powerful in the region?
So Alex, 20 seconds, are you saying that maybe, unfortunately, loss of life, never good, but something like this maybe did have to happen from Israel in order to maybe move this along? And forgive me, just about 15 seconds.
I have no idea.
Så klin umulig. Fytte helvete. Biffja dreit på sånne pledd som man skal drite på sånn pledd. Så tok faen meg Gustav opp det møkka. Fy faen. Og så fløy han etter Sahar med hundemøkk. Så faen er det mulig, ja? Sjukest jeg har sett, ass. Nå gikk jeg susse på deg, Gustav, sånn seriøst. Jo, vi må trekke vinner da. Vi må trekke vinner. Vi har vinner i stad fra den traden vi tok i stad. Mye var det da? 1700 kroner nå. Så har Også skal vi trekke vinner her da. Jeg gidder ikke ha deg. Nei, du har hundedritt i kjeften. Vi må trekke vinner nå. Vi må dele vinner nå. Da må vi finne vinner. Jeg er så sliten i hodet nå at jeg klarer ikke tenke klart. 2 sekunder. Jeg må få hjelp av Sahar. Jeg klarer ikke tenke klart. Vi må trekke vinner. Hæ? Nei, men vi må ha vinner nå I hvert fall. Ja, jeg gjør en trade nå I sted. Den ble dedikert 1700 kroner. 1700 kroner. Ja, 1007. Hva betyr 1700? Kødder du med meg, eller? Ok. Nei, men vi må vinne vinner her nå. Så, men jeg har ikke sånn der app som velger vinnere. Ok, da fikser vi det. Da skal jeg ordne det. Ha det. Faen da. Eneste som jeg vet har sånn app, det Stig. Du skal være rettferdig. Være rettferdig. Åja, det var bra. Det var bra, Lena. Hallo? Hallo? Ja. Si tall mellom 1 til 33 fort. Nei, vet da. Vi må la ChatGPT gjøre det. Vet du, ha det. Ok, ChatGPT skal trekke vinner til oss. ChatGPT. Trekk en vinner fra 1 til 33. Da teller vi bortover. Det 33 bær. Det fra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Og den som tallet kom på får 1700 kroner. Ja. Hallo? Nei, men det må være rettferdig. Alle som gjennom chatten hvert og hele dag. Okay. Vinneren 17. Da det 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Ducati 12, 1, 9, 9. Du må sende meg ID-nummeret ditt, og så fylle opp konten med 1700 spenn. Ducati 1299 vant. Han vant. Ducati vant. Send. Gidder å sende ID-nummeret til Prepina, for hun fikser det for meg. Jeg skjønner ikke en dritt av Prepina. Alt du penger. Vi trekker vinnere hver dag. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Carol, you have traveled abroad in the last year.
Did I?
Yeah, you did. You went and visited.
Grattis.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You came back to the airport.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, no problem.
Nei, men vi skal kjøre premie hver dag. Etter hvert så kjører jeg litt større transaksjoner også, så blir det enda mer vinne.
Give them your passport. You say, I'm Carol Master. And they say, how do we know you're Carol Master?
Facial recognition?
Well, facial verification.
There's a difference.
There's a difference. Andrew Budd is going to explain it. And Andrew Budd's product is actually used by Customs and Border Protection in that exact situation to verify that we are who we say we are when we are crossing borders.
I love that you said that because it's an interesting designation. So let's get to it. Alex, Andrew Budd is with us. He's founder and CEO of iProve, and he joins us from Amsterdam. It's good to have you here, especially as we are continuing to embark on our new world order thanks to AI. Tell us a little bit more about your company and the importance of this distinction between facial verification versus facial recognition, because they're very different things.
They are very different, and it's
Liksom
very
alt faller på Kypros da.
Look, facial verification is about empowering the person, empowering the citizen. If you can use your face to secure your own identity, if you know that it's happening, if you've consented to it's happening, if you get personal benefit from its happening and your privacy is protected, that's facial verification, that's empowering the citizen. Facial recognition is about identifying people, often without their consent, often without their knowledge. It's a completely different thing, and that's about empowering organizations, it's about tracking people. Facial verification is about empowering, it's about enabling you to use your face as a security credential. And it's a great security credential because it can't be stolen, it can't be lost, and it can't be shared.
So is Face ID on an iPhone, for example, is that facial recognition or facial verification?
That's facial verification, very much facial verification.
Facial recognition is essentially used for security purposes by third parties then? How would you define facial recognition?
Yes, facial recognition is really, in our terms, about surveillance. It's about identifying who the person is. Facial verification is when I start by saying, hey, I'm the owner of this phone. Hey, I'm the owner of this passport. Hey, I'm the owner of this enterprise account, and I now want to prove my face. I want to use my face to prove that I am who I've claimed to be. But with facial verification, I start by claiming who I am. In facial recognition, the system recognizes me.
Andrew,
Very different.
When my doorbell camera says, hey, I recognize somebody familiar, and it's the UPS delivery person, and then it says, I don't know, it's your husband or it's your wife. Is that facial recognition gone wrong? In other words, like it's picked up some cues and there's some familiar, I try to understand that. Yeah.
So ask yourself always, does the subject have agency? Does the subject know it's happening? Have they consented to it happening? And are they getting personal benefit from it happening? Those are the real questions. So when you turn up at the border with CBP, we have systems installed in nearly a dozen airports around the US for global entry, and now increasingly also for US citizens at Orlando, for example. You turn up, you can choose to go through these systems that are based upon facial verification. You are asserting your agency by choosing to go to go and present yourself. You don't have to.
Yeah.
But if you do, it's a lot faster, it's a lot simpler, it's a much better experience, it's a lot more convenient.
Well, let's talk about a little bit about the business and the solution, because as I mentioned, the technology of iProve is being used by Customs and Border Protection at entryways at airports, for example. You've raised about $70 million. You've got employees all over the world, the US, UK, Latin America, Asia Pacific, and more. How does the technology work?
So most of what we do actually involves verifying that people are whom they claim to be when they're not physically present, when they're at home on their couch, for example, and they're trying to assert their identity for the purposes of opening an account, or maybe, very crucially, resetting their credentials when something's gone wrong. When a person's on their couch, it's really very difficult to know whether they are whom they claim to be. You can look at them, you can use your mobile phone to stream video to a central system and check that they look that they look like who they claim to be. But how do you know they're real? We live in a world of AI, of deep fakes, when it's extremely straightforward to put a digital mask over a person's face and pretend to impersonate somebody. We stop that impersonation. We can detect very accurately when a deepfake is trying to be used to impersonate someone.
Come on, Andrew. We've all seen like the Mission Impossible movies or something like where those deep fakes.
That was a long time ago too.
Right? Are used
it was like 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Nowadays, it's a lot better.
Right, exactly. Like the technology just gets better and better. So, I mean, how do we make sure the facial verification systems stay ahead of the AI that is creating those deep fakes in terms of their complexity? How do you do that?
That's the central problem that we solve. That's what we built a global business doing, and we've been doing it now for quite some time. Two things we do. One is we change the physics of the situation. We illuminate the user's face with a rapidly changing sequence of colors from the screen of their own device. It's an unpredictable sequence of colors, and it illuminates their face. And while those colors are illuminating their face, we stream video back to our servers where we look at how that screen illumination, those changing colors, reflect off the user's face. They're unpredictable. The attackers can't know what it's going to look like, so they can't pre-prepare some beautiful deepfake. That's one element of it. And then the other is we analyze everything that's happening worldwide all the time. We filter the systems and we study it so we can detect the attacks. We can detect if a foreign power, for example, is busily mounting a set of experiments, and we learn from them. And we learn more from them than they learn from us. So we stay ahead because we have better visibility and they have no visibility. You know, that information advantage enables us to win.
Carol and I were talking ahead of this when we were preparing for this, and we've been traveling a lot, so it's on our mind. But we were members of Clear now because we are on the plane a lot. Sometimes it's faster than the traditional security line. Sometimes it's not.
It is.
Depends on depending on where you are. But sometimes we can get through security without even showing our plastic IDs. Does Clear use a system such as iProve?
I can't comment on Clear. Clear have their own technology. They have a very sophisticated technology. What I can say is that when you go through global entry in places like Newark or Los Angeles or Miami, you walk up to an iProve terminal. You don't do anything. You don't have to pull out any card or any identification system. Your face is captured and it's matched by CBP itself against their traveler verification system. You've already in the past given them all of your details, so that you're expected because you are coming in on a particular flight, and they kind of go, oh yes, that's Andrew Budd. We were expecting him. We know his details because he's given them to us, and we had them already. He looks like he's supposed to look like. Go forward. And the rate at which people can be processed like that is awesome. In the places where we've been installed, we've eliminated most of the queues or cut
What happens if I don't look like I looked in the photo or the documents that I provided to the government maybe 5 or 10 years ago? What if I've aged? What if I've have a different hair color? What if I decided to get a piercing? What if I had a lot of work done to my face?
One of the great advantages of face verification technology is that it's
Jeg må slutte med greiene der, altså. De ringer helt her, de bare, jeg kan ikke være på lag. Jo, sølv og gull pleier å bevege seg ganske likt, eneste at sølv pleier å gå mer, faktisk. Men det som nå, at det et veldig spesielt marked nå. Det veldig nervøst. Det har vært det veldig lenge nå. Nå har du både krig, og så har du akkurat en ny president, så har veldig mye bevegelser som på en måte henger igjen fra fjor. Faen, hallo? Jeg har på nå. Så det blir mye mer action fremover. Det bare veldig spesielt akkurat nå. Normalt sett pleier jeg bare å svinge som av faen. Du kan gå tilbake. Du kan sjekke her. Se på daychartet på Nasdaq, sånn som det var før. Før det Trump. Nei, slutt da. Dette ukeschartet sånn, det bare før. Gikk jo som et helvete. Ja. Nå det bare skjer ingenting.
So you get much more information from a face, which makes it much more reliable to detect whether a face is real or not.
Are we going to start to see this type of technology being used in more places than just unlocking something on our phone or getting through the line at the airport?
Oh, yes.
Where?
Absolutely. You're going to see this. So already, if you want to set up bank accounts in many parts of the world, you go through you iProve this remotely.
Ja, jeg skal inn om at sånn som det nå, siste 2 månedene har vært helt katastrofekjedelig, liksom. Det har vært sånne rare bevegelser, du kan ikke predikere noen ting, det har bare vært sånn tull. Og så plutselig det helt dødt. Fy faen, det tett I nesa, ass.
Both at the time when they're hired and also when they have to reset their credentials. When they're hired, there's now a real problem in the United States with impersonators, particularly members of the North Korean Secret Service, impersonating American staff and being signed up and given jobs to work remotely. There was a very public case in the summer of last year. Now, the CTO of Mandiant, which is a cybersecurity company, says that literally every Fortune 500 company has at least dozens, if not hundreds, of job applications from North Korean IT workers whose faces have been deepfaked to look like American staff when they're not. 300 US companies had been scammed by a woman who pled guilty in February for having run a scheme like this. So it's a huge thing. So our technology will make sure that the person who is being hired remotely is whom they claim to be. And then, when you come to reset your password, you haven't got any other way to assure yourself.
All right, got
so
it.
That'll be used for that
Hey,
as well.
stay in touch. Love to check in with you again in the future. Andrew Butt, founder and CEO of iProve, joining us right here on Business Week. Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit about Meta spending big when it comes to AI. Speaking of AI, that's next.
Skjer ikke en dritt her da. Lurer på om jeg logger av det, så går jeg på før klokka 12, for da tror jeg det kan få litt mer action på gull. Det var veldig kjedelig i dag, altså. Så vi setter på da.
Det høres som det var en bedre plan.
Hæ?
Ja, det høres ut som det var en bedre plan.
Ja, men det skjer jo ingenting. Det skjer jo ingenting, jeg har ikke skjedd noe hele dag.
Nei, ok.
Da snakkes vi etterpå da. Ha det.
Hei da.